2. 1, 2. 2. Yeah? 1, 2. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host for today's proceedings, Miss Azania Mwendane.
Yes, yes. Welcome, world, to Locations Africa Conference 2021, our independent conference for the first time. In previous years, we have had a proud and enjoyable relationship with the Durban Film Art Institute program since 2019, 2020, and 2021. So this year, 2021, we're celebrating our first independent. And thank you so much for all the support from all the industry around the world to getting us this far. So what is Locations Africa about? Really, it's about unlocking Africa's vast and diverse locations, facilities, skill, crew. It's about international inbound travel and film facilitation. It's about inter-country film facilitation and co-productions around the continent, more especially, and co-productions coming in from the rest of the world. We're going to have 2 days of conversations with global professionals and experts in the field of physical production. We've had a lot of exhibition environments, we've had a lot of discussions about how to find the money, but the physical production conversation is here for all of you around the world, and we welcome you all from around the world that's joining us today via stream. We're going to be talking about promoting Africa as a filming location, about shooting commercials, films. We're talking about also still shoots. And literally over what's happened over the past 2 years, we know we've had a global pandemic and how we've had to pivot to be able to make sure that filming takes place here on the continent as well. We're going to interrogate technological influences, we're going to discuss film friendliness, we're going to discuss how our film commissions offices and our film desk can help you, those who want to shoot here on location. We also are we're essentially trying to build trust in the marketplace to call upon you to come through. Most importantly, the economics of film production. You know, the actual impact it has down the line in terms of TV and film production to be able to persuade you to come and spend time with us and our world-class crew. So, what we're going to do now is actually, before we start, let's take a moment to recognize all of our fallen heroes, our fallen crew members, and let's give their families and their friends just a moment of our time to remember them and their contribution they have made to this industry. I ask you to join me to take a pause. Thank you. Okay, so now you're probably realizing that we are live from Johannesburg, South Africa. We have a hybrid conference today for the next 2 days. And with a hybrid, there comes a few technical glitches, right? We all know those glitches, those moments where you have a ventriloquist moment where it's on screen, but yet the voice is going, right? We might have a few of those. And then we might also have someone who's and you can't hear them, and we're all saying, unmute, unmute. It happens, so please bear with us. If we do have a technical glitch, everyone at home, in your offices, wherever you are worldwide, if something happens with the international undersea cable, we will be back. But please come back. If we're taking a break, please come back. If we have a lunch break, go and have a lunch for yourself and come back. I would love to know which time zones are joining us today. Where are you from? If you can just, on the link, let me know where you're from, Melissa, and we can do, and let everybody else know where you're from. Okay, so why Locations Africa? Quite simply, the team love promoting Africa as a filming destination, right? It's so beautiful, it's so vast, it's so complex, it's so different, it's so vast. I mean, which continent in 1.5 hours can you go from snow-capped mountains to hot, hot desert? I don't know. So that's what we have. We have a lot of different vast people, languages, cultures, food, you know, environments, different levels of hospitality. So please come and spend time with us. So with Locations for a number of years, you know, my experience, I have traveled from AFCI to Cannes to MIP TV to MIPCOM, all in inviting environments, Pan-African Film Festival, PAF in the US. And it was important for us to understand what is available in terms of information out there to the rest of the world, right? And we realized that not everyone knew as much as we hoped they did terms of physical production. And so the idea of Locations Africa was born. And I'd like to also bring on stage now my dear friend Martin Cuff, who is joining us all the way from Dubai. Woo! In about 2015, my dear friend and I, we took a trip around the continent, didn't we, Martin? And we traveled to East Africa in particular, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Kenya, and we also spent some time researching West Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa, to just kind of prove that this is what, prove the question that we needed to do more. So Martin, let's reminisce a little bit. Look where we are. Look at this, we've got a global conference. How are we feeling? My advisory panel member.
Isaac, I think go take a seat. Go take a seat.
I can see myself on the big screen and it's coming out about 3 seconds after I've spoken, which is a little weird.
Well, I've got you perfectly here. And I think this is one of the technical glitches that we have, right? That lag. So let's continue with the conversation. But Martin, let's talk about, why it was important, why it generally is important to promote a destination for creative industries, right? Because, you sit within the creative industries, film in particular, locations, and, your experience of being a film commissioner back in the day, working with the AFCI, creating training programs, and now actually working with the Serbian parliament. What is it that you say is key for this discussion? What should we want to get out of it?
Well, back in the day, we through our travels and informing our travels, really, we're looking at the continent of Africa with its vast potential and vast resources and the opportunity that the film industry had of trying to find new and interesting places to frame their stories globally, and realizing that Africa had not positioned itself effectively enough to take advantage of the economic opportunities. To put it into kind of perspective from a filming background, when I was at the Film Commission in Cape Town, I constantly was being approached by filmmakers who were bemoaning the lack of transformation in the industry, the lack of, they would see the large white businesses, naming names, people like Moonlighting, for instance, doing this amazing work and getting, fairly well off as a result of it. And they were struggling to get anyone to tell their own stories. And I did a set of sums at the time, and it demonstrated that the kind of profit after budget, after all of the expenses have been made, of an average TV commercial, and we're talking 15 years ago, but back then, the profit being made off a TV commercial, a 30-second shoot for a foreign client, was the same as a 22-minute TV production budget for an SABC production. And so all of the local people who were struggling to try and tell their own stories and wanting to get rich from it were simply looking in the wrong place at that point in time. And from a government perspective, we look at job creation opportunities. We look at stimulating value all along the value chain of production. And in the film industry, that's huge, right? So you're not just talking about the creatives at the top, but right down to the car hire companies and the hotels and the catering companies and everything that can spin off once a production comes into a destination. Now, the main thing that I came through from all of my research over the years is that the film industry's decisions about where it's going to film break down into two set decisions. One is cost, and the other is risk. And the companies that do best are the ones that are able to manage costs, but as far as possible, eliminate risk. Now, filming in Africa has its challenges, obviously, the size of the continent, the infrastructure, et cetera, in some places make it difficult. But there are other things that can be done to eliminate risk. And one of those things is to share information more reliably across across filmmakers, across government departments, across the tourism sector, so that everyone knows what to expect and everyone can respond more effectively. One of the things that I would say also that we suffer from in Africa is the fact that the rest of the world
You've got
tends
3
to
more
see
minutes for
us
the
as
segment,
this
3 minutes.
homogenous block of Africa. So what that really means for us is that a film shoot that goes wrong in, say, Rwanda does have an impact on the ability of Tanzania or Ghana or Gambia to attract filming in a meaningful way. What has happened elsewhere to try and counteract this is that the film commissions, the government agencies that are responsible for building and developing film production capacity and making sure that it filters down to the local economic area, have traditionally come together in very kind of concrete ways to share information. There is a European Film Commissions network. There's an Asian Film Commissions network. There's a developing Latin American one. And even down to a much smaller level, that, for instance, the Scandinavian film commissions work incredibly effectively together,
2 minutes.
sharing pavilions at places like the Cannes Film Festival, making sure that invitees come to each other's events and activities, making sure that a Danish film commissioner is probably as clued up on what the offering is as a Sweden as he is in his own country. And that's not something that we have successfully managed to develop in Africa. So part of the process and part of the thinking behind where we came from, I think, Azza, I think you'll agree, is to try and see what could be done to improve communication between us, improve networking, improve skill share, information share, with the hope that in the long run we can move towards this kind of approach where we help African film destinations, all of the countries in Africa, come together more effectively to attract more inbound business and to get the benefits of the massive influx of cash that can come from film production. And this has, I think, been given an even greater push now by the proliferation of streaming media. The Netflixes of this world did not exist when we started this process to any kind of large degree. And the fact that there is now this massive global demand for the production of content gives us, I think, added opportunities to do this properly. So that's, in a nutshell, that's, I think, where we came from. And what you see before you now over the next couple of days is an opportunity to discuss how this might look and what it requires to attract foreign film productions and how you manage them effectively in ways that reduce risk, not only when the productions are in town, but how you mold your local communities, your local governments to be prepared for filming activity.
Hit time, but we'll try and make it up.
So that's my quick overview of where we came from to get this far.
Martin, this is why I had to keep you on as an advisory to the process, because there was no way I was going to let you go. And looking amazing. And I really hope everything's going really well for you in Dubai, the Dubai Expo. Incidentally, a lot of our countries are also participating there as well. So I hope you had time to kind of go through the different countries on the continent and kind of experience them. But Martin, thank you so much for everything to help us get this far, and to just the wonderful travels that we've been on, and the time we spent together in Los Angeles, in Europe, across the continent. It's been a really great ride, and I really hope that we're going to take this thing forward and let the rest of the world know that Locations Africa conferences and expo are here to stay, even though this is our first. And so thank you so much. And I'm going to let you go now and experience the rest of the world in one city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good conference. Bye.
Wow, Martin Cuff. So now, off of that, it's very clear that, we have to understand what the readiness is. And so our discussion now is going to be literally Africa is ready, okay? we have a lot of complexities and we have a lot of things going on, but we're actually ready to service you. So this discussion now really is about the partnerships that exist to make film production as enjoyable as you possibly can. And we're going to bring on stage 3 different sectors of that value chain, right? So the first person I'm going to call up, her name is Bronwyn Oret. She is the GM for brand and marketing at South African Tourism, one of our key partners for this event. Right now, Bronwyn manages how we position ourselves from a tourism perspective. You can come and join us on the stage. We also have a woman that, if it wasn't for Jackie, I don't think I'll be standing here. So a very, very dear colleague and friend of mine, Jackie Mutsepe. She's a COO of KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Jackie, we would go to Cannes, and anyone that replaced her, because I was working at NFF, they would always say, oh, so you're the new Jackie. So Jackie, please come up on stage and join us here. And then we have a very dear friend of mine, the Executive Officer of the South African Screen Federation, SASFED, which is a grouping of key film organizations here in South Africa, but also we are stretching into the rest of the continent. Onati, please come up and spend some time with us on stage. We are going to discuss partnerships, really, and it's very important for us to bring together the film value chain, hospitality, tourism, and also have a voice from the industry as to what it takes to make our production space great. So ladies, please take a seat and let's start our conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, so filming has begun to open up across the continent. I mean, South Africa, we opened up, and you start to realize how important the camera is in this process. I mean, in order for us to essentially get news out there, right, we had to have a camera, and so we had to open up the industry because there's no way we could tell a cameraman to go home, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, we'd have no news. Okay. The other amazing thing about cameras is that if we didn't have cameras or any photography apart from maybe drawing, we wouldn't know what an elephant looked like, right? Okay. So it becomes really important for us to be able to understand the kind of interplays between all of our spaces, and so. We did open up around level 4, which may be May of last year, with smaller crews, but it's been growing, and so we've actually had a few productions taking place. A lot of telenovelas are taking place, right? And so it's evident that even in a time of chaos, we're able to create some form of structure. So I wanted to kind of maybe start with you, Jackie, in terms of what the continent, what filming looks like right now. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is on the eastern side of our country here in South Africa, what have been the key learnings in terms of promoting the region, but also how local producers have responded and pivoted to be able to make productions? And what kind of partnerships have you had to put in place?
So yeah, thanks, Azania. I mean, we're based in KZN, as you've mentioned. The commission was established actually 7 years ago. So it's the newest commission that we have in the country. Western Cape and Gauteng, Johannesburg, are way more advanced, way more developed than we are in KZN. So our role was really just to develop KZN as a destination for film. There was some film activity that was happening when we got there 7 years ago. We had your big productions coming to shoot specific scenes in the province, because obviously it is a beautiful province, in terms of a location, so many different diverse locations. So it was used a lot by some of the big films, for shooting. But our role was to say, how do we develop a local economy for film? How do we develop, filmmakers that are resident in the province? Because we've got a lot of filmmakers that are from KZN that have obviously had to move to Johannesburg or Cape Town for employment, for work, because there isn't a film industry in the province, even though we do have 2 very good film schools that are producing a lot of graduates that are working in the industry. So it was developing the local filmmakers, trying to build a local crew base in the province, promoting the province as a destination for film, for inward investment into the province. But we were also looking, to see how we can form partnerships in terms of co-production. We've got a very good and healthy infrastructure in South Africa when it comes to co-production treaties. We've got about 9 treaties with different countries around the world. Very unique for Africa because we're the only country on the continent that has these treaties. But there has been a lot of discussion in the recent past in different platforms that we've participated in seeing how treaties can be enabled in other parts of the continent, and we're very keen for that to happen because, it obviously then stimulates the possibility of more production, but also sees government, playing a role in incentivizing the industry. We have very good financial instruments in South Africa, so we created a film fund in KZN. We've seen a lot of productions coming in to the province as a result of that fund. Local productions initially coming in to shoot, obviously being attracted by the fund, and basically packaging their finance using the other financial instruments that exist in the country through the DTI, National Film and Video Foundation, IDC. But the investment is then in the province. So what that does is that it obviously it creates jobs, locally. We're very active in training our local filmmakers. So the filmmaker base that's there, we have a lot of training initiatives, to upskill, especially in the areas where there's scarce skills. Issues of heads of department is still an issue, where you're finding that obviously the productions are bringing that into the province when they're coming to shoot, but ours is to really build up a base and eventually, hopefully have resident HODs in the province. Obviously understanding that film is, you go where the work is. So that is primarily really what we've been trying to do. We've now also managed to bring in quite a few international productions. We've been working very much across the continent. We've been working with the UK as well, to bring in some of the UK co-productions to come and shoot in the country. So that is beginning to happen, and really, I couldn't agree more with everything that Martin says. It's really about creating an environment that is safe. You're really looking at the cost issues. We're very lucky in South Africa that we have value for money. So in as much as we are able to provide good rates from a production point of view, everything else across the value chain gives you wonderful value for money. I mean, our hotels, what you pay in South Africa compared to what you pay internationally, and what you get in your hotel rooms are amazing, especially in Durban, KZN, I'll say, if you got a hotel on the beachfront for a fraction of the price that you would get it anywhere else internationally. That just creates another factor that really brings the costs down for production. We have incentivized also through the different MOUs that we have with private businesses, your hotel groups, your transport companies, your insurance companies, where we're further looking to see how we can introduce discounts. Because as you can imagine, let's say an international is coming to shoot a film in South Africa, for them to come to Durban, it's an extra flight, if you like. They come into Joburg and then, flying into. So we are really looking to say, how do we overall partner with the private sector to also make that offering? So we do have a range of other incentives over and above our film fund to really attract productions to come in. On the continent, we've done a lot of work with Nigeria. We are also working, a lot with Kenya. We're looking to Rwanda now because it looks interesting. Now there's going to be a market there. Looking to see what's going to happen there. We're also looking at Ghana. So there are areas across the continent where we know that there is film activity, and we're really looking to see how we can reach out and partner more in that space, so that we bring the films into South Africa, into KZN, but we also have the films shooting, in different parts of the province. It just brings a different elements, to the screen in terms of location, but also in terms of story, because our stories will resonate, with each other, but also have that international relevance because we're seeing the international space opening up. There does seem to be a demand for African content. There's this whole discussion, as we know, about diversity and inclusion, and we're really seeing that it's an opportunity yet again for our local and continental content, to travel internationally.
You've touched on so many important elements in terms of the partnership. I mean, from a production point of view, but you spoke heavily on incentivizing productions to come in, and I'm going to dovetail that into tourism because that speaks directly to hospitality, and it speaks directly to what is called a QSAP, right, which is a qualified South African spend. And the qualified South African spend is not just limited to the cameras and the equipment that you use, but also, the spaces and the environments that people experience, right? And also how do we then create that partnership within the tourism environment? I mean, the NFF study of 2014 on just 16 productions that took place in that period found that tourism spend was about, I think 13 million on just a bit of tourism, and it was just restaurants. It was small things, it wasn't major things, and then about 7 million on transportation. And so they become the biggest beneficiaries of our budget spend, really. And so, in terms of European and North American markets, they remain trade partners for us, for South Africa in particular, all right, in terms of audiovisual products and services. So, recently, we know that there's been a lot of partnership with Netflix from a production point of view, but also from a tourism point of view. And that, for me, it seems as if it's maybe just about location, which is great. So, Bronwyn, not just limiting it to the particular Netflix environment, but what other partnerships are being created for, film tourism and the business of film within your sector?
Thank you, Azania. So, look, the role of tourism in the film sector, I think, is a case study in any country. And for us, we see that when we have our destination front and center or the backdrop to an incredible story, it does influence not only the content, but it influences the production, it influences people throughout the value chain. So from a partnership perspective, I will speak to the Netflix, collaboration, which has been very interesting. And I think for me, it's about being open to collaboration within the sector and trusting one another to have conversations about how we can essentially move people, and that moves the economy. So in this instance, Netflix released a cultural affinity study very recently, and one of the big key takeouts is that when people watch a production, they are 3.1 times more likely to say South Africa is their next destination, their number one destination. And I think from a pure tourism perspective, incredibly powerful. I think from a production perspective, the value chain benefits all the way through, from the first conversation into locations and where we're going to shoot and all the rest. So I think on the outside, from a destination positioning perspective, very, very important and valuable from a tourism brand positioning perspective. However, I think on the back end of it, the incredible value there is in terms of having the conversation about opening up various productions and locations so that people can be beneficiated throughout the value chain. And within the sector, what I've certainly found is that there is no cookie-cutter approach, but SA Tourism is certainly here to engage the individual requests. We have a brand experience team that have accommodated and had conversation about particular requests to shoot, film, produce in various areas of the country. And through that conversation, we also unpack value in and around the more obvious locations. It's really what we are doing is being open to partnership in our particular area, which is within the tourism sector. And look, it's been amazing for us to see some of the data that has come out through the partnership with Netflix. Certainly what we're seeing is that anyone who views content, and I'm speaking from a strictly tourism perspective, are more likely to want to see the landmarks and monuments that are in titles. They have a high cultural affinity. They're interested in our culture as a country. You know, I think our traffic lights or robots are very distinctly different to the rest of the world. And Azania, you and I have had many conversations about how we present our uniqueness. And I think the canvas we provides huge opportunity. But the very real thing that we are obviously wanting to promote is the travel and the movement of people, so that everyone in South Africa can be a beneficiary economically through how we engage. And there's just so much that we can do, and I think it's almost an opportunity now for us to collaborate openly in terms of how we go to market, how we package as a sector, and how we open up partnerships. In a strictly tourism space, you know, we obviously are dealing with the trade, whether it's global airlines or whether it is hotel groups or even the likes of the shared economy through Airbnb. And you know, there are many opportunities, and I would say the real ask from myself and SA Tourism would be to let's collaborate, let's engage, let's talk about how we can make the environment more attractive, how we could facilitate introduction to particular partners, and I really do mean that, because I recognize and acknowledge that each production presents a unique opportunity, and there is no templated approach to it, and I engage the conversation, and we have teams of people at SA Tourism who are very willing and able to assist.
Wow. You know, you speak about specific kind of partnerships within the government sector space, right? So we have the South African Audiovisual Forum, which is a forum of, you know, government agencies, from trade to commerce to arts and culture, right through to the provinces as well. But on the continent, I mean, there was one project that myself and Martin were working on, which is the African Commission's film network, and how to kind of bring that together to enhance those partnerships. And in terms of the diversity as well, you know, the script, and I think globally the appreciation of accents, right? Because there was a time where, you know, as a performer, there was this emphasis, you have to have a specific kind of accent. You know, we can't, because we can't hear your accent coming through. But now there's a lot of different kinds of people that are performing on these products, right? And so when you speak of the job creation, that's I'm going to come to you now. You're, you know, being SASFID, okay, and the conversations we have in terms of direct and indirect job creation, right? I mean, for instance, period 2016-2017, 21,000 jobs are made, literally with a multiplier effect of 1.8 from the NFEF UrbanCon study of 2017. And that multiplier effect feeds directly into tourism, all right? And also the study that's also underway right now with the NFEF, which really includes further impacts, economic impact studies, and, you know, and also it kind of just shows what's happened. I mean, there has been a massive decline over the past year, but strangely enough, I mean, the content industry has had a massive boom, okay? And I think it's because we realize that people have more access. But coming back to production partnerships and what you experience, what would you say are key drivers in making sure that production companies kind of work together across the continent? Because again, there's always a perception that servicing is about international inbound from the West. It's not. It really is about inter-country co-productions as well. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you for having us here. And this is a topic I'm very passionate about because it lies at the crux of our sector. If you work in the creative industries, we are very relationship-based industries, so partnerships are crucial. As SASFID, you know, it's even more important, I think, because we are a unique federation wherein we have both the traditional employer and employee within the same federation. So even the kind of partnerships and the collaboration that we have to work out within the federation itself is important. In terms then of working with other key holders, Continental, obviously we have a terms of engagement arrangement with the National Film and Video Foundation, where we as industry bodies are able to input into some of the kind of policy drivers that they are working on, or the co-production kind of arrangements that they are working on. We've also spoken to the African Continental Free Trade Secretariat to ensure that even on that level, our filmmaker interests are taken care of. Inter-country charges are often in dollars. We can't raise those budgets. Often it's difficult to access the film money in the other countries. And those are the kind of issues that we're focused on, how we can really assist filmmakers to get them to work. Often it's cheaper just to use a fixer within that country because of all the kind of hindrances that are happening. So we want to clear the way. It's not good enough to just have the policies or the co-production agreements. It needs to be practically possible and practically seamless for our filmmakers to then cross borders. So those are the kind of things. I think in terms of development, we've seen the kind of deals Netflix is doing. Netflix has just done a deal with the IBFC to write off historical debt. So even in terms of development, and I think that, yes, we have to create mutually beneficial partnerships, but it's also important, often from a development angle, the partner will come in and implement its own program. And here we have examples, like with the IBFC example and the relief fund that we set up, where we went to the private sector and we went to government and we did PPPs, private-public partnerships as well, where we knocked on all those doors. It's important that the solution or the partnership is really tailored to assist and to drive the sector.
So, there's been a lot of stimulus packages for this period. COVID hit globally. Like we said, it was quite a thing. And we, I think, through all these efforts and conversations, how do we stimulate the economy? And our country was very fortunate to receive a 240 million rand injection from the presidency's fund. And also private sector kind of initiatives like the NFVF programs. The Netflix and NFVF programs, the SASFED Netflix, the SA Tourism Netflix programs, and also the other programs that with other broadcasts like the MultiChoice, and they also have like a massive footprint across the continent as well, as to innovation programs, upskilling and training. And so, Jackie, I wanted to just, in terms of, I think maybe Jackie or Bronwyn, what are the key things in terms of creating training kind of partnerships? How do we do that? From a tourism perspective, we do have tour operators, right? And what do we do to get them involved in the film space? What do they have to be empowered with? What do we as a film sector have to give you to empower you with the information to say to the tour operators, get involved in the value chain of film because of the reasons that have been expressed between Martin and Unathi here? How do we then, what do we need to give you from a tourism perspective?
Thank you, Zana. That's a great question. So from a tourism perspective, a very basic trade or exchange is I guess, in the asset value. And what a lot of people within the value chain need is the visual assets. It's very, very simple. And I think it's about explaining how, when you have a production and you're featuring a particular tourism feature, destination, or a hospitality provider, One thing that people are looking for, obviously, is the endorsement. So, as seen in this particular production, is the one element of it. And then the actual assets from your shoot, whether you're able to provide stills or some sort of video kind of content. I think it's incredibly valuable, and it's something that the tourism sector needs as a straight trade in some instances, for marketing purposes, and it's quite simple in that way. They're looking for exposure, they're looking to drive traffic, they really just want to make sure that there's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and what is really needed is that those can be cut and edited to their requirement where possible. So that's a very straight exchange. Of course, depending on the requirement, that can become quite complex and quite interwoven depending on where you go. And I think we haven't quite yet explored the magnitude of the opportunity. And when I say that, I think of the real effect that film has had on tourism around the world. And I think within South Africa, there's still tremendous opportunity for us to develop that. If you look at the effect that Game of Thrones has had on Croatia, Spain, Iceland, in terms of their tourism product development. So ultimately, that would be the end game, is that our actual tour operators product would be able to develop the product around it, as seen in that particular title or production. And I think we will get there over time, and it's about bringing people together to have a conversation and say, look, here's the opportunity. How do we extrapolate it? I mean, how does one experience the 3,000 kilometers of endemic coastline of South Africa as seen on My Octopus Teacher? And really developing that kind of notion within the tourism sector so that people understand it's not just about the production, but it's about how we position and how we monetize that positioning going forward.
I think what would definitely make it easier for a lot more locations to assist the tourism process is for us to insist on some stock standard deliverables, right? Like I've always had this thing in my head whereby in many US, most actually probably even all productions, you will see the American flag at least 4 times,
yes.
Okay? And how do we start to influence through that? I mean, the South African flag is, I think, one of the top 3 or top 4 at the moment, recognizable flags across the world. And what are the stock standards? I mean, it's also like, maybe through funding, Jackie's kind of come to you. Are we putting in place these things like to say, if you are going to shoot on location, then for this incentive, you need to, 10% of our key sites, for instance, you've got to show them. Is it something that we can put forward? And I think also for our local producers as well, for that kind of funding, because it's a partnership, right? You give money, what are we going to get back? Are we going to get back just a logo at the end of the credits, or are we going to get back in actual content, something that lands Africa, something that lands Kenya, something that lands Senegal, for people to start realizing that, yes, tourism, but I think more than that that particular place has been shot in. It's not a cheat location. The actual name of the street is mentioned, the area is mentioned, because then it starts to, in my understanding, it starts to build effective trust in film production. What are we going to start putting in place when we incentivize people to shoot?
So yeah, if we look at what we're doing in KZN, like I mentioned, we have the fund, but we also have a locations and facilities department that very much looks at promoting our locations. For film, we do FAM tours and take filmmakers on tours across the province. What we do have in place, and actually interestingly enough, it's a soft approach, but we are requesting films to include the South African flag, in the production. I say it's a soft approach, so it happens sometimes. I think we probably need to keep a closer eye on it and make sure that we actually do implement that. But that is something that we do have as a requirement. Because we are a new location, what we are also doing is that it should be clear that the film has been shot in and around KZN or Durban. So in terms of those establishing shots, and you'll see the films that have been funded by the KZN Film Commission. You're beginning to see Durban, KZN more on the screen. You're beginning to see iconic destinations in the province that clearly show you where you are. So it is a requirement that we do have as the fund. Like I say, it is a soft approach, but I think obviously in time it would make sense for it to be more of a condition. So those are some of the aspects that we do have in place in terms of really ensuring that people know where they are in the film. We also have a film tourism strategy that we've developed, and it is really about creating those Lord of the Rings type of locations, so that we marry what we're doing in production with the tourism leg to it. I'm sure it's well known that KZN Film Commission is actually going to be partnering or becoming one entity with KZN Tourism. And we're having very interesting discussions of what would that mean. Location scouting is a very big part of that, actually, because the location scouts do pretty much what the tour guides rather, and the location scouts. There's a good synergy there. So there's a discussion around your tour guides because they know the location so well. They know the history of the location so well. They understand it really, really well. And how do we translate that into a story, into a film aspect that could elevate that location cinematically, So it's very interesting discussions that we're having around what does it mean for film and tourism to be one entity, and how can we really piggyback on each other. Obviously your accommodation offering, your B&Bs as well, there's a lot of discussion on how can we bring them into the industry, and obviously then the whole value chain. So I think there are definite requirements that we could put in place. I think what does assist a lot, and I've seen with other international film commissions, is something that we are wanting to see how we introduce that, is actual endorsements. I mean, we've had a wonderful partnership with The River. Anybody who's watching The River right now, a bit of promotion for them. But they are actually featuring Durban in their storyline. We partnered with KZN Tourism. We did this initiative together. The entire crew and cast, came into the province. They've shot at our iconic locations. The story's still unfolding, and you will see it on the screen. And that was a wonderful partnership. First of all, to say that we're open for business after this pandemic. KZN is a safe location for you to shoot your film, and we do have all these wonderful fresh locations that haven't been seen on the screen that are now going to be portrayed within this series. But what helps is the endorsement. So then our logos, the producers, the directors, the cast actually saying what a wonderful experience it was. Come to KZN. All of those things help, come to South Africa for the internationals. It was a wonderful location, and I've seen a lot of those endorsements with the international film commissions, and I think it does help, just to give the location, credibility and value.
Can I just add something? I think that that's great, Jackie, but I think that we mustn't forget the other mechanisms that we can use, like product placement, to showcase proudly South African, products seamlessly in the background, that kind of thing. So instead of having your normal Coke vending machine, we can have South African products properly integrated into the script, right? Mm-hmm. So let's not forget the kind of production integration elements where we can use product placement, product integration, product activation. Secondly, in terms of the production value chain, sometimes, we'll get productions shooting here, but the post-production work goes back outside, right? So we need to think of the production value chain as a whole. we need to try and keep all the work here so that our editors get work, our writers get work, every part of the value chain is getting work. South African, you know, or the continent. But we want to keep, the music must be done here. It must be South African music. If we want to tell our authentic stories, then we've got to look at every aspect of the value chain. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
You know, there's a number of productions that are taking place now. There's a lot of co-productions as well within West Africa and South Africa. And I think the world is starting to kind of get in tune with our rhythm. And I think our rhythm also, when people do come to the continent to shoot films, there is an understanding that we are world class. I mean, I think we participated in HD long before HD was sexy, but I was in the wildlife environment, okay? And long form, committed HD programming. That was back in the late 80s. And so it's just to kind of instill that trust that Africa is definitely a ready environment. I mean, the other kind of conversations we're going to go into, Jackie touched on location scouting, and we're going to be discussing tomorrow location scouts, location management, and unit management on the ground. And you know, that for me is a very important environment in terms of the permitting processes and the risk factors as well. So how should we, let's just go into promotion, what should we be saying? What are the, Bronwyn, if you were to say 3 big things that we should be saying about shooting on locations in Africa, what would those 1, 2, 3 big things that we should say quickly off the cuff to promote?
Sure. I think, look, number one, don't be afraid to put South Africa front and center. And when I say that, I mean, you know, our culture, our language, not just the destination. That would be my first thing. And I think it's incredibly rich and valuable. People learn languages through content and film and documentaries and series. I think it's important to not be ashamed to show our culture. I think it's so rich and diverse and exciting. The second thing is that I would absolutely say, when you're on a location, make sure a piece of iconic South Africa is in there. And, you know, I have absolutely, as someone who is very well versed in South Africa as a destination, it's very clear to me that Table Mountain's in Cape Town, you know, and UCT is just underneath Table Mountain. And, you know, unpacking and laddering that location, zooming in and then zooming out to showcase where that is. And then again, and I think, Konati, to your point, the product placement is so rich and so powerful and doesn't need to be an overt kind of integration. But I think those 3 things really just do support the entire storyline. And to be unashamedly South African, I think, is a fantastic thing to do for all of us.
Wenati, what are your 3 big things that a production company needs to say when they are pitching for co-production work on the continent and pitching to service?
I think for us as industry that we can deliver. We can deliver. The standard is exceptional. We've got world-class talent. We've got world-class crew. We've got world-class production or servicing companies. And that there is value for money. I think Jackie already mentioned that. So that there will be a return on investment. For us, we want investment promotion. We want to showcase. We want to showcase our locations, our stories, our talent, you know, and I think those are the 3 things that we would say.
And
or maybe 4.
Maybe 4. We have so much to say about our space, honestly. And then from a film facilitation and film friendliness, and I think from an authority space, same question. Like, what are the 3 big things that you would communicate about KZN and all the rest of the continent?
I think obviously the big thing is work with us. You know, we make it possible. We can open up those locations in terms of permitting, in terms of working with the municipalities across the province to make it film friendly. We get rid of the red tape, basically. I think also it is possible, definitely, which is what that also says. It is possible to have a world-class production, shot in South Africa, in KZN. And also it is safe. The destinations are accessible, but work with partners, that you can trust. And obviously, coming through the commissions, coming through the national bodies, we are able to guide you in that regard. To really find the right partnerships for you, and the right people to speak to in the different
So
locations.
we've got 4 minutes, and we still only have Kevin.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't in here, and I've been told I've got 4 minutes to go. Okay, so I think in wrapping up, the hopes we have for this conference, the hopes we have for the engagements, what do you want everyone around the world who's streaming in, what do you want them to know about our production? If we had the 3 big things, but what do you hope that will come out of this conference?
Again, I hope that we will showcase different aspects of what we can do in South Africa, how we have considerable added value, for a foreign producer to come and shoot here. And I hope they can see that through this conference, because I think you'll be having very many different conversations. I hope that they can see our infrastructure. I hope that they see that there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, even from a policy perspective, that there's certain things that we are trying to lay foundations, strengthen. There's work that we are doing always in trying to bring value to them.
And from our 2 key partners on this project, KZN Film and SA Tourism, what do you want to get out of this conference? Bronwyn, I'll go with you.
Sure, Zania. So, look, South Africa is open for business, and I think from a tourism perspective, we have always been open for business. I would like to invite potential partners or anyone with a big, hairy, audacious idea to put South Africa front and center globally to engage with us. And I think, when you engage in South Africa and you film here, you do production here, just like to remind you that you are changing people's lives on the ground. Really, it's phenomenal.
Wow, oh gosh. Okay, Jackie, as we wrap up, what is your one key takeout from this conference?
Locations Africa is long overdue, and congratulations, by the way. It's long overdue. I think really the hope is that we build stronger relationships across the continent, because I think it's one of our main missions as the Film Commission, building stronger partnerships across the continent, and this being a platform where we as African Film Commissions can actually engage, and let's have a network of, film commissions and film bodies across the continent that can, see this as a home and as a space where we can talk about, opening up the country, the continent, as a destination. I really hope that is an outcome of this conference. Thanks.
Yeah, let's hope, and thank you so much, ladies, for this. It's warmed my heart, really, that this conversation is the one that started up, because just from a production point of view, from a film tourism business point of view, and from a facilitation point of view, we've crystallized what it is that needs to be done, and we hope that the rest of the world will through this first engagement feel the sense of trust that we're trying to build in, and will come and participate with us and build with us as we grow this physical production space on the continent of Africa. Ladies, thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Helena's online.
Okay, so as the ladies do exit, what we are going to go into now is really a discussion about what we call Situation 2021. And this discussion is one that discusses the past almost 2 years and what that means for us and what kind of trends have had to take place, how we've had to pivot, right? What skills have become a need, and how do we then promote the continent from where we've learned this? And joining me on this conversation are two people who are very, very key to the Locations Africa process. We have Helen Kuhn, who's from Indigenous Film Distribution, and her work, she's from here in South Africa, and her work really is to take films and give them to the world, as I like to say. Of course, commerce is part of that. But also we have another one of our advisories on Locations Africa. We have Kevin Jennings, who's the president of the Associations of Film Commissions International, and definitely coming off of what Jackie was speaking about, being a film commission on the ground. AFCI really is that kind of international body that helps and guides the rest of the commissions across the world on what should be done. And so I know Kevin is all the way from Australia right now. I'm sure, I don't know what time it is out there. I know you probably wanted to sleep. But thank you so much for joining us. And we've got Helen Kuhn here from our timeline here, Central African Time, South Africa. Helen, thank you so much for joining us. So we're just going to jump right into it. Discussing Situation 2021, right? We're going to have quite a 360 conversation about it. I mean, yes, the film industry has opened up with a lot of productions in country doing shoots, like I said earlier on, smaller ones, big and slightly bigger ones. And I think I'm going to start with you, Kevin, being Association for Film Commissions, and what that is for those who really don't know what it is they do. So really about the film friendliness and film facilitation on the ground. And Kevin, you've been in touch with so many countries in this period. And what has been probably the most difficult question to answer? And what has been the easiest question to answer? Oh, we've got that unmute moment. That one we opened up with. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll take two. First of all, I'm really happy to be here, and thanks for having me. It is a shame that it's virtual, because I would love to come and visit you in person. But the most difficult question I think film commissioners have been getting the last sort of 18 months is, what are you going to do about COVID? And it's questions that are sort of asked, and there's a serious tone to it. And so in addition to everything else that a film commissioner does, it's incredibly complex, and it's a relatively thankless job. This past year and a half, they've had to become experts on a global pandemic. And nobody's trained for that, so I think it was really just them learning how to be light on their feet. And we come from an industry that's fast moving and constantly changing, and that's been kind of thrown on steroids. The speed at which decisions are being made and canceled. So a spoiler alert, I'm actually based in New Zealand, not Australia. But that does not matter, but it's relevant to the story, is that our experience in New Zealand, and speaking to the film commissioners here, we had a really good run. We had really good, with COVID, we didn't do bad, but the way we dealt that was shutting down the border. So we had some really large productions that had to leave, and at almost no notice. So I think that's probably been the biggest challenge, is that it's another set of unknowns that nobody knows what's going to happen next week. But there's sort of an expectation for the film commissioners to come up with answers that are impossible to get. So was there two? That was the first question. Was there two?
Yeah, the other one was maybe what was the easiest thing to
to deal with in this period of COVID? What was the easiest question to answer?
The easiest question was the honest one, which is we don't know. What's going to happen? What would be the question? What's going to happen next week? And we would just be honest and just say we don't know. We've got no idea, and your crystal ball is as good as us. So that was probably the easiest. Yeah.
Okay, so from a commission's point of view, right? What have the strategies been from AFCI to empower film commissions and film facilitation bodies across the world on how to now be able to pivot? Are there new training programs? Just tell us a little bit about what AFCI as an organization is doing for commissions around the world to deal with this and post what's going on. I mean, I'll give you some time to really elaborate on this one.
Well, at the very start of it, we were really concerned about what was going to happen to our organization because nobody knew. And we thought, well, all these budget cuts we saw happening all around the world, we thought our, film commissions might be some of the people that get the first chop. And so that was our big concern. And so we sort of approached the year assuming that was going to happen. And pleasantly, the opposite appears to have happened. And quite a few governments now are actually doubling down on the film industry and the support of commissions. So they're receiving, there's separate funds, there's COVID relief funds, there's all these different varieties. I'm not sure what's happening there, but the government are seeing the film industry as a possible way to kickstart the economy once travel opens up. So that was a really pleasant surprise for us as an organization. We had to cancel our AFCI week, which is our big week at L. You can go and be with other film commissions, but also be with industry. And if you don't have many contacts to the industry, that's where you can go and network with serious players. So we had to cancel that about 2 weeks out because of COVID. And then we have an annual Cineposium event, which is where we essentially try to treat film commissioners how to be better film commissioners. Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out though to Martin Cuff, who I saw earlier. I know he's hovering around, but he's somebody that I met through the AFCI years ago, and he really helped mentor me. So if you're out there, Martin, hello. But I think what we as an organization, we thought, right, how do we survive this? And how are our members going to survive this? And as the time went on, what we heard is that they were expected to be experts on the pandemic, and they sort of became experts on how to deal with that, because I think by nature, film commissioners are good at thinking on their feet and reacting to change. So we had to cancel our 2 live events, which left quite a void because our organization is based on education. So what we've done, what we're doing now, and in fact, it's in 2 weeks, is for the first time ever, we're having our Cineposium event online. And it's going to be a virtual event, which is new to us. It's our 45th Cineposium, and yeah, the first time online. And it's something that's really been driven. We weren't sure how to approach it, and can you connect virtually and will it work? And what we're hearing from our members is they're really missing that connectivity and the ability to we do sessions and workshops similar to this, but what they really love is the ability to be with each other and talk shop. And when we go to an event like this, it's the only, or an event like Cineposium, it's the only place film commissioners ever go where they don't have to spend the first 10 minutes of the meeting explaining to people what a film commissioner is. So it's a chance for us to be with our people. So if there are film commissioners watching here and want to attend, they can get in touch with me. It's in 2 weeks and it's virtual. So that's really what we've done is we've had to change from hosting education. It used to be online and you can take courses, but this year we have to bring our events to the people, and that's the biggest change we have. We are targeting a live event again next year, fingers crossed, but like everybody, we've got to wait and see what happens.
Okay, so Thanks for
How
that.
was
I think what we're definitely going to go into, now we've kind of unpacked what you've been able to do, our discussions on global trends and how to actually now start positioning our continents, right? But before we get there, Helen, you're in distribution and you're right at the end of this entire process, okay? And we've seen a massive boom globally, but we just wanted to just maybe learn from you, because we're going to also, after this discussion, talk about content and how content, locations finds that's the first place where the location's kind of thought of, right? In terms of, where the protagonist is going to what street they're going to walk down, how they're going to kind of experience their life and how their story kind of rolls out. But from a distribution point of view and from a content point of view, how has this period been beneficial to the distribution space? Has it been beneficial? Is there a lot of different kinds of content coming up because now people are in different mindsets maybe? When we talk about the boom, where is the boom taking place? Who is producing what, for what platforms? And how do we then pivot in response to that, and how, those kind of, you can elaborate as much as you want to, but in terms of the content that has been developed globally, what do you see as slightly different? That's exciting.
I'm going to probably ask you at some point during the answer, Azania, just to repeat some of the question, because I only caught the last part. But I think, what was obviously different during COVID was, speaks a little bit to what Kay was saying on the ability to make decisions and having to do it quickly. As the virus waves struck, one had to change your release plans for films consistently. So you would have to plan a cinema release, and that may become a VOD release, or the window may be shorter, or you may sit and discuss with the various producers and look at a television or broadcast or
Let's go back to Kevin.
Okay, fine. We have a bit of a technical glitch there. I mean, it's to be expected. Let's sometimes up and down links. But Kevin, I think what Helen was really elaborating on is that, it's having to get the product to market. And so, Kevin, what I wanted to talk to you about is now, what are film commissions done to realize in terms of the global trends of the content that they're producing? Are they deliberately now facilitating for content to go onto streaming? I don't know if you can help answer that question. Or are they thinking differently about stuff?
That's probably a better question for Helen, but what I do know is that local production is ramping up as a result because of the risk of international productions coming and going. I think the safe bet is to tell stories, whether they're your own stories or somebody else, in your own place. So then you're protected if your country's borders shut down or open. So I think that's probably been, that's my sense, is that there's more of a drive towards local content and localized content.
Okay, and I mean,
But I prefer to let Helen speak to that, because I think she's far more advanced on me.
That's fine.
We have good moments and bad moments with technology, right?
Yeah,
let me just add a little note there. What I wanted to say was, the interesting thing is what COVID did is it did create a demand for African content across various streaming platforms around the world that wasn't there before. People wanted to start, or streamers, all sorts of exclusive and non-exclusive ones, not just, the big guns, the Netflix, HBO, Apple, Amazon. There's hundreds of these smaller streaming entities around the world that's non-exclusive SVOD. And to be able to offer their viewers a variety that was more diverse, because ironically, you look at a streaming platform, there's 5,500 titles on it, and still you hear people say, I can't find something that I really want to see. Because within the 5,500 titles, there's probably only going to be about 20 or 30 that's really aimed at your taste as a consumer or the type of thing that you want to watch. So that was the good thing that happened. that these opportunities started arising around the world that really wasn't there before. And at the point I wanted to make was, before COVID, people would subscribe to, let's say, one or two entities, where in South Africa it would be potentially your DSTV bouquet, and maybe you'd have a Netflix or a Showmax subscription. What happened with COVID is people added 2 or 3 more apps to their viewing habits, and they would hop around amongst those, watch something on Netflix, something on Showmax, something on DSTV, something on Love Film, something on Hulu. And I guess it's because of that this opportunity arose to actually get content that may be catalog content, not necessarily even brand new content, onto non-exclusive SVOD platforms around the world, and start having a sense of, the number of people that are watching it. It's small. It doesn't start with hundreds of thousands, but it started, which I think bodes well for the future. That's certainly a good outcome on our side.
And so with us having more African content out there, obviously then the feedback into our value chain definitely has had an upswing, right? I mean, that would be my assumption, because like Kevin says, is that when you are locked in, you start to become creative in a very different way. I mean, you start to use the resources that you have within your space, and you start to reimagine your environment as a key storyline. And so it starts to makes perfect sense that the African content industry has seen a boom, and I think has seen a very positive international boom as well, where people are happy to see African faces on screens, and we're not now, I guess, scared to showcase who we are. I mean, we have a lot of new series that are coming through, and I think what I wanted to just find out from Kevin in terms of how have particular other continents, from a commission's point of view, been promoting themselves, and how do you then say to each of our commissions on the ground here in Africa, what are the key drivers to promoting our spaces as a key destination? Because I mean, it excites me that like I say, that we have more African content. So how do we then facilitate more of that African content? What should we be saying as African film commissions or film officers to push that agenda? Kevin?
To generate domestic content?
No, what I'm asking...
Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm asking in terms of what do the commissions then, how should we then really push to promote ourselves to create more content, or to create a sense that we have the facilities on the ground to produce? Because it's clear, like you said, even in the New Zealand environment, there were more local productions, right?
Suck up some of your crews. So we've got your top crews are available who might usually work on big international stuff. So that ups everybody's game on the domestic stuff. How is the role of the film commissions? Yeah, it depends if you're one that does funding or if you're just one that does facilitation and regional. So our national commission who funds, they put quite a bit of resource into funding projects and kickstarting. So is that me? I think we are. I think it's fast tracking. I think and boosting our domestic industry, and I expect that's going to happen all over the world. And what commission's role in that sense, in if say the smaller domestic ones who might not have gotten a piece of the pie for the big ones that might have stayed in the traditional production centers. Are getting more, and they're the crews that might not have gotten into the larger productions now are getting to work with the other ones. So we've kicked off quite a bit of workforce development and trying to enable, the next generation. What's still important, I think, is, we use the term the three-legged stool, which is incentives, crew, and infrastructure. And one of the things that we're finding out now is what the industry used to say they'd need and what they will accept now is different, because there's such a boom in production and a lack of soundstage space around the world. It's enabled some of the smaller regional areas that didn't have a studio, but they might have had a reasonable warehouse, but they probably weren't on the target or the hit list for the internationals. They're now becoming sort of pop-up studios. And the hope is that the domestic industry gets strong enough that when international production happens, it can carry on. And it was interesting when I was listening to the first panel before us, I could have slightly closed my eyes and changed the accent, and it would be exactly like panels I've been in New Zealand. And it's the same, pride of your place in your industry, and, but how do we get people to know about us? How do we get ourselves to the next level? So, I think it's very similar everywhere for film industries and commissions.
I mean, you also touch on training. AFCI is an organization that's heavy on training and making sure that the right skills within the commissions themselves exist. And what are those key skills? I mean, and why I'm bringing this up is because on the continent, I think we have Namibia Film Commission, KZN Film Commission, we have WESCO, we have NFF, we have Durban Film Office, we have Kenya Film Commission, we have the Nigerian Film and Propagation Board, I think it is. We have our own. So we have maybe about 10. We have Marrakesh. In Ethiopia, we have the Ministry of Arts and Culture. In Senegal and in Burkina Faso, we also have, we have the festivals environment, which probably helps. But and why I'm asking in terms of the key skills that are needed is how do we then start to empower the authorities to come together, be in trade, arts and culture, to be able to build a film commission. If someone says, I would love to build a film commission today, what should they have in place to be able to establish a film commission?
I was just on a phone call today with some people who want to start up a film commission. So this is hot off the press. First of all, I would like to say hello to all my brother and sister film commissioners that are here. That's awesome to know there's so many of you out here. And I know some of you, so hello. And for those I don't, keep up the good work. I think how we are approaching it with enabling new film commissions to start up. The first key is, is there really a demand? And if there's not a demand, can you create the demand? And you'll need political support is the first thing. The main thing you need is funding. And you cannot do it without funding unless you're going to do it as a charity. And that's not sustainable. So I think you have to work with, if it's a provincial or a local or a smaller government, you have to get with the government there and say, is this something you want? We think we can create we all know what the film industry can do. And it's convincing them that it's a good thing for them to do. New Zealand's regional film offices have grown by they've probably doubled in the past 5 years. And we used to just have the two large production centers. And I was down in the South Island. I was the locations place they would go to for, 3 locations. But now we're seeing smaller towns that didn't have a traditional industry in cities open film commissions, and we're really seeing the boom that's happening to their local industries that nobody really knew was there. So if you want to do that, you've got to connect and figure out who is there from that region, and then also who might move back if there was work. The Oklahoma Film Commission is doing some really interesting stuff here. And if you, they call it the expats, if you're an expatriate, so you're from Oklahoma, but you've gone to LA to make your fortune and stake your career, they're coming back now. And so, you know, if everybody, I think, would like to, well, the people love to shoot in their home and live back to their homes, but generally the industry won't support it. So yeah, it's funding, political support, and support from industry.
Wow. Okay. So essentially, what we are saying is that it's not a difficult task to be able to set up a film commission or film office. But I think you're right in terms of creating.
Hold on. It is. The funding part is difficult.
And where would we find those pockets of funding? Is it important that the country takes the funding from its tax coffers, or they take it from internal, or can there be international participation in that funding process?
Both. And, you know, I think it's you have to get the politicians on board. And we talked about this today, is how are you going to be structured? Are you going to be under an established economic development agency, and you kind of convince them, you say, look, if you got X amount of $100,000 in your budget, you could also have a film commission under you. And we find that economic development agencies love that because we're good for economic development. So I don't know the structure you've got, but it would be that sometimes there's a discussion of should it happen and be under tourism. I'm of the opinion that that's not the best place for the commission to sit, because tourism's drivers are to get bums on seats. You know, they want to get travelers to come to their place. And so they're not necessarily as concerned about the quality of the work and the jobs created. They just want their images put out. So, you know, a reality TV that comes in and doesn't hire any locals is a huge win for a tourism agency, because it promotes their brand. So my thought is stay away, or, you know, just you have to have really clear guidelines if you sit within tourism, what your remit is and what theirs are. But, you know, economic development agencies seem to be the natural fit. Sometimes local governments will just fund it directly, and people will set up either an incorporated society or a not-for-profit trust, and that's kind of the format. There's a variety of methods that you can use to set one up, but the key thing you need is funding. And when I first started, about probably 16 years ago, I met an experienced film commissioner who was my mentor, and he said, you know, your number one job is, and I said, what's that? And he said, become a line item on the budget. And I had all these altruistic ideas of what I was going to do. And he said, you can't do any of that if you're not around, and you're not going to be around if you don't have funding. So, you know, it feels like you've got such a vibrant industry and it's got a great reputation. My sense is that local governments who don't have it would want a piece of that pie.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, so in terms of creating the demand, Helen, we know earlier on, now I'm just kind of going into the content space, and from a content point of view and distribution point of view, right? The editorials of the visuals and what you see, all right? Does it make it any easier or any more difficult to sell an item of content to any territory if there's other limitations to what can be within that content from a visuals point of view? Like, for instance, we spoke about product placement earlier on, right? And so if we have a lot of, you know, beverages lying around, does it limit where it can be distributed? Or if we are consistently promoting only African items and content and things like that, does it limit what, you know, how it's distributed? If we have only one language in there, which is, what are the limitations in terms of for distribution, in terms of content? And why I'm asking this is to help the story creator to be able to make sure that they imagine visuals start to make sense to a distribution point of view, which makes then it easier for location scouts to be able to look for specific things. Are there limitations? If not, then we can say no. But what are the limitations that hinder a sales process?
Azania, it's really, there aren't really such limitations. It's all going to depend on the story which will demand a certain location, right? So if you're going to tell a story that's set in, I don't know, domestic violence environment or a, you know, something more hardcore from a genre point of view, locations can make it look more cinematic and make it more palatable for a viewer, particularly when it is a tough story. And equally, locations, I guess, in the sense where we have outdoor locations in South Africa, can make something that's a rom-com or a comedy more appealing because you can be at the ocean, or you can be in leafy suburbs, or you can be in sky rises. But I wouldn't really say that locations limit the ability to sell something. In fact, I think the opposite is probably more true. When you have exotic locations, which we do have in South Africa, it often creates an appeal for a viewer that doesn't live in a sunny environment, or doesn't get to see, let's say they live in the cold countries, they don't get to see beaches and blue skies and sunshine every day. It's not their world. So it helps more than it limits.
So you're actually now advocating that actually let us not be shy to stop the cheat process, like when we are servicing, when we can maybe start influencing the choices of locations when the mood board is, or the mood idea is kind of sent to us as locations scouts and managers. We should be willing and more open to saying, hey, you know what, let's not use it as a cheat location from, let's say, south of France, okay? Let us actually say that this is Franschhoek. Let us say it in the script, in the screenplay. Are you saying that we should start moving in that direction? Because obviously the spin-offs are easier. I mean, like Bronwyn said, we have a very specific light, traffic light poles. They're yellow. Okay? Nowhere else in the world are they yellow, and they're designed in that way. You're simply advocating for that?
Well, I guess you should probably classify into two groups, because again, if I talk about local content first and foremostly, you have a story that's set in our environment anyway. So when it travels to the rest of the world, you're going to get to see our environment. In that regard, it's a bonus, like I said before. If you have something that's supposed to be set in the south of France, if the story can still work if it's set in Cape Town or Mossel Bay or whatever it may be, there's no reason for it not to be called that. That is, maybe people will start understanding that over time, it's possible, if we do these types of things, people will start understanding that Africa actually, is 54 countries. It's not one. And South Africa is just one of those. You have various different coastlines, environments, beaches, urban, we have all of that here. There's no reason to say, unless the characters demand it, right? To say you're in the south of France if you're actually in Cape Town. I would advocate for that, yes.
Okay, so I think then the message is very clear to story developers and to screenwriters that we no longer have to be shy about where we are, and also encourage a physical production process within that space. I think just as a wrap up, because we're going to wrap up now, we've got another 4 or so minutes to go. Kevin, what is the, when you have your symposium in the next couple of weeks, right? How do you want the local film commissions from this continent to land and say we are here? What do you want to hear from us? What is it you want us to say when we participate in a symposium? Because symposium.
What we want to know is what.
No, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying that in terms of symposium, it's just one event, right? And it's a major global event for film commissions. So that's just one, but it's obviously got a consistent communication. But for that, let's say, what do you want us to say? What do we want you to say when you attend? Well, if we were to participate, what should Africa say about
what is happening on the ground in order for people to sit up and pay attention from the from the facilitation
okay.
agencies?
Well, Cinemposium is a very inward-looking event, so you're only talking to other film commissioners. So you have to repitch what you're saying. So it's not the other event we have in LA is where you would go. I think is where this question should be. Is if you're in LA and you want to get a buzz about your country, what do you say? Is that the question?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. I think one of the first things people are going to want to know about are what are your travel restrictions, what's your COVID situation, and how stable is that? And I think that's the first thing people are looking at right now. Incentives, crew, and infrastructure. That's what they're going to ask about. Locations are very important, but they can cheat and they will cheat wherever. So, you have some unique looks that probably can't be done anywhere else. So you're good with those. But as far as you're competing with the rest of the world, it's really, what's your incentive? Do you have crew available if they come there, and is there soundstage space or studio space available? And then really, can we get in and out? And if we get in, can we get out? It's really, COVID's really driving the decisions.
Wow, COVID is driving decisions, and I hope that's not going to take too long. I mean, yes, safety is very, very important, but I mean, this is going to be with us for a very long time in terms, I think, just the surge upsurge of hygiene, really, I think is the biggest thing. It's not necessarily just about, the odd cough here, and then everyone looks and says, oh gosh, are you coughing? But it really is just about... Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. And specific to COVID, what they want to know is what's your vaccination rate? Will all the crew be vaccinated? What's your testing capability? Because a lot of the big, serious, the big companies will retire. They kind of are now, creating little bubbles within the crews, but they might require testing. I don't know, very often. I don't know how often it is. But I know of some productions that went to countries and their parent company required this testing regime, but the countries didn't have the testing in place to service it. So that created big issues. I think those are all kind of working themselves out as people settle in and we get to grips with it. But that was one of the big ones was some productions got in trouble because they needed to test. They couldn't, so they had to shut their production down solely from a lack of testing.
Well, I mean, I know that some of the crews on this side as well, as much as we don't necessarily force, we do encourage vaccinations. And it's a massive drive. We know that there are some film sets that want simply the international. We've just said, this is our little space, and so you're not allowed to come in without being vaccinated. And I'm picking up from what you're saying that more and more productions are saying that, and they are, I guess, in inverted commas, imposing that. How are you reacting as AFC? Have you got a reaction policy to say, okay, whoa, production companies don't force, or are you saying, actually, guys, allow them to enforce these things?
We have no control over that. They're the customer, and they're going to choose to go where they go, and we try to connect them with our members and try to be the the connector. But it's the studios are making those calls.
Okay, so I mean, there was Netflix. I mean, I think they have from the US side of things, they have a blanket policy in terms of vaccinations as well. There's some productions here on the ground that have got a blanket policy in terms of vaccinations, and the vaccination really just helps us to work in going forward. From your perspective, Helen, also as we kind of round up. How would you want to encourage to obviously help your process in terms of sales and distributions to make sure there is more content available for us to produce? What do you need from the physical production space? What do you need from producers to make your job a lot easier?
So, quite frankly, at the moment, what we need is quite straightforward. Is we don't have enough content. The volume really needs to pick up. If we can just start with some volume, that would tick the first box. You know, if you had to get into the practicalities, you know, it would be the usual things: a good story, good production value, the ability to meet timelines, meet all the technical specifications. But we have that in South Africa. We do have infrastructure, we do have crew, we do have talent beyond, you know, in front and behind the camera. What we don't have is enough of it. We just have too little. You know, for this industry to move forward and for us to get these stories out to the world, we need to escalate from 10 or 20 titles in a year to 50 or 60. In fact, during COVID, the countries that, especially in the cinema environment, that did the best business were the countries that had local content industries that were well evolved, and they were not, you know, they could continue releasing their local films without having to adapt with the worldwide dating process that the studios do with their content. So that's what we need. We need a lot more of it at the levels that we are and better, but we need a lot more of it. We need volume.
We need volumes, and we just need to be brave and just, you know, high production value, definitely. I mean, that obviously helps your processes to sell quality content to various territories around the world, but also maybe just those micro budget environments as well, to be able to just, you know, get the production going, because the more productions you do, the better you become, the more skilled we are, and the more content, like you said, is out there for sale. I'm just going to say thank you very much to my two panelists today, Helen Kuhn. I think it's encouraging that there is more African content out there for the rest of the world to consume. I mean, we've had huge successes. We had, you know, products like Blood and Water, which was a huge success globally. We've had a lot more stuff coming out, and it's also because, like you said, Kevin, it's a lot of inward. And so when we're looking inward, we're able to see what we're great with and what we can build. And I think this dovetails into our next segment, which is going to be discussing content, and really content is king, and how this content industry has grown. And how we plan for our scripts and locations. But we're not going to go to that right now. We're going to take a break. And like I said earlier on, please, if we are going to take a break, please can you take a break? But you must also come back, everyone that's streaming across the world. But please also comment. We are on Facebook. We are streaming live on Facebook. We are on Locations Africa. We are also streaming on YouTube as well. So there's a lot of spaces for you to share. Please just share with everybody this was going on Twitter as well. We're at Locations Afrique, LOC. ATIONS, Afrique with a 0, not Locations Africa, but we're Locations Afrique O. And then Kevin, thank you so much for being one of our advisors on Locations Africa. I mean, we are going to tap into you a lot more, and we wish you well in the symposium for the coming 2 weeks. And we really hope that we can be part of, you know, the world can congregate again for the exhibition at AFCI, because I mean, I know I missed that particular event. And Helen, thank you so much for being part of us as well. We will definitely call upon you as the year goes. It's definitely for Conference 2022. But everyone else, we're going to take a break right now, but I think we're not going to take a break without really just thanking our partners in this process. We have South African Tourism, we have KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission, we also have Westgro, and we had the Gauteng Film Commission as well, who have been our key supporters in this process for many, many, many years as we've been trying to build the product, and also our industry partners as well, which is NUF, which is the Nature, Environmental and Wildlife Filmmakers, and also the Durban Film Art Institute. But we're coming back, we're back at around 11 o'clock, and we'll have our speakers, who are our moderators, Thandeka Zwana, and she is a film specialist. She also works with distribution. She works actually very closely with Helen. We also have Sean Drummond, who's a screenwriter, Sabelo Mgiti, who's also a screenwriter, and from here in South Africa, and all the way from Nigeria. We also have Femi Adesowe, who's coming in to discuss content and really how we plan locations into it. Because sometimes, I mean, some location scouts think, why did they choose this location? Why do they want us to be on the top of a mountain peak? We can't get there, but there's a reason for that. So that's how we're going to start unpacking that reason for content, in order for us as location scouts and managers to keep working. Thank you so much, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock Central African time, wherever you are in the world. Thank you.
The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your stage.
I always think that location shoots are great because it kind of centers actors and it gives you a deeper and a three-dimensional feeling and the smell of the earth and the feeling of the kind of air that you get in KwaZulu-Natal that is so unique and humid. So I think it really, in a way, just gives other layers for us as actors and performers. So it's great to be here, yeah.
KZN in itself, I think, offers an incredible backdrop for the show. It's beautiful, number one. I think most people from Durban would agree. It's beautiful, it's lush, it's green, it's super humid, but it also has this underbelly of you don't really know what's going on. So I think it's like the third character in the show.
Because the story is set on a banana farm, and that's exactly what we have here. And it just adds on to the texture, you know, and those little details that you would want in a story, in a setting, and this is just perfect for that.
It's been wonderful shooting in KZN. I don't think it's been a very, popular location really for film up to now. It's beautiful, it's lush, it's green, it's stunning, these vast vistas of extraordinary fields. Beautiful weather. You know, I'm British, so I love the sun, so I can't have too much of it.
Wow, I'm from KZN. I haven't been here for 11 years. The only time that I come to KZN is when I'm shooting. So this is my third time back in the space of 4 years, and seeing the sugarcane in the field and where I grew up. I grew up in Showe, but the landscape is like similar to this, and it's amazing. Yeah, just the fresh air and like taking it in. And what's nice about this is like, with film, mostly with like South African films, they never really shoot like outside. It's always like interior, and so you get to take in the environment and use it it makes my job easier. Yeah.
Looking at the setup, there's a lot of places like this in KZN, and it's got that very farm type look with plantations and all of that, and that's so KZN. So it's recognizable, it's familiar, it looks like home actually.
I've enjoyed shooting in KZ, and in fact I'm still enjoying shooting in KZ, and because of the vegetation, mountains and hills, and the ambience is totally different than where I come from in Johannesburg. So it's a good feeling. The ambience, the air is not polluted. Most of the stories that we shoot you can tell them they're polluted when you watch them on TV. So this is the best story to watch because of the vegetation. It's enhanced by the blue sky, the ambience and everything. So it's gonna be a lovely story when we watch it on TV.
Gosh, you should try the bananas. I think they're the best tasting bananas. I had so many the other day. It was just a weird time that we've had here, and lots of fun times.
The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your stage. The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your
Okay. So now, oh, let me take off my mask. So being hybrid, during our break, we were able to have various conversations about what we've just spoken about. And I think the biggest thing that came out of those conversations as we were having teas and coffees here in Johannesburg was really about the excitement that there's encouragement in terms of facilitation and partnerships around the continent. And so I hope that you took out of those two opening conversations the fact that, first of all, we are open for business as a continent, and second of all, we really want to work with you to make your experience here on the continent a lot better, a lot easier. And I was very, very excited when Helen was speaking about, there's been an upsurge in a lot of our own content, and we're no longer, kind of weary to say our content should kind of fit into a mold. And the same thing with what Kevin said is that, within the New Zealand space as well, they've also started to do a lot more inbound reflection and inbound productions that start to really speak about who they are. And I think if you go through the streaming platforms, you start to see a lot more content that is locally driven within different territories and regions, right? So you do have the Korean space of content. You do have a lot more Canadian space of content. You have a lot more Australian and New Zealand space, and you have a lot more African contents available on streaming platforms. And they weren't able to, before we had a lot of theatrical, so there was only so much space in theatrical space to do that. The online YouTube has blown up as well, space like that, and also the short form content as well. We have like TikTok. 30 seconds, 3 minutes, 1 minute, even in that space, when you are doing your little TikTok, I know my daughter loves TikTok, how do we then understand what your actual environment, when you are TikToking away and doing your little dance moves as they do, but what is your environment looking like, and what does it portray, and how does it enhance your particular message in even that 30 seconds of that little TikTok that you're doing? But also, how do we then start to build an idea of locations and really start being strategic on where you are placing your story as a screenwriter? So I'm going to bring onto our screen stage 4 very, very, very key people in this conversation, and we're going to be streaming for them. Our moderator for today is Thandeka Zwana, who's a film specialist. She's been a line producer, she's been a producer, she has been works in production and development, and now she works in distribution. I mean, Thandeka knows this value chain in and out. She's worked on set. She has been in the trenches. So she's able to really understand why. And probably has been one of those people who's asked the question, why did the writer choose this location? Why did they choose this time of day? Why did they choose this weather moment in order to make the story? Then we also have Sean Drummond, who is a seasoned screenwriter, who has in his environment. I mean, I would love to know, in terms of Five Fingers for Marseille, why did you choose that kind of location? What was that about? What was that choice factor? And also, I would also like to speak to Sabelo as well. Thandeka, I hope you're going to bring this out. Sabelo, what are your choices, and how do you make sure that you pull out the right kind of location for the characters? And then Kemi, all the way from Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. What are the mutations in West Africa? I mean, there's a lot of what a lot more kind of fast-moving content that comes out of Nigeria versus what happens in the southern region of the continent. What drives that? I think that's what we would also like to understand. But Thandeka, I'm going to hand over to you, and I'm going to stop talking now. So Thandeka, the floor is yours. Please, everyone enjoy. Content is king.
Thanks, Azania. I think you are far too kind. I'm not sure I'll be able to live up to that introduction you gave me. But yeah, thanks, and welcome to everybody who's listening in on this. As I said, I have 3 very esteemed panelists with me. Kemi from Nigeria, based in Lagos, Nigeria. She's a prolific screenplay writer, content developer, and a writer of short films, TV scripted series, and feature films. Sean Drummond, based in Cape Town, screenwriter, producer, and occasional director in his own words. His debut feature was Five Fingers for Marseille, which premiered at Toronto Film Festival. We also have Sabelo Mgidi, who is a screenwriter and an author of 3 novels, who decided after releasing his first novel in 2013 that he was actually going to try screenwriting. And I think he's doing a great job of that. So just to open this conversation, I've been told that our topic today is content is king, how the content industry has grown across the continent, how you as writers plan for your locations. I think that's a passive aggressive hint that you need to start planning locations and not just writing off the cuff, and what motivates you when you are choosing your locations. So I'd just like each of you, I'd start with the lady, of course, just to give a brief kind of remark in terms of what the panel is about, how you feel about the growth of content in your region or in regions that you've worked in, and where you see content going in the near future. Sorry, you're on mute, Kemi.
Sorry about that. I was thanking Thandeka and every other member of the panel. It's an honor to be here. There's been an explosion in content in Nigeria. It actually started all the way back from the 80s with the evolution of the camcorder. But our stories were more theatrical based. And so we used a sort of glorified stage, which ended up being interiors, basically. So most Nigerian movies of that time, I'm talking 80s, 90s, were basically telenovelas that happened in living rooms and bedrooms. And that was as far as location can go because we were limited by the technology. But now that has changed because what happened with that evolution was that it was just discovered that there was lack of content, and Africans and Nigerians were hungry to see themselves on screen, to see their stories told. So that has developed over time. And as the technology developed, we kind of started getting out of the living rooms. And these living rooms were actually not studios because these were actually living rooms. And when it comes to choosing a location, especially in my career, the first thing I think about is the character. And the second is, what world is this happening in? Is it a village? Is it a city? And the location does play a huge part of adding authenticity to your story as part of the world building and opening the world or the viewers to the world of that character. And as I said, driving the authenticity of the story as well. Right now in Nigeria, we've moved out of the living rooms, though, where we have more training, more experience, and more people are, going out on exterior locations, learning the cinematic language, and, just opening up the world to our stories via locations. Hope that answers your question so far.
Yeah, that's great. We're going to touch on some more of the things that you've raised as we go along. Sean, do you have anything about how content has grown for you from when you started making your short films to where you are now and where you see yourself going in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the industry is almost a completely different place. First, hi, Thandeka and everybody. Thanks for having me. 15 years ago when I started, I think there wasn't, the opportunities to produce and distribute work as widely as we have now didn't exist. The streaming revolution definitely didn't exist. The digital revolution actually didn't exist. I was on the tail end of begging for short ends from production companies and gear houses shooting on film. And then really just trying to cobble together opportunities to show people our work pre the days of Vimeo and YouTube and definitely before the Netflixes, Showmaxes and that sort of thing. So I think, it's so exciting for me to have seen the evolution to a place where, I want to say young filmmakers, because I think, the lifeblood of the industry are the young filmmakers who have the opportunity to come and create work, get it seen, get audience feedback in real time. And that's not limited to urban centers, that's sort of all over. Even thinking about sort of a bit of a jump, but thinking about Five Fingers, Lady Grey, the time where we shot that, has had a short film competition running for school kids probably for, I want to say, almost 10 years. And that was born out of the ability to take in, cheap digital, easy to use equipment that was easy to get your head around, to be able to shoot short films right there in the streets of these kids' hometown. So, and that's also translated into storytelling, because obviously now we have a much wider capability of going to new places, going to previously inaccessible locations. Even if you think about the landscapes we have and how the drone revolutions enabled us, if you want to get beautiful, if you want production value that comes from, sweeping overheads, you don't need to go and get a helicopter and a retired military pilot and, whack a giant camera on it. We have drones that are capable of such amazing things. So a bit of a wide-ranging answer, but I think most of all, I agree with Kemi in that for me, location is as essential as character. It is the character almost. It's the canvas on which your story plays out. And I think it brings authenticity, detail, texture, lifeblood to a story. So for me, I guess maybe we'll talk a bit about Five Fingers in that process, but for me, location is one of the first, research and location, one of the first things I think about when it comes to story. And I, as a writer and producer, love getting out into locations and actually kind of turning over unturned stones and trying to find maybe things we haven't seen on film, places that deserve to be on film, or even people, because I think a lot of the time shooting in real locations, people and cultures come with that. So all of those things, I think, enrich the storytelling potential of projects.
Cool. Thanks for that, Sean. And Sabelo, I think you're going to be able to give us a really cool kind of perspective, coming from both being a novelist and a screenwriter. Can you just talk to us about content and what growth means to you?
All right, cool. Thank you, Tandeka, and hello to everybody. Thank you for having me. In terms of, screenwriting and being an author, I've had experiences in terms of locations, in terms of what the differences are, but when we talk about storytelling in general, there are no real differences, whether you're writing a chapter and there's a scene, and you writing a screenplay and there's a scene, things are pretty much the same, well, at least for me. And but storytelling from South African perspective or African perspective, I think, when I look back, I'm rather new to the industry right now, and maybe don't have as much experiences as Sean and everybody else. We'll call ourselves the next generation or whatever. But when I look back to things that I used to watch in the early 90s leading up to now, how things have changed. Things have changed dramatically in terms of what we were able to do as filmmakers and as TV makers and as storytellers from the early 90s till now. I think there's a huge difference between what has happened in terms of being able to shoot from location and being able to project what stories we want to tell. So the freedoms that we have now, if I look at, I'll make an example, for instance, your soapies and your generation. South Africa has been at a place in the industry where we were only able to shoot inside studios, inside living rooms, as it Kemi was saying. And that's all we knew. And it was only recently, maybe in the past 5-10 10, 20 years or so, where we were able to actually go outside and we started to see filmmakers actually experimenting with locations and experimenting with, okay, we can actually do things like go out in the street and we can actually blow things up. We can actually go into mountaintops. We can actually do certain things. And we were never able to do that in the past. So the industry has changed, filmmaking has changed. But now that it has changed, I'm also starting to see a sort of, we're almost getting comfortable in the way we tell our stories, I feel. I still believe that we still have more to do in terms of reaching our potential, in terms of expanding how we tell stories. We're outside now, of course, yes, and it's great, but are we really tapping into going to different locations? Are we really touching on what we have as a continent and as Africa? I believe that, most of the continents in the world, whether it's the US, whether it's Europe, whether it's Asia, they have tapped into what they have. But Africa has literally is untapped. I mean, we do have a few movies, and these are Hollywood blockbusters, by the way. These are not films that we created locally, and these are not stories that we've filmed locally. But there's so much untapped locations, untapped stories in Africa that we're still not going into. And I feel like we are almost circulating a way of working. So whether it's the telenovela, whether it's a certain format of doing things, we haven't really had the confidence to say, guys, let's go and shoot a movie at the pyramids of Giza. Let's go and shoot a movie in Nigeria. And recently, I've been contacted by another filmmaker and producer by the name Elvis Chuck. I don't know if she's if she knows who Elvis Chuck is, a producer from Nigeria who approached me recently and said, listen, man, we haven't really collaborated as filmmakers in Africa. We haven't really, South Africa. I mean, I can make a film here and collaborate with somebody from this country, but we haven't really mixed and matched and gone outside and said, listen, guys, what are you guys doing in Nigeria? Let's do something there. Let's do something Nigeria/South Africa. Let's do something South Africa, Ivory Coast. Let's do something South Africa, Egypt. And I think that's also where, we need to begin. And once we do that, once we have that kind of freedom to really expand our imagination and not be afraid of working on our ideas and expressing our ideas to the fullest on a global platform, then that's when we will really make a change. And that's basically what I have to say about locations. And locations are limitless. If you think about it, everything starts with the idea. Everything starts with writing process. And most of the time we're told, don't go too big. Think about the budget. But what I've done in my career is that I never really thought about budget. I never really thought about what limits me or what the limitations are. I just put down what I really thought would work and what would work with the character, what would work with the story. And I went with that. And regardless of what the limitations were, things were done. So, yeah.
Cool. Thanks a lot for that, Sabelo. And kind of like moving on from what you've been talking about, I'm going to ask Kemi in particular. You mentioned the whole content explosion in Nigeria, how you've moved from interiors to exteriors, and I'm desperately trying to stick to the script here and not go off topic. What has that meant for the Nigerian film industry in terms of broadening your spectrum, being able to go outside, being able to show the rest of the world a lot more of Nigeria than just a living room. And as a second part to that, how does funding impact your choices of locations and your access to all these locations that we need to be seeing?
In the beginning of my career, just like how Sabelo was saying, there was always someone whispering, "Your air don't go too big. We can't film this location. Move it inside." But with the growth, the digital revolution and explosion of demand for content, it grew a new crop of writers, directors, producers who wanted to go out of the living room, who wanted to show more of Africa, to show more locations. And basically also inspired by, we see the world of the West, we see their lands, we see their mountains. It's like, what about us? We've got hills, we've got locations, we've got ancient sites, we've got UNESCO sites. Why don't we go out there and shoot it? So that hunger developed, and with the, parallel to technology as well, made it even more possible. As in terms of budget, that will always be an issue. I personally, as a writer, because I've worked closely with producers, so I kind of try to find a balance. But basically, I just go for my gut. I say, okay, this is shootable. Just write it. It's like, write it and it will happen. So so that's my approach. Especially when it's essential to the story. And as writers, there are times you get to defend your work. Why is it that it must be in this location? And you have to explain yourself, because this is right for the character. Why night instead of day? Because it's cheaper to shoot in the day. Well, this period is the dark night of the soul for my character. It needs to be dark. Everything needs to be dark. So we'll continue to have those conversations as long as productions exist and storytellers exist and producers exist, because producers are always conscious of the bottom line and the budget and everything. And I've learned that as a writer as well, you can't live in isolation. You know that budget, realistically, there is a budget. You can't really go aboard. But luckily, technology has been of help. And so just write it and it will happen. That's at least that's my approach. Write the world, write the character, expose the world. People want to know what Africa is like, what Nigeria was this, what are the cities like, what are the streets like, and those things you can't put it in, you can't express it in a studio-based environment. No, it has to be out there. And people connect with that, because films are sometimes just windows to worlds, and people want to see those worlds, breathe those worlds. And it also adds a beauty to the story, the cinematic language, the cinematic sets and everything.
I really like what you're saying there, because we tend to get a very narrow view of what a particular place is. People think Nigeria, they think Lagos, they think chaos, they think the markets and the streets, and yet it's such a huge country with such diverse topography that we hardly ever get to see. And I think this is where platforms like Locations Africa are really important in terms of us being able, I say us as a writer, even though I haven't written anything in my life, but us as creatives and people like the tourism and the hotel industries, we all need to start collaborating so that we can actually expand our vision without having too much impact on that problematic budget that we all have to think about. So now I'm going to go to Sean. Sean, you had this amazing film, Five Fingers for Marseille, which I absolutely loved. And I just want to speak a bit about which came first, the horse or the cart. Did you see the location first? Did you write the story first? Which came first? And we've all spoken about how important location is in terms of building a world, and because your character is somebody who is either in conflict with that particular world or working with the world, and a world defines a character. How did that play out for you with Five Fingers?
Yeah, I want to say it was a little bit of sort of everything at the same time, in that we had the bones of the story we wanted to tell, about kids becoming adults, dealing with kind of legacies of violence in their past, and something that explored the idea of how the violence inflicted on a person changes a person until they become part of that cycle of violence again. And a lot of the layers that are in the story, and some political analogy, and obviously looking at so many very South African things, legacy of apartheid. We, at the time, police corruption as well, and for those of you who've seen the movie, there's obviously an element of corrupt police, but again, in a very human kind of way, where it's rooted in a character who's literally been, turned into the very thing he was fighting against. And so we knew we wanted to explore those things in the story. There was a time, and we knew we wanted to do a Western as well, because I'm a big genre guy. I think, anybody who knows me will know that. And the themes of the genre to do with, again, like legacies of land, forces of time, and then people at war with themselves and with each other. Those themes that are those sort of pillars of the Western that are in Five Fingers was something we really wanted to explore in a South African context. So we actually, for a time, very early, thought about doing it in a city. Finding a city to do it, Cape Town or Joburg, and finding a place, but we didn't. We actually felt like that would make it almost too generic of a crime drama, and it wouldn't have that sweeping Westernness that we wanted. And the gestation of the project was long. So this is going back maybe 2008, 2009, and we had another project sort of fall apart. And so Michael Matthews, the director, and I just went on a road trip with some friends, and almost accidentally found ourselves in the Free State, Eastern Cape, and around the border of Lesotho. And were kind of blown away by what we saw there in terms of landscapes and towns, and we went back maybe 6 months later on a dedicated research trip, and did about, I can't remember the exact figure, but it was about 10,000 Ks, I think, visiting small towns around, trying to find a place that kind of captured the themes we're looking for. Also somewhere with a legacy of, conflict over land. One big factor was all these towns had European names, like a Marseille and a Barcelona and a Paris, Paris and Berlin and Hamburg and the idea that this conflicted space, European settlers had come and planted a flag and said, this will be our homage to Marseille, was also such a really interesting thematic thing to explore in the context of South Africa and land and the legacy of colonialism and apartheid. And so we went and visited tons of towns, trying to find the right place that would capture what we were looking for. And we accidentally found Lady Grey, which the ironic thing is Lady Grey is probably 50 Ks off our original road trip route, but we didn't find it on our original route. And the reason we found it on our scouting trip was because we had tire trouble, which meant we made a pit stop, stayed with friends, family friends. When we sort of like soft pitched what the story was about, they said, oh, you should go look at Lady Grey. We banked it in the back of our brains. We drove on happily until we happened to come across a sign that said Lady Grey, 20 Ks that way. And we were like, well, we can't not go and look. And we did, and it was amazing. From the minute we drove up the road into the city, and it's one of the first shots of the film, looking in at a very old township up in a hill that over time has been left to rot. The brand new RDP, the houses that were expanding, an old town set against the mountains. It sort of encapsulated visually everything we were looking for, but also thematically everything we were looking for. And so we ended up staying there for a month the first time we went, and meeting people, like unearthing every inch of the town, meeting people across the whole spectrum of people in the town, spending time in various like taverns, streets, but then going up into the mountains and finding, again, trying to overturn those stones and find every possible like drop of cinematic value that we could find in the place that would also serve the story. And that ended up becoming the abandoned train tunnel, or the plane on the mountain where we built the cabin. Old train stations. There were a lot of story elements I think we cut out for budget reasons. And so spending time there was a concerted effort to kind of soak up the influence of the place and make sure we were telling a story that was honoring the space, getting the most cinematic value out of it, and also, trying to be authentic. And by the time we shot 7 years later, after having gone back every year and sort of had, on one side, keeping track of what had changed in the town, literally what buildings had fallen down and what was still standing, or what new had been built, who was still there, who wasn't, convincing everybody, don't worry, we're still coming to shoot the film. It's just taking a little longer to raise the money than we thought it would. It was, so going back every year, I think was an effort to stay connected to the space. And then when it came to casting, we cast, apart from the 10, maybe 12 known actors who are in the film, we cast everybody else out of the town. And so I think that's another a facet of location maybe we aren't talking about, but street casting and casting with people, just to bring that world to life. And that includes like all the supporting characters, most of the like supporting cops, all the kids in the film come from the town. So that was a key part of how we wanted to both make use of and also honor the location, I think, and so by the time we shot, it was essentially a co-production with the town, because if you weren't in the film, you were probably working on the crew in some capacity, or you were like feeding people, or people were staying in your house, or there were only like a handful of bars and taverns in town, and they were always, full of so it really became a living part of the production as well as the project. And I really think it's not just Five Fingers. I think with almost everything I've ever done, I've gone to that length of location. Recently been working on a project set in Joburg that Thandeka, and even with that, being from Cape Town, but having spent a fair amount of time in Joburg, I would come up and spend weeks at a time just trying to unearth hidden aspects of the city that maybe hadn't been put on camera, or story thematic things, and then finding things like the old dynamite bunkers up in the like northwest part of the city, and all the way out to the old nuclear plant. But then also into like the hidden back alleys of the city, and also like the suburban park fair, that sadly may not make the final cut of the film. But all these things bring so much cinematic value to the story. And I'm actually leaving on the weekend to go and do another one of these for a TV show that we're in development on. So heading out into sort of KZN and into the mountains again, trying to find, that's actually the culmination of a almost 3-year search for the right place, which now we found. And now it's that step of going into that space for a few weeks to soak it up and try and get all the value out of it. So yeah, for me, it's just such an essential part of the storytelling, but also like a really fun part of the storytelling process for me is going like, let's get lost, see what we find, and then see how we can give that the most filmic story treatment possible.
Wow, that's kind of amazing, listening to all the processes that go through. I'll confess that in my past life as a line producer, I just used to scratch things out without even thinking about it. But I'm reformed now. I think a lot more.
Yeah.
I'm being told
actually sorry, I was just going to say on budget, one thought on budget was we actually, because the producer brain says budget's important too, we actually thought, God help us, that going into a town that existed and shooting with real people would be cheaper, just because everything existed and was built. And wow, we got a rude awakening. Anyway, fun story.
Sorry, Thandeka, I just wanted to ask Sean. So I just heard you saying now that you took about 3 years, right, to get certain locations and all of this stuff, this build up. Does it normally take you that long to actually build on the fact that, okay, we need this certain location and I'm going to stick to this location after 3 years of searching? Or is it a thing of, you know, when we find the right place, this is it? How do you go about that?
I think with this one, because there hasn't been an urgent clock ticking on it, it's more of a when we find the right place and being opportunist in. So if I know I've had to be in a certain part of the country, I'll usually take a few more days and drive around and scout and explore. I think now we're in funded development now, so we've unlocked some funding for it, and feeling like now the clock is ticking. So now we're getting serious about it, which is why going out there. But I think it's been a project we've been developing sort of on the side for a while, and then. I mean, the project's probably been in development for almost 4 or 5 years, but then we released Five Fingers in the middle of that and had a bunch of other stuff going on. And then the pandemic hit in the last sort of year and a half, right when we actually had some good momentum. The pandemic hit and kind of knocked us back to square one. So, it's a bit of both. I think if we were being a bit more like intentional and dedicated, we would have taken it more seriously at the time. But now I think it's also become a little bit real now that we found the place. And so it was a bit of an abstract concept. And again, like Five Fingers, we had the bones and the ideas of what needed to be in there in the mix. And now we found like the container to put the elements in so we can go there and sort of shake them up and see what comes out.
Yeah. Okay, you answered my question. Even though I have another question, but
I've got a question for you, Sabelo. You and Sean can have your own discussion. Sabelo, you actually mentioned in your intro that there's a need for us to sort of get out of our comfort zones and tell more expressive stories. And I just want you to touch on how genre speaks to location, location speaks to genre, and with us moving out of just the normal, what I call the single narrative that Sean questions me about, which is basically poverty and crime. And we're going into elements of science fiction, futuristic, we're going into creature features, we're going into, you've just done something that's a disaster film sort of thing. How does location speak to genre, and how does that allow us to move out of our comfort zones?
Yeah, I think location does speak to genre, but at the same time, I don't want to sit too much on the details of, how character and genre and location should really depict what a person does as a filmmaker or as a storyteller. I think the core thing here, my core message right here is for other writers that are listening to this or other storytellers, filmmakers, is that the belief, everything starts here. So the belief in yourself and the belief in being able to say, I am going to make a science fiction movie, an African science fiction movie. That belief is not there currently in a lot of filmmakers that are around. So we tend to almost, fall into the system where filmmakers are brought in as whatever it is, whether you're a writer, director, producer, whatever, and you're almost conforming to what the system has already. So now you're going into the industry and all you know is your telenovela. All you know is your drama, your crime, or your poverty story. And those are not the films that I grew up on. I grew up on films. My favorite decade films are from the 90s and a little bit 80s as well. I tend to, now because I've missed out on so much, I tend to go back to the 80s, to the 70s and pick out stuff that I'm like, wow, this stuff is great. And seeing all of this work that has been done, some of the stuff that I've watched in the 80s growing up, and this is for me personally, the feeling that I do get from these films as a youngster, the only reason why I'm actually doing film is to kind of project the same feeling that I got to people that are watching now, or other kids that will be watching now. So I believe that, it always starts with the belief of some of these guys, the 80s and the 90s filmmakers, created films and didn't know how they were going to achieve them. Your Spielbergs in the 70s with Jaws and whatever, you watch their documentaries, these guys struggled literally to actually create a film that was really believable with, and when we watch it now, we're like, okay, it's not really that believable for the time, but that's what it takes. That's what it takes for us as filmmakers, is to dare, is to dream. And I have so many ideas that are still in the works, but there are so many sort of obstacles in terms of, other people, producers, where funding is involved, etc. But that's not going to stop me at all. So once we change our mindset, we don't all have to finish film school and come in and work for our broadcasters or work for a telenovela or a series. That doesn't have to happen. I mean, look what Five Fingers did. Five Fingers was amazing. It was amazing. It was different. It was different as hell. And once we start thinking like that and we start encouraging that, then the difference, there'll be a shift in the industry. And once we start really owning that, guys, we're from Africa, right? When I look at the industry now, globally, everything is actually pointing right to this place. Everything is pointing to Africa. Your biggest superhero movies, your biggest in music even, and other industries, other genres of the industry are pointing to Africa. And we just need to really wake up and say, guys, listen, this is our time right now, and take the initiative and take risks and not be afraid of taking risks. So for me, locations are amazing and storytelling is amazing. But if we do not believe that we can accomplish something bigger than what is right now, then we can't do anything. But once we do that, we can do anything.
Cool. Yeah, it looks like we're running out of time. I think Azza's going to need to give us an extra hour at some point because there's a lot to talk about. Kemi, I just wanted to find out, can you give us some sort of closing thoughts about what locations can do for your industry, not only in Nigeria, but across the continent in terms of collaborating, because we can't just work in silos anymore. We need to start having, we know Africa is not a country, but we need to make sure that we are more united in our storytelling and share, collaborate, and your thoughts on how we can actually go about this and what you would like to do in terms of that.
Well, listening to everyone, Sabelo, Sean, is totally inspiring, because still in my industry, there's still that struggle, location versus either studio-based, interiors and everything. And obviously it's a budget issue. But as Sabelo said, collaboration is key, and to collaborate with other Africans and other filmmakers and see what can be achieved. Because there's no lack of exotic locations in Nigeria. And hearing Sean discover, this jewel of a location, it just makes me feel like just going out there and like just walking and where can I put this story? Because we limit ourselves a bit too much, and is to push against that. And I think once one person starts doing it, and it inspires others to also follow. And I think that's just what Sabelo says, you just have to do it. You don't have to wait for 5 years in film school, do this. Technology has, and information, digital technology, we can come up with any more excuses, really. If you really want to do it, just go ahead and do so. And of course, always based on the story. But even here in all these locations can also inspire story. And yeah, I think that's just how I like to wrap it up, that people should just go out there, not be afraid to go out and see what's out there. The world wants to know what Africa is. I mean, they've seen one view. What are the other views there? You know, let's not limit it. Let's open up the world. Let's open up Africa to the world. That's what I'd just like to say.
Thank you so much. And we have run out of time. I'd just like to thank all the panelists for taking part in this, for sharing your thoughts and your ideas and your processes. I wish I had about 10 more questions to ask, but I can't. And I think the takeaway from this is be brave, be fearless, explore your countries, and do not limit yourselves. And I'd like to say thanks to Azania and the Locations Africa team for giving us this opportunity. I hope everybody enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You dream big and you want a lot of different elements in your film, and you don't want that much CGI, and you want your story to flow as exactly as you imagined it to be, and you don't want a producer to say, no, we can't because there's no budget. So don't be scared as a content developer, an ideation person, a screenwriter, a scriptwriter, to dream big about your locations, because it is important that we start to really imagine. And the conversation for me was a very different one from ones that we tend to hear about sometimes in different platforms, whereby we really just start talking about a story, but now really interrogating the process of how and why you choose that particular location. So I hope you took as much out of that as possible. So now we're going to take a very short break. We're just going to now load into our next conversation. Our next conversation is one that speaks about the economic drivers when it comes to filming on location and what those impacts are. We touched on it very, very lightly in the opening discussion when we had the film commission, we had tourism, we had the production industry with us to discuss that. But now we're going to go deeper into that, and we're going to have in the conversation of the production company, we're also going to be speaking to Mainzega Baza as well, and Andile Kumbala, and hopefully we'll have online the DTI. So let us take a break. And like I said, when we take a break, please just take a break with yourselves, but we'll still have some content online which you can also view. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. the music there. So now we're going to go straight into the economics of filmmaking on the continent. And I'm going to bring up onto stage a brother, colleague, friend of mine, Mainzega Baza. Baza has just like Thandeka, has really cut his teeth in this space and has, found a rhythm and a groove within the space of distribution. And so he's part of the AAA Entertainment Group that focuses on distribution of African content around the world. And so Mainzega, please come and join me here on stage. And then we're going to re-welcome Jackie Motsepe, who's the COO of KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. And again, really it's just delve deeper into the economic issues. And then on screen, anyone, the two chairs, we have on with us myself. Hey, hi. We have Andile Khumalo, who is the CEO of Khumalo Company, and he's also from Quizzical Pictures. So he's a partner at Quizzical Pictures. And then we also have Susan Manhule from the DTI. She's the acting DDG at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition here in South Africa. And so now we're really going to have a conversation on African incentives. And the conversation this time is going to be slightly different because I'm going to be bantering here with Mainzega, who is my co-host for this conversation. And so we'll have a slightly different viewpoint in terms of the conversations. We'll also ask questions from the floor, if there are questions ready from the floor as well. So let's just get right into it. In terms of the economic growth landscapes, right, we're going to be discussing what are the wins, what addressing imbalances and celebrating the wins, right, of this in this conversation. It's Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, through their foreign film and TV incentive and post-production incentive programs and co-production incentive programs, post-production and black incentive program as well, attracts foreign investment, and they utilize South African filming locations, crews and services. And really, since the introduction of the incentive program, and I think, Jackie, you're quite instrumental in that process of introducing those programs back in 2004 when we were kind of shopping around the idea to the internationals. It really was to attract large budget productions from, I guess some people call it head off, which is a Hollywood, but also the European film treaty partners and those who spend in the spend in terms of rebates and, the basis of the qualifying, the QSAP, which is a qualifying spend here in South Africa. In terms of that, the DTI's direct foreign investment figures on the foreign investment are growing, and they will be public. They are made public on the DTI website. But I think I'm gonna not necessarily spoke too much about it. But I would love, as Mainzega, let's have a conversation. Then we're gonna ask. We're gonna throw the questions out to our panelists, right? When you speak about or you think about making economic sense, what do you think about that? Because yes, we have incentives, and they are useful. But at what point should they start making a true impact, and where should it start making true impact? Yes, we have it in terms of hospitality and a lot more crew, but down the line in terms of redress and making sure that the incentive program starts to speak to growth and development, a lot more people participating in the value chain, what would you want to ask our panelists, really?
Yeah, thanks, Azania. Again, just maybe as a quick background, even for some panelists to know who I am, what I do. Because, to your question about economic sense of things, so I run a sales, distribution, production, and financing company. So my business is purely about making money, right? And so I think when you talk about incentives and how maybe government decided to introduce incentives was in different forms, right? One is to make sure it sort of stimulate job creation and make sure that it alleviate poverty. I guess that's the basis of all incentives. By, with the DTIC, when you attract foreign direct investment, the whole issue is about making sure that jobs are being created and people are being able to make a living and eat. So I think, for me, the question is, I guess everyone understands the basis of incentive. And that a lot of our incentives, of course, is about attracting foreign direct investment, But what the pandemic has sort of showed us that, which all countries are doing now, is sort of focus on the local creation of content, also sort of stimulating what's called local economy. So I think maybe from the panelists or from the panelists' perspective, what do they think of that? How do we then sort of look at the incentives, refocus them to sort of stimulate local production and local support of entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, I'm going to probably come to you first, right? Because, I mean, back in 2002, 2003, 2004, what was the driving force behind creating an incentive program, right? And how does it, and were you thinking about the facilities and the location? Were you just like, oh, we've got a great piece of land here, I really would love to talk about it, but what was the driving force? Was it really about just having a rebate? What was the driving force behind that?
So it's really thinking back, and in actual fact, when the DTI developed and created the incentive initially, it was to attract foreign production. So we were participating quite actively, and this is, when I say we, I'm talking about the National Film and Video Foundation. We were participating quite actively at the AFCI Locations Expo. That was the platform where you actually attract Hollywood. We had a very visible presence, I must say, as South Africa. And we were really saying that, we were very new, obviously, but we were really saying that our destination is open and ready. So the first incentive that was actually launched, and we managed through that to make links with the Motion Picture Association of America, as it was called then. We then, got an audience with them to launch the incentive program with the DTI at the time, and really all the heads of the studios were in that meeting, and it was an incentive to attract the Hollywood studios. That was the very first incentive that was launched, and obviously it's still there. It's very successful. It's doing well. We had with us on the delegation, the Gauteng Film Commission was there. We also had, obviously, some of the big, or two of the big, let me say, service companies, being your Moonlighting and Film Africa. And obviously then the studio heads, the DTI, who presented the incentive. And we had a lot of support also from the South African consulate in Los Angeles in this quest. So it was launched. It was very well received, by the studios, and obviously the people who were in the room were the ones who were able to obviously immediately access that incentive. A few years later, we then said, and this is as the National Film and Video Foundation, that let's look at the local industry though. There was a fund that the NFVF had, but we all know that really the power for incentives in the film industry is the Department of Trade and Industry. We all look to the DTI for that. And then there were discussions about then creating a local incentive, for the local industry, because it's well and good, obviously, to have the foreign productions coming in, and it does a lot for the economy, foreign direct investment, and so on. But we then said that, look, what about our local filmmakers? And that's when, and I'm not going to remember the year properly, but that's when we then launched, or the DTI then launched, the local incentive. And, obviously since then it's grown. There was a co-production element that was brought in, and, very recently we've had the Emerging Black Filmmakers Fund coming in as well. And those incentives I think are really crucial. They're really key in terms of growing the industry, in terms of creating jobs, as Manzeke is saying, because in as much as we would all have our individual funds, the DTI incentive is the game changer, and it is playing a very critical role as well, I must say, in transforming the industry, because if we don't have those incentives that are very deliberate in what they're doing, very deliberate in terms of their outcomes, then we really won't see the goals that we're trying to achieve, I think all of us, in terms of transformation in the industry, and creating a balance really in the industry across the value chain. So DTI is very, very critical in that regard. So there's been a very interesting journey with the rebate, starting with the foreign, but now it very much does, I think, cater for the local industry as well.
Yeah, and my mind's like, I mean, that being the biggest part, I mean, from our experiences, I mean, we sit on all of, various industry bodies, and we are engaged in the reality of the incentive and whether it's working or not. And I think maybe, Andile, you're as much as you are a businessman and you cut across sectors and you cut across industries, your participation within the field, within the production space, I mean, it's been a number of years that Quizzical has been transformed in a sense. I mean, Quizzical is over 51% owned in terms of black participation. And for the rest of the world, really, this is seemingly at the beginning of a South African discussion, but we will go into the rest of the continent. But with South Africa being a fairly new democratic economy, we have had to deal with issues of redress and repositioning how indigenous South Africans, those black people, really participate in the film space across all industries. And so we speak specifically to redress and black participation. And I think, Andile, from your side, as an economist as well, how do you see incentives and what is the economic game? Jackie says that the economic game changes the DTI incentive program, but from what you're hearing, how as a producer, how do you want this to become a reality? And I think Mainzega, you can banter with him on this. How do you make it a reality?
Yeah. Look, thank you very much, first of all, Azania, for having us here. And absolutely, you're correct. Through my investment firm, we own 51% of Quizzical. In fact, I've been involved with Quizzical for over a decade now. Initially through our platform, MSG Africa, that I was co-investors with Givens, Karis, and Pio Mdlalose. And we've been involved in the business for a very long time. We're direct owners, so it's no flow-through principle or anything of the sort. We've been on the board, we've employed black people in the business, and we've continued to employ black people that run the business. But, when you talk about the dispensation that we are in, and as already mentioned by my colleagues, there is no doubt that in the South African context, what the DTIC has set up in terms of the incentive structures is on point and correct. It is something that we should all be celebrating. The difficulty is what I would call distrust. I think there's a trust deficit between many players in the industry and also our government. And that causes a lot of inefficiencies in the system because we're not working as partners, but we're working from a position of there is the government who has come up with these incentives. It has had many horrible experiences of fronting and all sorts of abuses of the system. And that's created an environment where they are not sure whether they can trust we as the people that rely on these incentives, whether or not we are partners that have the integrity. And that has led to what I see as distrust. And it's not new to this industry. I'm fortunate enough to be invested in many other industries in our country. And just where we are on our democratic project in South Africa, we're at that time now where, the policies that we chose, the rubber's hitting the road. And we chose Triple BE as the policy. We said, at this point, you are black owned. We said, at this point, we want black women, we want black youth. We want all of these things, and here are the rules. So we also have to understand that we can't just wake up one day and change the rules that we set for ourselves, because that creates uncertainty, and uncertainty is the enemy of investment. So you touched on it earlier on about local investors and foreign investors. Investors are investors. They want certainty.
So we'll come back to Andile right now. We have a technical glitch, but I think Mainzega from your side as well. There's an element of, I think, growing, like Jackie says, growing through the process, and from the experiences that Andile has from that perspective is really just to be able to manage that and to make it make economic sense, right? where are the wins in this process of the incentive program that you, I mean, from a distribution space, you've produced stuff and now you're also distributing, but where are the wins that you see with the ProSo program?
Thanks, Azza. I think just to piggyback on what Andile said, I think the main issue again, right, is it's difficult for a black man or a black entrepreneur to access financing, just purely on the historical disadvantages, right, of where we come from. So it's very, very difficult. And there's a certain level, of course, of black entrepreneurs who can access financing, and a lot of the small, medium enterprises, it's just a difficult thing, especially for this industry. And it's only based on the fact that, the banking sector, in order for you to go borrow money from the bank, you need to have collateral. And collateral does not always exist, especially in this industry. A lot of really young entrepreneurs are creating content from scratch. So incentives come as a big win because it almost gives you a certain percentage of your financing. Now, incentives, of course, were seen as a way of you spend and you get incentive. But now it's been used as something that people bet on it before they even create a project. So, and those are the difficulties. I think Andile also touched on issues of trust. The reality is that because the system has been abused, I mean, what Jackie, it was created for foreign direct investment, right? Purely for internationals to come in. Now, that system between us and government has been abused massively. And there's a massive distrust from government. And even when they started entering the local space, there's a lot of these abuse and fronting issues that we're dealing with. Now, the wins are, of course, there's a lot now these days, over the past 5 years, where black entrepreneurs have managed to sort of build a profile and they're able to access specific things. So as long as we can keep the incentives focusing on local empowerment of black entrepreneurs, then it just keeps giving us better experience. A lot of these entities now where the production value and production space is no longer just about internationals coming to the country. It's about locals exporting content to the rest of the world. And that's where the wins are. So there is access now to contracts from reputable companies, and those contracts together with the incentive can allow the black entrepreneur to create content that's exportable. Again, still the challenge is how do we finance these things and how do we cash flow? Because of that trust, no one's want to give you money up front. They say, yes, I can guarantee that I'll give you money when you finish this production, but go to the bank and ask them to give you money to be able to cash flow. Hence, people like us comes into the party. Distribution is a major part of this incentive, especially the film incentive, right? From the local perspective. I mean, Susan can speak to that, is that they ask for a distribution letter. Almost everyone asks for that. No one knows what that is, right? But they do ask for it. And they asked and said, give us a distribution agreement. I mean, in my experience, the producer doesn't know, the funder doesn't know, they all make an assumption of what it is, right? And what it's supposed to be. And that's the biggest challenge, that we have. So I think the wins are, they're starting to be a viable local production as long as we can keep the incentives for the next coming years till the local entrepreneurs can build credibility or sort of trust from the banks. But it's just, there's still this not talking together to sort of understand the guidelines we're asking for. As Andile said, even the issues of the paperwork we submit. There needs to be some sort of trust that we build. But again, I mean, I think my question would be to Susan to sort of maybe elaborate further in terms of some of these things that the DTIC is asking for and the rationale behind it. And maybe to sort of elaborate further in terms of what, from their perspective, have seen as a win, as in terms of participation from local versus international, and especially from black participation.
So I think, Susan, then it comes to you. I mean, Jackie had painted the historical context of where the incentives came from, what they were hoping to achieve, and where they are right now. And I think then we'll leverage off for you. That's your leverage point, really, as to then say, for it to make economic sense, a rebate as it is something you get when you're done. Not necessarily something that, as Meinsegger said, to be part of your finance plan at the beginning. But I think then from Meinsegger's question is, where do you want to see it start to make economic sense for the entire value chain? You can unmute.
Thanks, Jackie, and good afternoon to the participant and the panelist. What Jackie has highlighted, and I think I just want to take the trip through memory lanes, just to add to that, to say, what is it that we are looking for? The one thing, the objective of the incentives to attract investment as well as to build and support the film industry in South Africa, that is very key. In 2004, when you launched this, we did achieve that. And I think so far we have attracted, I'm taking the period from 2016, we've attracted over 12 billion of investment. So when we set up an incentive, there are certain objectives that we set out. Firstly, Mayenzeke is right and Andy is right, that at the beginning it was the foreign production, but then their economic development. We need to build the skills in South Africa. We need to build the transformation. We need to also have South African productions. So that's why then we then followed up with the emerging black. So what we are not seeing there, and I think which is something that they're mentioning as a distrust, is that when we go through the fiscus, we ask the money. Firstly, they ask us, what are you bringing? Because we're giving you the taxpayers' money. Definitely, we are bringing investment. We can clearly say, from 2016 to 2021, we've attracted 12 billion. So from that 12 billion, over 3 billion was an incentive given across various categories. But then when we go back to transformation, and I think that's the issue that we are actually grappling with, to say, because I can just give an example of a balance. From 2016 to date, we have approved about 82 emerging, and then over 200 of both foreign and SA film. So then, in a way, that our economic impact is a bit skewed. So now with COVID coming, and when we did the review was that, let's look at the industry. Are we really achieving that balance in terms of economic growth, in terms of job creation, as well as the transformation? Unfortunately, that's the issue that as the policymakers, as the incentive, as well as our funders, that they're struggling with, to say, we can see the investment, but then where are the transformation issues? So how the industry can assist us, and I think that's why then we're putting to say to the industry, please help us. When we say, do spend a particular percentage with black producers, we are going to verify that. The reason we verify that is because we also have, be it the law of the country, just like PFMA, when the Auditor General comes, they then come and say to us, to say, okay, let's see the 20%. Then what we see behind that, we want the actual spend, to say, this was spent on 100% black owned. We do understand that there are certain things, like the BE certificate is not something that they issue, but then the BEE compliant is a must, the BE spending is a must. So I think what we can actually take moving forward to build the trust. We understand the challenges that COVID brought. We also understand some of the challenges in terms of meeting certain objectives. But what the industry need to do, they need to communicate with us, because when we amended the guidelines, we said with the industry to say, these are the things, is it doable? Obviously, knowing that down the line, we are going to verify that. Work with us where you are having challenges in terms of, say, in terms of certain objectives. What we can do is that we can go back and say, now we are reducing the 30% or the 50% spend on black-owned companies to a lower percentage. We can't, because from 2004, the reason we amended is that we need to create a balance of having an industry which is actually a 50% of majority of the black producers, because we do have those productions in South Africa.
Yeah.
So I think, sorry, Mayenzeke, I think what is coming out of this is that we're trying to kind of match the demographics of the country, right, as to our ability to produce and to service. And so the rebate is one of those instruments that hopefully helps, and the growth of the rebate is one of those instruments that help us achieve that. I know I just had, but that gap between the 82 and the hundreds is quite big. And I mean, Jackie, from your side, in terms of the value chain, and I think also going into the continent, to make economic sense, what do we take with us and I'm talking inter-country now, what do we take with us to increase economic impacts across the continent as South Africa going into the rest, and what are those kind of things we can do?
Yeah, so I mean, going into the continent is something that we've been very, very focused on, and you know, we are lucky as South Africa. I know we complain a lot. We perhaps have a lot to complain about, but when you go out into the continent, we're the only country really that has the kinds of incentives in place that we do, and that's always been the case ever since we started 2003. You know, you go internationally. You know, as Zania can, MEPCOM, you know, all the different platforms. And when people hear what the South African government has got in place, you know, for the industry, the comment that frequently comes back is that, gosh, you guys are so lucky, your filmmakers are so lucky, you know, to have this type of support that you have from government. So going out into the continent, we thought is very, very important in terms of yes, economically building our economy in KZN specifically, but obviously it's South Africa as a whole, but also seeing how we can build those economic bridges with our partners on the continent. I mean, ever since I've been in the industry now, it's over 25 years. Actually, we've had a lot of successes with all the treaties that we have, the co-production treaties, but these are mostly with European countries. A lot of good films have come out of those. I must say we haven't seen a lot of black filmmakers as lead producers in those co-production films. And these are some of the dynamics that we wanted to say, to look to see how we can start changing. Speaking of transformation, how can we have black producers as leads? The instruments are there, you know, with the DTIC, with us, with the NFVF, the instruments are there. So how do we deliberately start partnering with our black filmmakers and partners across the continent? We've even gone as far as looking at minority filmmakers in other countries, you know, whether it's your US or your Canada and so on, and saying, you know, we have a lot of commonalities. How can we start working together as minorities on the one instance and black filmmakers? And deliberately making that change, because you know, I think you have to be very deliberate when you're talking transformation. The industry itself is not transformed in its current form, and you know, you really have to make that deliberate change. We do see a lot more players in the industry, of course. You know, black filmmakers compared to when we started. There are definitely more players that are involved in the industry, but in terms of the owners of those companies, few and far between.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's really what we're doing in the continent and across the diaspora, I suppose one could say. How can we start forging those partnerships so that we start telling our stories in our own way, through our own voices? But we also look at the different locations that we have in the different countries. We have our crew working together. We have our cast working together. You know, intercontinental type of casting, and I think all of this, you know, augurs well. You know, with really building a film economy for the continent. You know, I really believe strongly in African co-production. The more we do it deliberately, you know, hopefully one day it's going to start happening on its own. And I can say, from having been in the industry for so long, that if you do work on something deliberately and consistently, you do see the results. And that's really what we are really trying to to do with our African and diaspora initiatives to assist us in one way to really see how we can start transforming the industry with the instruments that we have in place that are really set up to support that.
Yeah. I mean, a question to Andile from my side, maybe I'll explain why. I think, I touch into the issues of black entrepreneurs. And I know you sort of really very involved, not just in this industry, just across the board. The biggest challenge is, again, so yes, we have the incentives. If it works, it's perfect. We have the regional financing, but there's always that added financing. Me and you could buy into old established white companies and sort of bring in a change. But for young black entrepreneurs, they can't do that. And yes, you do have the banks like IDC or sort of NEF where maybe there's some sort of, you can access that financing. Maybe from your perspective, especially your experience with having worked with Quizzical, of course, Quizzical has been around for many years and they've built a library and a reputation in the local space. Now, any young black entrepreneur in the space always have that issue of access to that extra financing. So what sort of solutions, I think from your, what sort of solutions you can bring across, and also how do we attract private equity or other banks that do not necessarily have a developmental mandate to them to sort of play in this space? We have the incentive, maybe some, yeah.
Thanks very much for that question, Mayenzeka. I think the short answer is call me, okay? Because
I will call you.
The transformation project can't be looked at in silos, right? We're trying to transform an economy that's left out we black people for centuries, not just decades. We only got here a couple of decades ago. So this needs all kind of sections of society to play a role. So I think there is a role for very big business. There is a role for the medium-sized guys, and I'll put probably Quizzical there. Yeah. And there's a role for the small players. My role, at least the way I see it, is to create access.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna definitely come.
Yeah.
This is that moment of that
I
wishes
think,
event. But anyway, go ahead. Mine's like.
I mean, I'm hoping that Andile will join again. And the reason I pose this question, I think all of us, we can sort of agree that if incentives is done properly, and we don't really have these whatever you call trust issues is all sorted, there's always the gap for the black entrepreneur. And that gap needs another intervention. And only if we address that as well, we're able to win. And my point, and we bring in issues of distribution. I give an example. I'm a distributor, right? And I'm a black distributor. The challenges I face as a black distributor versus a white distributor are very big. Even my people don't even trust that I've got enough money to put into projects, right? And these are issues because you have.
Did I get cut off, guys?
Yeah. Are you back?
Are you back? Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Menzeke. Can I just finish the point and then I promise I'll shut up? So I was saying that the issue here is about how can we all use our leverage, right? Where we all sit, where you sit, Mayenzeke, where Susan sits, where we all sit. And the way I see kind of certainly my role is to create the access. And that is why the system has to work. That is why I am of the view that if the system doesn't work, if this distrust continues, then Quizzical doesn't secure that very important incentive. And that means the economic opportunity is not there for me to be able to plug in a young entrepreneur in our space. So that's why we need to break down these barriers of trust. Yeah. Because I can access those facilities, as you rightfully say, Mayenzeke, but that comes from years of hard work and the position I find myself. But I can't be of any service to that young entrepreneur in our value chain if I don't get access to the economic opportunity because I'm finding it difficult to work with my own government or with you or with other players in the industry. So I know we don't often see how these things all link up, but for me, if we're not working as a unit, we all lose because we start fighting for very small crumbs of a tiny cake, and we lose our competitive edge to many other potential locations around the world. Just last thing I want to say, Azania, I read a stat, I don't know if you guys saw it, that Netflix conducted a study, they call it a cultural affinity study, looking at subscribers from Canada, Germany, the US, the UK, Brazil, and France. And they found that after watching South African content, and I can't see why this couldn't apply anywhere to any other part of our continent, after watching South African content, those viewers from all those countries were 3.1 times more likely to make South Africa their #1 travel destination.
Yeah.
I thought that was fascinating. When you start thinking about what brings us together here to talk about locations on our continent, what that means when you put it on a film and you are able to put that onto a world, or onto platforms such as Netflix, and for the rest of the world to see. It's not just us who benefit. All of our countries do. So for me, the short answer is we got to find a way to deal with this distrust and find a way to work closer together. Because only that way can we all use our lever to help the industry move forward.
No, totally. And thanks for that answer, Andile, because I think it's probably another discussion on its own. As at some point we have to sort of dig deep into this special conversation. Because even when you talk about that study, I mean, when I read it, I realized that had we not put in South African content into Netflix, we wouldn't be getting those answers. So it's how do we get that content from that young entrepreneur so that it could reach that platform? So I think there's much more conversation to have. And I want to say again to Susan, I totally think the DTIC incentive is of great importance to the local industry, and I think there's sort of more conversations just to make sure that it stays and it sustains the local industry. So I think all the quotas you talk about, the 20%, are very important to sort of make sure to redress the issues of transformation. And even the emerging black filmmakers incentive is very important. So these are the things I think that from the government's perspective are very important to make sure they happen. And adding on and bringing on, like as Andile said, that level of access beyond that is also of great importance.
Yeah. We're going to lose Jackie just now, but I would like for us, the three of us, just to continue for a little while. I'm going to come to you, Susan. In terms of what our intentions are as state, right? And I say our because it's important for us to realize that we're part of this chain. We're not silos, we're not producers of one space and that's all we are. We are part of the policy discussions. What is your hope? I mean, the DTI and the DTIC has other facilitating agencies that start to assist production, whether it's film production, a creative production, or creative industries. And I know that there's been times when the question's been, please guys, let it not be a reliance on soft money, but what are we doing to make sure that the external economies are participating within the film space? Is the DTI extending the conversation to other sectors of the economy to say, hey, film is over here, how is there collaboration between the various incentive programs within, or not incentive programs, but the various sectors of the economy from your point of view that start to drive more interest in the film space? As we know, I mean, the multiplier effect has been overly discussed. And also from a tourism perspective as well, we discussed the stats this morning with tourism as well. But I mean, coming back to it, what are we doing to be collective about it? And I'd be interested to take some questions from the floor, but on that, what are we doing?
Okay. Thanks, Azania. And I think the point you're raising is very critical. I'm taking from Andile. This is a value chain that together we can build. And I think if we take that to say it's a value chain, we all have a role to play. Firstly, I think the sector really needs the support of all parties. Mayanzeke is right. We've been talking to the various stakeholders in the industry to say, let's build the industry together. The first part starts with to say, what are the challenges that the industry is experiencing and how together do we resolve them? As you are aware, there's a process of the creative master plan that has actually started. So within that process, what we need to then come up with is that building the industry together, what are the key pillars that comes in? From the DTIC's perspective, Azania, is that, remember, we've got various stakeholders that we're working with. When an application comes to us, Mayanzeke is right. You're coming to us to say, here's a production that I want to support. We want 1, 2, 3, 4. But we are working with our Provincial Film Commission, We're working with the development financiers like your Industrial Development Corporation, your National Empowerment Fund. We're working with the NAVF. We're working with some of the major distributors within the country and globally. So what we are saying is that from that perspective, what type of support is it required? So hence, what I can say to the industry is that we will continue and support towards implementing and meet the economic objective of the country. We also have the critical infrastructure, because remember with technology, I think with technology, a lot is changing. So what I can say to the industry is that let's use various support. We have the critical infrastructure. The program was only used when we were building the film studio. The question is that, is it the only one that is required? What about other provinces? What type of infrastructure do you need? I think if the industry can look at that and say, how do we tap in? The second element is also with our special economic zones. You know, I understand that there are some of the costs, and I think with the film industry, the cost that goes towards producing the production and being able to get to actually get it at a later stage. So once you then start to use other facilities, that's where we can have a leverage that they're not carrying much of the expenses to themselves. So through the development of the various master plans, and especially for the film industry and the creative industry. So what we want to see, we want this industry growing even more. We want to attract more Black entrepreneurs. And it's right to say, from the entrepreneurs that are coming, let's make it easier for them to enter the market. We recently have opened the call for the local producers to say, please tell South African stories. The reason we did that, Azania, is that we've looked across our productions that we funded to say, we don't have the content that tell the South African stories. Mayanzeke and Andile will tell you to say, when you start to go and market the production and you go to other countries, they will tell you that please remain within your culture. Tell the South African story as it is. So therefore, we need to then encourage the entrepreneurs from the grassroots. And this is our opportunity to say, okay, let's open it up. Let's get as much entrepreneurs to come. That will help Andile also to say, you will have content. That will also help the industry when we market. Then the last one is that, remember with the borders closed and with the levels, and I think one of the things is that we're doing everything visually. We still need to get the productions that are being produced to be marketed internationally. We still need to talk to other countries. We have made amendment to our export marketing to allow for visual, what we normally will have, it will be sort of a delegation going to Los Angeles, so that then we can talk to other countries in terms of the productions that are here. So if we then agree to say this is a value chain that we are going to build together, government and its entities cannot do it alone, but with the industry. From the government side, we are in support, and I think some of the issues we will be able to address together. The issue of transformation is not starting now, and it's us together within the value chain that we can actually say 2 years down the line that we have actually transformed the industry. Thanks.
Thank you. Just in closing comments, so I mean there was an outbound mission that was driven by the DTI. I think it was 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Just after there was the revision of the incentives on the 1st of September of that year. And what we picked up as the delegation that went was that there was clearly, and I think this is why Locations Africa is around, is that there's pockets of information. And obviously it's about how do we then make sure that those pockets of information become one big bag of information, essentially, to be able to tell the rest of the world that the ability to inter-country service and to international service is there. It's just obviously just saying that there are more players in the space. And I think coming to you, Andile, from a production point of view, and Mainzeke also because you've also done some international servicing on TV shows and such things. What for me, I would like to ask you were the difficult questions that were asked when you were pitching for international work. and how are you able to mitigate around that? Because in this value chain, we're trying to take the young entrepreneur and say, you do creative production for yourself, but now how do you step into actually doing production where you're, a situation for hire? This goes to the two production spaces, which is you and Mainzeg, and so forth from Andile as well. How easy or how difficult has it been to be able to present yourselves as service and agents? Mainzeg?
Yeah, maybe let me let Andile speak
Andile?
in case his internet disappears again.
Yeah, okay.
This is what happens when you build a bad reputation, eh? Okay, so I would say that is part of the reason why, to the point that was raised by Mainzeg earlier about the various players, the various different profiles we all have. So Quizzical is not 100% black owned; it's 51% black owned. There are other businesses that are 100% black owned. They are of our size and scale. There are others that are smaller. There are others that are not transforming, which are the ones we should all be worried about. That's where the conversation really should be about how do we get them to get on board. And if they don't get on board, then they must perhaps go somewhere else to try and do whatever they do. The reason I'm raising that is because when you're talking to the global players, your credibility matters, right? So we can't then take our industry and going overnight, we're going to have everybody being 100% black. Just purely because we come from the political history we come from. So the economic opportunity that I see and the role that I believe I can play is if I can take the few pennies I have and invest in a business that has got that scale and credibility, because it can have those conversations with global players because it's done for so long. Yes, I'm not at 100%, but one day I will be. But we got to start somewhere. I think the mistake that we then make is to say, well, if Andile, as black as he is, only owns 51% of the company, then for some reason he's not black. And I think that's a dangerous and slippery road to go down. Because then we will not have companies of the right scale to talk to the big players like the Netflixes and convince them that we can do this because we've been doing them for almost 2 decades. So the point I'm trying to make is the first question they ask for is that. The second is skills. And by skills, I mean, frankly, on our side, managing a budget, making sure that you're delivering a quality product within the budgets that have been set by these players. Again, they won't take that risk from somebody who doesn't have the experience that has been built over many years. So there's room for all of us here. And our role is to grow the cake. So there's a role for me as a 51% black-owned entity. There's a role for 100% black-owned entities. There's a role for startup entrepreneurs. Where I think we need to put more effort is making it very clear that for the guys who are fronting, and for the guys who don't want to transform, in our industry, you're not welcome.
Yeah.
No, spot on. I mean, especially that last point, Andile. I think one of the biggest things, even in terms of when we pitch, so into international projects, it's about experience and skills. Now, when you come in as a black-owned entity, internationals know historically there's never been a black company that has serviced international productions. So there's always the issue of having to prove, right, that you can deliver the work. I do think one of the biggest things that works in our advantage is the DTIC, again, the incentives, is the fact that everyone else wants access to the incentive in your country. Because the incentives, the specific regulations or sort of quotas in place that forces, as Andile said, those who don't want to transform to be able to start incorporating, local black crew or talent or creatives in the space. And there's no everything must be 100% black owned because, especially from the international, but what the DTIC and the local industry is saying, you need to start making sure that black companies, black creatives are involved in the value chain. Now, that's for me in terms of the international space. They are limited, of course. There are lots of black entities or black crews, black talent that can service internationals. My focus for me is in the local industry. If you can grow your local skills, because your skills starts from your local space. If you can grow your local skills and you start investing more in the local space, ultimately you will create a fully transformed industry. I think the issues again is about that skills, like what Susan spoke to was there's 200 versus 82. Now we need to sort of making sure that there's more and more investment in the local one so that they can, the only way you can have skills is about continuing to do work, right? The more you do work, the more your skills grow. A lot of our local players can sort of, a lot of our local players can be able to supply to bigger international platforms, the likes of Netflix, Amazon, HBO. So the quality we're creating from the local perspective is traveling globally. So which means we have the skills to create content that can travel. Whether can we service a bigger production with bigger money, that's something else, to be discussed. And what's the difference between 300 million and 10 million rands, right? Is the trust in that bigger budget. So I do think what Andrew said, the issues again around transformation and fronting is something we have to fight massively, because that's what's really sort of destroying or not allowing us to be able to do proper work, because those who allow the fronting and those who continue to perpetuate the fronting, and those who are not willing to transform. I mean, I come from other industries. I'm an engineer by profession, right? So I come from different, so I know that transformation is not just for this industry. It's right across the board. So I do think there needs to be, the DTIC needs to continue to make sure those quotas are adhered to, because those who are local and all those who want to transform will adhere to the quotas. And to my perspective, I still think the quotas are very minimal, 20%. What is 20% in a country that is 80% black? But again, like Andrew said, we need to sort of gradually grow into that space. So I do think from when we pitched, these are the questions that we face ourselves, is whether I have the skills or I have the capacity to be able to deliver to that, to whatever the client wants. Yeah. But locally, we can certainly compete. Hence, I think my thing is the more local focus, especially now in the time of pandemic, the better it is for the growth of the local industry.
So I think across the continent, then it probably just kind of dovetails outward in terms of, growing the capacity to service international films. And when I say international, I also speak about inter-country, because I'm an international when I step into Zimbabwe. I'm an international when I step into Mali. So in terms of that, I think it's just for them to service my product. And vice versa, for me to be able to service product from Ethiopia on this side. And I think it's just about making sure that we have we grow the pie big enough that there are multiple productions taking place, whether it's a commercial shoot, a film shoot, a still shoot for some magazine globally, is to make sure that we have a massive space. And like you said, Andile, there's different levels of people. And I think what we have to start appreciating is that there's different levels of service needs. Yeah. And how do we then position ourselves as businesses and then pivot to say that part of my production offering is servicing at this level, and be honest about the level that you're able to produce on, right? And don't say I can do a 300 million film when actually I probably can only do a camera shoot of 200,000 rands, but there is a customer that needs a camera shoot of 200,000 rands, so to speak, right? So we can marry that. So I'm going to give the last word to Susan, really, because you are the driver of policy. You are the driver, like Jackie says, the driver of the incentive program. But I think it's really the message to us as producers and us as the value chain, and it's also not just producers. Also, it's the people who are part of the service. The supply chain. Yeah,
the guys who cater food, the guys who drive truck drivers,
the hotel space, and the entire, that for me, that's the extended value chain. But I think as a DTIC, speaking to South Africa, the rest of the continent and the world, what are your, I like to say 3 big things that you want the world to know about what the continent is able to do from an economic growth perspective?
Okay, thanks, Azania. I think the first thing is that the South African government is committed to support the film industry, especially given the potential. So the film and TV production incentive is here. We are open for investment. We are going to take our productions across the world to attract for distribution, to attract more investors. We are open for partnership with various stakeholders in the continent and in the country, globally. So what we are looking at now is that putting the South African talent across the world equally. What is actually the key big thing is that, and I think that's something that Mayenzek and Andile will have to look at it, the issue of IP, because now we are working very hard to make sure that the industry is transformed, just to make sure that we open for the entrepreneurs that are coming. But there's an issue of the IP, because when you look at what government has actually spent, Azania, is that we have between 2016 and now, we have actually set aside 3 billion that we have spent. But then the issue is that the question that one day that we'll have to deal with is that where is the IP? So I think it's something that as an industry, as we are saying that the South African productions are being shown globally, but is the IP still with the country? So economically, in terms of investment, we are open for those production. We are open for collaboration. We are also open to support the industry globally, both even locally, to make sure that we build the skills and the credibility, but work with us in terms of transformation, work with us to create the balance. Do not close the door for the upcoming entrepreneurs. Make sure that you set the foundation and delay that. This is how the industry, let's set up an industry in such a way that the talent that is upcoming, then it's able to find an industry that they have an equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So this conversation could go on for a very long time. I think just making sure that the continent is fully ready to participate at various levels, because there's a lot of opportunities out there. So it really is about preparing ourselves to pitch for different kinds of work. And I think we're going to go for a lunch break right now, but I would love to thank you, Andile, for coming through and being part of this process, and good luck at Quizzical. Mainze, good luck at the AAA. I know you're going to continue doing international. And thank you so much to Susan for acting DDG at the DTI. Good luck, and we're all here to support. And this is the reason why Locations is really out here to discuss this. And I think, coming back from lunch, our next conversation really now delves deeper again into facilitation, right? And making sure that we take this and we help the facilitation process, not just with production companies, like I said. How do we then open up the pie and create a value chain that makes sense? And we're going to have on here the Gauteng Film Commission. We're going to have KZN Film Commission. Westgrow is going to be patching in from Cape Town, and hopefully we'll have someone coming in from Liverpool, UK, and participating in this conversation as well. But thank you so much for your time, and everyone at home, please go have some lunch and come back with us. And thank you very much for this time, Locations Africa.
Thanks, Azza. Appreciate it.
Okay, everybody.
The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your stage.
I always think that location shoots are great.
Ladies and gentlemen,
because it
please
kind
note
of
that lunch is
centers actors,
upstairs.
and it gives
Kindly
you
make your way
a
upstairs.
deeper and a
We'll
three-dimensional
notify you when
feel of the earth,
enjoy your
and
lunch.
the feeling of the kind of air that you get in KwaZulu-Natal that is so unique and unique. So I think it really, in a way, just gives other layers for us as actors and performers. So it's great to be here, yeah.
shoot like outside. It's always like interior, and so you get to take in the environment and use it it makes my job easier. Yeah.
Looking at the setup, there's a lot of places like this in KZN, and it's got that very farm type look with plantations and all of that, and that's so KZN. So it's recognizable, it's familiar, it looks like home actually.
I've enjoyed shooting in KZ, and in fact I'm still enjoying shooting in KZ, and because of the vegetation, mountains and hills, and the ambience is totally different than where I come from in Johannesburg. So it's a good feeling. The ambience, the air is not polluted. Most of the stories that we shoot you can tell them they're polluted when you watch them on TV. So this is the best story to watch because of the vegetation. It's enhanced by the blue sky, the ambience and everything. So it's gonna be a lovely story when we watch it on TV.
Gosh, you should try the bananas. I think they're the best tasting bananas. I had so many the other day. Yeah, it was just a weird time that we've had here and lots of fun times.
The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your stage. The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Our kingdom is your stage.
I always think that location shoots are great because it kind of centers actors and it gives you a deeper and a three-dimensional feeling and the smell of the earth and the feeling of the kind of air that you get in KwaZulu-Natal that is so unique and humid. So I think it really, in a way, just gives other layers for us as actors and performers. So it's great to be here, yeah.
KZN in itself, I think, offers an incredible backdrop for the show. It's beautiful, number one. I think most people from Durban would agree. It's beautiful, it's lush, it's green, it's super humid, but it also has this underbelly of you don't really know what's going on. So I think it's like the third character in the show.
Because the story is set on a banana farm, and that's exactly what we have here. And it just adds on to the texture, you know, and those little details that you would want in a story, in a setting, and this is just perfect for that.
It's been wonderful shooting in KZN. I don't think it's been a very popular location really for film up to now. It's beautiful, it's lush, it's green, it's stunning, these vast vistas of extraordinary fields, yeah, beautiful weather. You know, I'm British, so I love the sun, so I can't have too much of it.
Wow, I'm from KZN. I haven't been here for 11 years. The only time that I come to KZN is when I'm shooting. So this is my third time back in the space of 4 years, and seeing the sugarcane in the field and where I grew up. I grew up in Sherwood, but the landscape is like similar to this, and it's amazing. Yeah, just the fresh air and like taking it in. And what's nice about this is like with film, mostly with like South African films, they never really shoot like outside. It's always like interior, and so you get to take in the environment and use it it makes my job easier. Yeah.
Looking at the setup, there's a lot of places like this in KZN, and it's got that very farm type look with plantations and all of that, and that's so KZN. So it's recognizable, it's familiar, it looks like home actually.
I've enjoyed shooting in KZ, and in fact I'm still enjoying shooting in KZ. And because of the vegetation, mountains and hills, and the ambience is totally different.
Oh, mask off. It's like that like unmute button when you want to speak to people. Mask off. Good afternoon to everyone here on Central African Timeline. Good morning to some and good evening to others around the world, wherever we are. Thank you so much for joining us back after lunch. I hope we are all kind of satisfied inside of our tummies to continue the conversation. So we've had quite an interesting morning here discussing, the readiness of Africa, the incentives, what decisions are actually made when it comes to locations through the script writing process. And we also discussed, I think at length, the partnerships that need to be created and need to be fostered in order to make sure that you out there who want to work with each other across the continent and who want to work within the continent understand that it's not just a silo approach and that we're very communal people and we really do need to build structures and really need to enhance our partnerships. I think we've done really well as a continent in terms of our ability to facilitate, and we've been in the conversations. I mean, our physical presence around the world is growing. I remember with Khan, when South Africa first had their pavilion, I think we were one of the first 12 countries in the International Village. Now the International Village is hundreds of participants, I think over 150, if I'm not mistaken, actual countries that are now participating in the International Village. So it just goes to show that we have been here for a while. So now we're going to go into a discussion which is called Facilitate, really, which is about what is in place, what facilities do we have, what agencies are out there about talking about film friendliness, and we're also talking about the shifts that have had to be made within the value chain. And this conversation is going to be facilitated by our friend and our advisor, Martin Cuff. I'm going to pull him up on screen now. And then to join us here on stage, we're going to have Ntabile Mpora from the Gauteng Film Commission and Spesihle from the Dlamini from the KZN Film Commission as well. And we have streaming in from Liverpool, UK, from Merseyside. We've got Kevin Bell. And we've got from Cape Town, we've got from Westgrow, one of our esteemed partners in this process, along with KZN Film Commission, Gauteng Film Commission, and SA Tourism. Ntabile, maybe sit this side so you can come and balance it out a bit. Lisa Minnie, who works in promotion at Westgrow as well. So we're going to hand over now to Martin to facilitate this process. Thank you very much. Kevin, Lisa, Ntabile, Spesihle, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I've been dragged back in by Azza at the last minute to have this conversation around facilitation and what that means for us and also what it means for our clients coming towards us, I guess. So I'm going to start with Lisa, since I know Lisa well from KZN, from Cape Town. And I am going to throw you right in at the deep end in this conversation, since we're all here, to ask you to start the ball rolling on what you think the main principles are of facilitating international and regional co-productions from a government perspective, but also from the perspective of the industry itself and how they need to get their heads around facilitating projects. What do you think the main principles are from your perspective, sitting at the toe of Africa?
Well, thank you, Martin, and hello, everyone. Thank you for throwing me in the deep end first. The principles. So, I mean, as you know, Cape Town is one of the most popular filming locations in South Africa. We rope in a lot of international service work, and we are working hard at growing and developing our own industry as well. Westgrow, for those who don't know who we are the official tourism investment and trade promotion agency. We work between provincial governments, national governments, municipalities across our province, and as well as the industry. We do a lot of facilitating, a lot of destination marketing is our main thing, and ensuring that productions land here. Obviously, the city of Cape Town is our driving house. And what we've realized over time is that we've got a lot of processes in place. Obviously, we've got diversity of locations that we market. We've got infrastructure. We've got the Cape Town Film Studios. That is a massive economic driver for our city. And then we also have the amazing climate that we do, which is a big seller for international crews. And obviously our skill sets. We have an amazing skill set, which ranges from your crews to your talent, as well as, those working behind the scenes in, in the sort of production hub, if I should put all the manufacturing hub, should I call it, such as making shoes and clothes and all of the things, we have it all. So those are some of our key drivers. But what we've realized at Wesgro is that we want to we're actually working on a strategy to ensure that we drive inclusive growth across our province. And what does that mean is that each place that our film crews travel to needs to be film ready. And so what does that mean? Meaning starting off like, where are your locations, How do we book them? What do they cost? And basically ensuring that the laws and our bylaws and everything are in place to ensure that when crews go into our smaller towns to go and film, that those regions are ready. So I don't know if you want me to elaborate on about that, or if that is enough for you right now, Martin.
Well, let's carry on, because I know that Tabele, I'm not sure if this was before your time, but I know that KZN also had a process of film friendliness, that you were trying to do the same kind of approach and try and make that when filming ends up in a particular town or city, they're prepared and ready to answer the kinds of questions that filmmakers have. Is that still something that you're actively looking at?
I think I'll answer for the Gauteng Film Commission. Thanks, Martin. Yes, one of the things that I think has become most key right now, particularly during COVID rather, is finding new ways of film friendly, because film friendly is not what it was then, because there has just been a shift of services and availability of the film friendly campaigns themselves, given the lostness of production companies' work that has been lost. So now it's how we then reignite and find new ways in creating new programs and what is currently available within COVID, which has actually really found us wanting, because we are all learning in what is available and what is not available, and how do we then also still retain, or rather remain, attracting foreign direct investment. And I think that's the energy that all the commissions want, to say how do we then drive productions coming back to South Africa. And I think it's a responsibility of all the commissions, including Wesgro. And I think right now, as things stand, we are really trying to say how do we then also have new partnerships or other new programs with tourism that will then be new programs that will then literally attract more people. But also, what do we have that is local, that our local filmmakers could access to ensure that at least there is productions that are currently continuing without also losing more jobs than what we have already lost. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, then Sihle from KZN Film Commission.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting myself confused in the rush to get here. What is KZN looking at? What kinds of things have you decided to adapt to and bring in order to facilitate? Because before you start, one of the things that I always found quite frustrating, being the kind of intermediary, as I saw myself, between government and government processes and the film industry itself, is the failure on our behalf from government to get our colleagues in government to understand that by the time a film gets to South Africa, it's almost too late. That the work the facilitation is an ongoing process that we have to do beforehand, even to make it viable.
Correct, that is so true. So as advised by Martin, my name is Uspe Sihle. I am the Location and Facility Specialist at the KZN Film Commission. And within the role that I'm in, the responsibility is really to become a one-stop shop. So when I say one-stop shop, and it means now looking at new ways of how you can navigate the landscape that we currently have, but also showcase what we actually have. And for KZN in particular, we are yes, a growing industry when it comes to the film industry, and with the number of years that we've been around, we've managed to actually successfully facilitate film productions that come into the province. But you look at currently with COVID, and you look at the skills that we have within KwaZulu-Natal. You don't have to bring all of the services that you would normally bring for when you have filmed in KwaZulu-Natal at a time when there were no skills or there was little infrastructure. But I think more particularly for KZN, because we look at the landscape that we have, and we have to look at our unique selling point, which is our climate, our locations, and how we can then also empower the municipalities within the different areas of KZN, because KZN is broken down into 11 little districts with minor little municipalities. And when you look at KZN, we have one film office, which is the Durban Film Office. And we are trying not to have everybody concentrated in one area of KZN, which is Durban. So in this time, it is an opportunity for us to continue imparting knowledge to the municipal officials that they're able to sustain themselves without always relying on the KZN Film Commission to be the ones who bring productions to them. So we need to really push and encourage for us to be the facilitators. Yes, we need to be there, but we need to ensure that for us to be able to continue bringing internationals or attracting international productions, that they're also able to sustain themselves in terms of assisting film production. So that's really something that we're looking at as the KZN Film Commission, to impart that knowledge to the municipalities for access to all the different locations that are available, because KZN, my goodness, the locations are stunning. I mean, I live there, and every time, and I'm blessed to have the opportunity to travel through the province and look at all the different locations that are there. And you just think to yourself, I'm at all the different locations that I get to see every single time I travel. And how can I then ensure that these locations are then seen by multiple other people other than myself? So this is when it comes back to the different municipalities being responsible in terms of helping us drive the locations that are available, helping us then be able to impart the knowledge of how do you then ensure that the permitting processes are done accordingly so it doesn't frustrate people when they come in. So the different structures within the different municipalities having to understand how it is that they're going to be able to help the industries when they come into the different districts within the municipalities. I think that's the one key area that we're really focusing on in terms of ensuring that currently in the times that we live in COVID, we're able to still grow the industry, but also still make it ready for when internationals come in, and it is sustainable and it is not frustrating for them, and it's film friendly for them.
I think there are two really interesting points that all of you have raised at this point. And one is that essentially, however glamorous we like to see our jobs, that actually the information brokerage that we need to facilitate on a daily basis, knowing who's who, what's what, at what level they're operating, and how you work with them is kind of the most fundamental thing that all of us need. The second thing, which is just a passing comment, which we can come back to later if you like, is that often we get compared in South Africa to, the Australians or the New Zealanders, and, look at Lord of the Rings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact is, Lord of the Rings was directed by a New Zealander who happened to be successful in Hollywood. And he brought his productions back because he recognized the glory of the New Zealand production sector. And I think that, particularly from a KZN perspective to start off with, but I do think it affects all of the regions in South Africa. The efforts that you're all making to create local filmmakers as well, not only sustains the production base during quiet times so that you don't lose people to larger provinces or overseas or whatever, but you're also setting the ground rules for potentially discovering the next Peter Jackson, who will make their grand work in their own in their hometown. Kevin, Is your experience in the UK radically different to what you're hearing about South Africa, or do you deal with the same kind of processes that we're talking about here today?
It's very much the same process. I think that the film-friendly approach, internationally, is the same approach. Where we probably work a little bit different, obviously geographically we are much smaller. And I work for, one of them, regions of Liverpool is actually quite a small city. But because of the volume of activity that takes place within our region, what we made the conscious decision to do was, even though we're only funded by one local authority, one small area, we actually act as the film office for the whole region. As I'm sure you have all experienced, our clients, particularly international clients, do not know where that invisible line where you go from one area to the next area is, and they want to sort of understand that the processes, that the costs, the procedures will pretty much be the same. And our crew and our talent base and our facilities don't recognise that line either. So the northwest of England works very much as a hub, as a regional hub, and treat themselves as well. Also, that would include Manchester, as well as Liverpool, and all the areas in between. So that's probably the primary difference, sort of in focus with our clients, that sort of that user experience. But that's because geographically we are much smaller. The time distance between Liverpool and Manchester is a 40-minute drive.
And how does the I did work in Edinburgh, and we were working on a film studio program, and the discussion was largely that the Edinburgh crew all had to move down to Liverpool in order to be able to get the work, because that's where it was. Also, previous experience in Glasgow was that one of the reasons why they had managed to drive their sector forward was because there'd been a focus on building infrastructure and a commissioning base out of Glasgow. How does Liverpool deal with not being London, not being the hub of all of that institutional support? The UK is broken up in different ways, and I'm not quite sure I understand how the regional bodies fit together. That might be something that's also useful in terms of our facilitation process.
So the way we approach each project, particularly across the different regions, is slightly different. Like I'm sure across South Africa and the whole of the continent, every place has got its own USP, so it will approach it. The Northwest is probably the biggest UK production hub outside of London. London is a great deal bigger and a world in itself. But we do have the infrastructure, we've got the studio facilities, particularly over in Manchester, and new ones getting built in Liverpool. But we have the crew base, we have the camera hire, light and hire companies, we've got everything else ready to go. So for a production that is needing confidence for it to be served, particularly at the moment where there's a huge bottleneck of production within the UK, they want to know, that's top of the list is, even before the locations, have you got a talent base, have you got a crew base that we can access? Then it's quite simply population compared to London. So Liverpool attracts, similar to Glasgow, probably more so Liverpool and Manchester, attracts a lot of production that is set in London. Our architecture is very, very similar, but we don't have the same population. So we don't have the same issues around period car clearances, closing roads and shutting down parts of the city. So we can do that comparatively easy compared to Manchester. Glasgow has had a similar approach in the past, particularly for the larger scale feature films. Similar to Liverpool, they can close down sort of parts of their city because both being port cities, there's a lot of American influence on the road network. So that's where the nuances across the UK come into play, and where then the clusters of road and other USPs work. So a lot of it is that we still lag behind London and the southeast in volume, but the northwest of England is not far behind.
Well, and this has all, I mean, this was one of the ways that South Africa started, was through servicing the British film industry even before the Americans came about. And I think that South Africa's sort of raft of co-production treaties and things like that open up a whole load of additional benefits for partnership between the UK and South Africa in particular. Have any of you in the panel been working on South Africa co-productions? Have you had direct involvement in putting those kind of deals together? And there's a follow-on question from this, so I won't make you dwell on it if there's nothing immediate. But has co-production been something that you've used as one of your tools directly?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, no, okay. Thank you, Martin. So the KZN Film Commission really is also a funding agency. So what we do is we really push for co-productions to happen. We actually did have UK co-productions that actually were funded or co-funded by the KZN Film Commission. And this was through an initiative that we had done where we host familiarization tours. And we bring down filmmakers from the UK, producers, directors, writers, and we host them for a duration of time, a week, in KwaZulu-Natal, KZN, and really showcase the locations that we have. But over and above that, the main aim is to impart the knowledge that they have and for them to also meet the filmmakers that are available and present within the province. And they're able to also impart the knowledge that they have. And then in that way, we're able to then continuously be able to forge those relationships of co-productions. And we have pitching sessions where when we have these filmmakers from the UK, for instance, come to South Africa and come to particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, we are able to then bring them together in one room, and we have the KZN filmmakers pitching ideas to the UK filmmakers and vice versa. In that way, they can already see the synergies of what kind of stories that they're able to work on together. If there's partnerships that can actually be forged between the two countries. And we found that it's worked really, really well. And this is not just with the UK, and we've done that with other African countries as well. And this is something that we really pride ourselves in, because the KZN Film Commission is also big in terms of transformation, in terms of growing the industry. So this really is a big drive in terms of growing the industry, in terms of imparting that knowledge, and in terms of really pushing stories that could resonate with the global space.
I think that's a fascinating insight as well, because I did a research project with the Namibian Film Commission on co-productions, and they in particular had been interested in whether they should strike up a co-production treaty with Germany. And in the reading around how co-productions work, and many of the smaller countries, like New Zealand, for instance, had done some interesting research on the process of co-production, it became quite clear that actually it wasn't so much the funding for production itself that was required. It was the pre-facilitation of the kind of work that you're doing in KZN to get people talking beforehand and try and make sure that their projects are on track with each other. That, you know, the meeting of the minds, that kind of facilitation becomes a really important part of building true partnerships across borders. My other question is a bit of a wild card for all of you Film Office, Film Commission folks, which is the other thing that I found quite, I mean, without being kind of melodramatic about it, I don't know if as a film commissioner, I was a film commissioner for a very long time in lots of different places. I don't know if I was ever responsible for actually bringing in a film. I don't know if that was ever my metric of reporting, that I would turn around and go, look what I did. Because in all of the places that we work, we have phenomenal film production companies who are actually the drivers of the production, typically, right? So what we are also trying to do is not just facilitate that the government side of activity is happening, but also facilitating that the production companies that we have in our areas are operating, that they have the best skills that they need in order to do their marketing or their digital communication or whatever, what business skills. Is that something that you also look at, how you build the skills of production so that you can help them facilitate their own productions?
Look, I think from our side, we just recently did that, and I'm not too sure if I could say the lockdown was an advantage or a result to do that, because we found that productions could not bring the huge numbers of talent which they would desire to bring because of costs, because of the restrictions. So we managed to also have people that were the productions that are international, that are coming in their smaller scale, to then partner with local talent to them to finish their productions. And I think due to COVID, that was enabling for Gauteng productions to then get the opportunity to not only work in the productions, but also use that as a space of transformation to then also learn, or rather maybe get that imparting of knowledge, but also how do we then also say the resources that they have, then it becomes their investment into the production, and that also serves as their co-production. I think it worked in that way because of at least we were able to then have the teams follow through in the productions, and there was an interest to then, with the particular production company, for them to say when they do season 2, they would desirably would like to work with the same company because of they managed to get the standards of service which they required, which matched what they wanted to do with the production that they did. So I think COVID in its own misery, it did create joy in some productions, and I think those are the things that I think are the takings that we really are proud of.
Well, that's also one of the things that was always noticeable for me, where with the drive for transformation in the South African film industry, is that there's obviously a huge social and political demand for a transformed industry, but that then runs head smack into the old established relationships of trust that exist and determine whether a production comes or not. And I think that what you're pointing out is that one of the bizarre joys of COVID is that those old relationships have been demonstrated to be replaceable, or at least transferable.
Yeah.
And that therefore the industry, now a whole new set of people have got contacts and networks and experience and can draw a whole new set of people into the industry along with them. I would like to think that that's one of our, a success story of our COVID experience globally.
I would just like to add to everything that's been said here, the co-productions, the conversations, the meeting people, is obviously our film business events, our film festivals. And I think Cape Town has got a few amazing festivals that's doing amazing things. And I just want to, this past weekend, we just had the announcement that MIP Africa is going to launch next year in August. The Cape Town International Animation Festival was running next to FAME, which is the new festival, and linked to MIP Africa. And that is also a place where we encourage co-productions. The internationals travel in, so there's a huge opportunity for our filmmakers to come into our cities, for our locals to travel into a particular city in South Africa, have this conversation, make those deals, and it's a massive driver for tourism, as well for all of our cities. We know the Durban International Film Festival, we flock there out of the Cape Town cold to the Durban warm, in July, which is amazing. And so those kind of events are also obviously, it's very important. And I just wanted to also add that the animation research is available, the gaming research is available. So when we're talking about transformation now, we're also talking about transformation into the new 4IR, and I don't think we even spoke about all those opportunities in that space for our industry, And then also just speaking about the films that we are starting to make in our locals, I get so excited because all I watch is South African content. I'm crazy about it. I want to see where it's shot, where it's streaming, when and encouraging people to actually watch our South African content. And so there's a lot of untapped opportunity in South Africa that is still coming. And I just also wanted to say, in the Western Cape, we've also started tapping out into our other provinces. So Garden Route has opened up the Garden Route Film Commission. They've got their film policy in place. They've got an amazing online permitting system that we could all look at and learn from. Some of our other municipalities are also looking at mediums to tap into that kind of resources. But at the moment, there's also Garden Route International Film Festival, and Westrow, in partnership with them, has also hosted a number of conversations around film tourism and the recovery strategies and how we, how do we get through COVID and ensure these opportunities prevail. And I just wanted to say, yesterday we also had MK from South African, TK, sorry, from South African Tourism speak about our local content and developing more of that. And that is now, there's this proof that my octopus teacher, people are wanting to come and dive in our seas, and snorkel and whatever. And so we need more of that across South Africa so that we can really, really drive our film tourism space. So that was what I wanted to mention,
Great. And Kevin, I mean, Liverpool, of course, is on a, has a brand name, particularly around music. I think we're actually running a bit out of time, unfortunately, but how closely do you work with the music sector as a sort of a crossover of activities, music and tourism, I guess?
Particularly, within our government, the local government, full government, we sit with a culture department. So we sit alongside we actually have a music film office, sort of establishing on the brand and developing new talent. We have basically Paul McCartney's famous school, which is called LIPA, the Performance Arts here. So we've always been quite successful, as everyone knows, and for us as a film office, selling the brand of Liverpool to the international producers, it's something that they recognise, maybe stereotype a little bit. So it's sort of that educational process along the way. But we're fortunate in that respect that we have got a brand that is recognised with colleagues and sort of clients alike. That helps us sort of break down that barrier, to begin with, and educate them about the city and the region. There's still
formally, is it? There are formal occasions where you work together to make sure that the brand of Liverpool is expanded.
Yes, that there's a lot of focus on that brand. We've got a lot of international recognisable brands, particularly around football, so that we work quite closely with the two Premiership football clubs, quite closely with Apple around the Beatles side of things as well, and a lot of we have a big cruise destination, a city as well. So Liverpool is actually a very small city of population of 500,000. You can drive from one end of it to the other in 20 minutes. So we have a lot of activity and a lot of brand within quite a small sort of patch. So we try and take advantage of that as much as we possibly can. Obviously, over the last 18 months, there's been a lot of challenges around the sort of tourism brand and international travel around other things. So focus on a lot domestically in that meantime.
Azza, are you in our audience and wanting to jump in and tell us, are we coming to the end of this session? I think it was 20 past that you needed us to begin wrapping. I'm already overrunning a little bit. Let's just end with everybody. If there is one thing, and let's try and be brief, on the importance of facilitation that you've learned in your own particular journey to get where we are today, is that what would you share if you had one sort of pearl of wisdom for the audience? What would you start with?
That's a very difficult question to ask us after lunch.
I know.
I think from me, the one word that I think, in terms of facilitation, that I think really comes up to mind is patience in collaborations. because I think the opportunities that we have seen with how the extremes of industries have recently collaborated in the recent past, it's actually giving us better growth. I think the energies around SVOD, they've made people in gaming partner with script writing. We have seen people in music partner with graphic design at the larger scale, because I think, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the evolution of content has erupted in a sense that everybody has to be on par so that then we can then be globally competitive. And I think I've seen that happen recently, and I think I'm quite excited. And I think maybe more collaborations.
And it doesn't happen overnight, right? I think you're right. This is a patience process.
Yeah.
That you
collaborations of patience. And I think that for me will really get South African content to get to where it's really globally competitive. And I would like to see a point where, yes, in as much as we want to then emphasize the issues of authentic storytelling, but it needs to be globally competitive, that when you are thinking of a great story, it must be a great story, irrespective of where it derives from. And that for me is quite important. But also I think the last thing is to ensure that there's economic sustainability. We need that money. We need to keep sustainable. And that for me, the business of film must also be on our lips without fail.
Kevin, you were about to say something.
It was just to continue collaboration. I've been doing this role 20 years, and one thing that, and particularly the last couple of years with the COVID, but before that, different film offices working together, and then sort of smaller, more immediate regions, like I talked about before, where we actually act as the film office for the other surrounding authorities, assists sort of bringing further production to your region, and will not only enhance your region, but the surrounding area as well. A lot of clients don't, as I said before, recognize them invisible lines, and that's probably the biggest thing that has assisted us over the year, that I would take and pass on to any sort of particularly newer forming film officers or areas that are considering setting up a film family service. Work with your neighbours.
Sihle?
Just like my fellow colleague in Tabilane said here, use us. I mean, this platform is amazing. The one thing that we really want to do, or have been wanting to do as the KZN Film Commission, is actually let people know that we're there. These locations are accessible. Contact us. Use us. It eliminates the frustrations and the stress of actually accessing the locations that are available to you. So if you're able to come to us as the bodies that are there within the different provinces, it is so much easier to get access to what you need, because we are somewhat the one-stop shop. We are the facilitators. So use us as the people that are going to be able to allow you or enable you to tap into all those untapped locations that are available to tell the great stories that people still need to hear on the landscapes that are available throughout South Africa within KwaZulu-Natal.
So, I mean, it almost like not just one-stop shop, but first stop.
Yes,
stop, yes.
South Africa should be the first stop, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Lisa, you're last up.
Yeah,
You were first in the hot seat, and now you're last up.
Last. Yeah, well, the same applies to Cape Town. Obviously, there's Westville and there's Film Cape Town. Now, there's Gardenwood Film Office. Depending where you go to the entities and ask. If you don't know, ask Westville. We know everybody, and we will connect you. But I think for me I wish that we could find continuity, across the board in South Africa, and streamline processes for our filmmakers, because that will attract investment when our regions are completely ready. And I think, I think the challenge that we all have is that smaller municipalities, where they don't understand process and they don't understand how a film project can, be great economically in their region. And I think with educating them, and I think that's a starting point. Really, we have one program that we can all just facilitate that this is the way to do it, and these are the things you should consider. Having in a municipality just as a starting point would really drive massive change, and hopefully inclusive growth will come naturally thereafter.
So just to wrap up, and thank you very, very much, everybody, for your time and participation today. There are a few things. One is patience and the need for wells of it in order to be able to build these kind of relationships that we need. One is collaboration, the way that we all need to work together more effectively in order to build the kind of industry that we want. And connectedness, the fact that if we do this all together in a more connected, collaborative and patient way, we hopefully would have a more sustainable and successful future. But the other thing I just want to make a note of, and I think that you've all shown it in abundance today, is vision. And I really want to thank you all for your vision of a growth-based South African film industry that can connect with each other and with the rest of the world. So just based on that, thank you very, very much for your time, everybody. And I'm handing back to Azza in the center.
Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much. You know, patching in also, we start to learn that South Africa, in terms of commissions, is no different from the rest of the world. You know, we'll just have an opportunity to kind of engage, and having Liverpool being part of that process, right? Is that we now essentially can forge a relationship between different commissions around the world. It's not just about the producers forging relationships, it's also about the commissions, especially because we have a British treaty with the UK, we have a treaty with Ireland, we have a treaty with France, we have a treaty with Germany, we have different treaties. So how do the film commissions, film offices, film desks begin to actually have those collaborations, you know? But I'm gonna say thank you for Ntabileng for joining us, because Sihle now has got her presentation. So Sihle is going to stay on stage with us today. She's going to do a presentation for like 30 odd minutes. And just to say that her discussion really is about what is on the ground in KwaZulu-Natal. So Sihle, over to you and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to stand. Again, just an introduction of who I am. My name is Sihle. Everybody calls me Sihle Dlamini. I am the location and facility specialist within the KZN Film Commission, situated in the Zulu Kingdom. And when I say the Zulu Kingdom, KZN is a province that boasts with diverse culture. Yes, the Zulu Kingdom, and actually a province that has the second highest population of the Indian culture and people outside of India. So you can imagine the culture, you can imagine the stories that could come out of KZN, and the love and the uniqueness and the diversity, the collaboration that happens within the province of KZN. And I can safely and gladly say, they are the friendliest people you could possibly come across. So today, as I stand before you, I don't want to do a presentation. I am here to tell you a story about where I come from, which is the Kingdom of the Zulu Nation, KwaZulu-Natal. As mentioned, the people are amazing. The people are welcoming. And I'm not just saying this because I live there. Like, I've been in KZN for about roughly 6 years now. And I'm not saying other parts of South Africa are not as amazing, but with KZN and the uniqueness and the love and the eagerness to learn and welcome people within the province, it allows the filmmaker from every walk of life who comes into the province to feel like they are at home. That is the uniqueness of actually being in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Over and above talking about the people, talking about later on the landscapes of what's available within KZN, there's a lot to do for an individual. There's a lot to do for a story. There's a lot to do for you when you're there as a filmmaker to then start realizing the potential of actually opening up and uncovering a world that a lot of people did not even think existed. A world that can allow you to tell stories that have been living in your head. But while all of that is happening, it is a province that is filled with untapped locations, untapped territories. There are uniquenesses within the province of KZN. There are adventures that you can find yourself literally, physically, and mentally going through a whole journey when you're in the province of KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, the Zulu Kingdom. The industry, when it comes to the film industry, and we look at it in its entirety, a lot of people, when they think of South Africa, mostly either think of Johannesburg or it would be Cape Town. But there is an industry that is also up and growing and booming in KZN. And we as the KZN Film Commission are those people that are able to be at your disposal to actually be able to tap into these locations that have primarily not even been tapped into. And we're eager to be able to welcome you into the province that is broken up into various districts. It looks big, yet it's small, because everything is within reach. It allows you to be able to tell stories from one part to another part, but it doesn't feel like you're traveling forever. That's the beauty of being in KZN. Over and above that, we then look at what is available for you, what is accessible for you when you come to KZN. We know that the Western Cape has all the infrastructure that's available in terms of studios, and the industry yet is still growing in KZN. What we look at primarily is our unique selling points. But in order for you to then understand and see the vision in its entirety, and understand that it's actually possible for you to come and film here without it feeling like it's a mission, and without you feeling like, oh my goodness, we literally have to bring everything with us in order to be able to tell stories within the province of KZN. We have beautiful, beautiful locations. We have the busiest ports in Africa. There's literally one of the largest mines in KZN. We have first world infrastructure. So this infrastructure then allows you and takes you on a journey to be like, okay, this story, I can definitely tell it in KZN. KZN is able to carry your whole story. You don't have to actually tell part of what you want to say within your story just in parts and bits and pieces in KZN and then take it somewhere else, because the infrastructure is available to you within the province of KZN. I mean, I can't even go on about our weather. I feel like I would be bragging. But our weather really is amazing. It really is amazing. We have, no lie, no lie, we literally have summer 365 days of the year. The whole year, we literally have summer. Our winter does not feel like winter. But the most unique and weirdest thing about KZN is that we have bits and pieces of worlds that, as I mentioned earlier, can be created. And when I say we don't have winter, and I broke down or I showed you that map of what KZN looks like, when you're in Durban, it really is summer. When you drive literally 2 hours into the Drakensberg, in winter, there's snow. But 365, you can drive literally 30 minutes away from the snow, and it's hot. And then you can drive another hour, and then you get rain. So it's like you go through that whole journey, and you can get bits and pieces of what's available, but really our weather is amazing. Our beaches, you can swim in the whole year. So I mean, come tell your stories in KZN, and after rap, you can go for a dip in the ocean. And I think before I then go into really the details of what it is that we do as the KZN Film Commission, it's really just also to get you to understand who we are. Our biggest thing that we want to do or are doing as the KZN Film Commission and have been doing is really promoting and marketing what or who we are as KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Everybody knows as KZN Film Commission, so don't get confused. KZN Film Commission is short for KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. So, and we're really big on transformation as well. So we really are big on ensuring that we grow our industry in KZN to be able to then sustain and uphold productions that will be coming into the province. This is something that we really work on tirelessly with the different departments that are within the organization to ensure that there's trainings made available, there are there's funding that's made available, and then there's the promotion and the marketing that's made available to actually share this information to the various municipalities and districts within the province of KZN. And I think the one thing that we hold very close and dear to our hearts, and I mentioned that we really are trying to promote and really push our province to actually be recognized as a filming destination, is that we're also a member of the AFCI. And this allows us to be able to network with international clients and for them to actually see that there's more to South Africa than just Gauteng and than just the Western Cape. It's amazing that film productions and international productions actually want to come to those different parts of South Africa, but that there's actually a possibility of film productions actually happening within Gauteng, within the KZN Film Commission. So being a part of the AFCI then also ensures us that we continue to network, we continue to sell the locations that we have and the services that we have available and grow the industry while we're doing that at the same time. And I think right now the biggest thing that we are facing as the world is COVID-19 and the pandemic and the worry of actually leaving the comfort of your own home or the comfort of your own country and having to then travel into South Africa and having to figure out how are we then going to be, how are we going to ensure that we're safe? How are we going to ensure that the productions can still go on and we don't really lose money? Because we do understand that film production, time is money. So your money is the investment needs to actually be brought back. And when it comes to COVID-19, which is really the worry that a lot of people are facing right now, and the questions that a lot of people would ask is, what is it that's in place in terms of COVID-19 within South Africa? And then also, what is in place also within the province of KwaZulu-Natal? And I will proudly and gladly say that the KZN Film Commission has went over and above. So as a nation, as South Africa, the vaccination has really been rolled out and people have been encouraged to go out and vaccinate. So there are vaccination stations, there are testing stations, almost everywhere that you go that you're able to go and test for COVID. And what we have done as the KZN Film Commission is also ensure that we support the filmmakers that come to film in the province with COVID funds. And when I say this in terms of we do have a funding part of who we are as the KZN Film Commission. And the projects that are funded by the KZN Film Commission automatically are eligible for getting additional COVID funds to ensure that when they come and film in the province, they have that support to ensure that the crew, the cast, everybody that's on set is actually kept safe. And we're able to then impart that knowledge through the COVID regulations and guidelines that we've also put together as the KZN Film Commission, obviously supported by SASFED and also supported by the national regulations. So we put those guidelines together from all the lockdowns that we've had. I mean, South Africa's really been through the most in terms of all the lockdowns that we've had, but the KZN Film Commission has ensured that through each and every lockdown, we are able to then put guidelines in place. Again, these are assisted by the national regulations and SASFED. So these guidelines will help film productions understand how it is that they can operate within the different levels that the country is facing when it comes to lockdown. So if we're on level 1, what is it that you can do as a production up until you're on level 5? What is permitted? What are those processes? And within the KZN Film Commission, the Location and Facilities Unit, which is the unit I work in particularly with my team, is that unit that then is able to assist you in terms of navigating the landscape and ensuring that you are able to follow all the guidelines and the processes, and you don't find yourself in situations where you're compromised when it comes to COVID. Of course, we can't say that you won't get COVID, but there are systems that we have put in place to ensure that we support film productions that come to film within the province. And over and above that, not just the productions that are funded by the KZN Film Commission actually has received additional COVID funding. We also have put out 2 calls to industry just to say, if you have a story that you want to tell and you want to come film in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but you're not funded by the KZN Film Commission, here's a fund, here's financial support, apply for this call out that's able to then assist you in terms of mitigating those risks and covering the COVID aspect of when you come and film in the province. So those are the systems that we've tried to put in place to ensure that we go over and above the line of duty in ensuring the safety of everyone, because safety is literally our number 1 priority when it comes to ensuring film productions coming into the region. And when I talk about safety, I know it is no secret, probably the elephant in the room, anywhere that you are in the world right now. This was public news. There was the unrest that had happened within the country. And there were the riots that happened, and most of those happened within the province of KZN, unfortunately. But I can reassure you that those unrests have happened, but currently we're sitting at a standpoint where it is really safe for you to come and film in South Africa. It is very safe for you to still come and film in the province of KZN. And when I talk about this, the KZN Film Commission is also in the process, or have actually completed this process, of ensuring that we get high-end security available for film productions that would want to come and film in the province. So if you're feeling some sort of, okay, right now, all these things Sisha's saying sound great, but how safe is it? Like I said, if you come to us as the one-stop shop, we have this mechanism in place that you need high-end security. We're able to offer you that service in terms of these are the people that are able to assist you in this. And these, I can safely say, have been vetted by us. It was a whole grueling process where we ensured that they're able to cater particularly to the film industry, because we do understand that the film industry is a unique and niche market that still needs to really be looked at with careful care and consideration, as time is money, and when the safety of people is put in harm's way, we need to ensure that as the KZN Film Commission, we have these mechanisms and systems in place to ensure the safety of everybody on set. And then if I can then just go on to our offerings. We really have amazing infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, we have first world infrastructure. We have 5-star accommodation. There's connecting international flights that would fly directly into Durban. So this is British Airways from Heathrow to Durban, and then Qatar. They can fly straight into Durban. So that also then mitigates the cost of having to fly through, Johannesburg or Tambo and then coming to Durban. But that's also not an issue. Even if that is a system and a process that would need for a certain country to fly directly to OR Tambo, the flight literally from Johannesburg to Durban is 45 minutes. So you don't even feel the distance, because everything is so well knit, and I can safely say also the provinces are working really well together to ensure that we're all able to facilitate and manage productions from province to province and work together in unison, just to ensure that everybody is able to come into the province and then shoot their productions when they need to be in the province. The biggest thing, and I think this whole this whole day is about, and these next 2 days are really about, is really about locations. That is what we have to offer. We have amazing locations, and the one thing that that KwaZulu-Natal has is countries within a province. That's the best way I could actually put it. Because you can be in the Drakensberg, yet feel like you're somewhere in Scotland. You can be in the north of KZN and feel like you're somewhere in Africa. You can be in the south and feel like you're somewhere in Brazil. You can be in Durban and feel like you're somewhere in Los Angeles or Miami. So those locations are accessible. Those locations are available. Those are the locations that we want everyone to get access to. And the locations that we go out and ensure that we put out, or those that maybe you have heard about, we ensure that you are able to access those locations. That is our biggest offering in terms of film productions that are interested to come and film in the province of KZN. Over and above then having you come into the province, it all sounds great. The kind of support that you get. There's the KZN Film Commission, and with the support that we have to offer film productions that come to film within the province, is the packaging of those locations. You have an idea, let us know. We're able to package those locations for you, so you already have an idea of what it is that you're going to be stepping into, how these locations look like. We offer those services in terms of ensuring that there's crew available to you, there's talent that's available to you. And with our crew, we ensure that we tier them according to the experience. What we have realized, though, is that when it comes to crew, within KZN, as a growing industry, the crew is there, but the crew still needs to tap into the HOD positions. And we want women to actually be leading some of these HOD positions. And we want young people to actually learn and ensure that they're able to sustain and be available to film productions that film within the province. So a crew database is put together, is managed in terms of the talent and the crew that's available to you when you come to film within the province of KZN, an advisory service of what it is that I'm telling you about today. Literally anything that you want to know when it comes to filming within the province, the KZN Film Commission is able to assist you in terms of that. We're able to then advise you in terms of how to access locations, where you can get certain locations, who you could work with, how you could work with the KZN Film Commission so that you can further grow the industry within the province, but also tap into the different locations that are available to you when you come to film, and it doesn't feel like you're pulling teeth. And I like to pride myself. I think this is like the one clause I love saying, that we're a one-stop shop. But earlier, I loved the clause, first stop shop. So in terms of the one-stop shop, it is literally everything that I'm saying to you today in terms of these are the services that we have. But if you come to us first, it doesn't matter how small a production is, we are able to assist you. And these services are services that you don't even have to pay for. These are services and information that we give you in terms of this is where you go, this is what you need. And it is something that we gladly and happily do to ensure that there's film friendliness and people are feeling like, okay, coming to KZN is actually a good idea. Our municipalities are broken up or are within districts. So we have 11 districts within KZN, and I will go into more detail around the municipalities that we have and how KZN is structured and how we work with them. And particularly around the municipalities, it's that our main goal and our main aim is to ensure that, as I mentioned earlier, we have the Durban Film Office. but we want to ensure that these different districts, the big plan is to ensure that they have their own offices, that they can manage all of the film productions that we're hoping to further receive within the province, and they're also able to manage the projects that are actually in the province currently. And this allows us to then open up the industry to not just Durban, but we also look at the bigger landscape of what else is available within the province. And then I guess also with permits, and when I talk about municipalities, it is somewhat of a very unique, it's a very unique setting when we talk about KZN. In KZN, the land is owned by kings and queens. Already that's a story, kings and queens. KZN it's land that is historically owned, and you still have kings that live on this land. But these kings are willing to work with you. Induna, that's what we call them. Inkosi, that's what we call them. And they're willing to work with you and allow you to work within these different locations that have not been tapped into. Further than that, and I think this is probably the one that a lot of film productions get excited about. So you get the national incentive, and then you get the incentives that the KZN Film Commission tirelessly work on. And these are incentives that we work and partner up with service companies within the province. And when I say service companies, I'm talking about your transport, your catering, your accommodation, and some of the equipment companies that we have within the province to get memorandums of understandings. These MOUs then talk to further discounted rates for when you come and film in the province. So you know that when you come to the province, you access a database of the talent, you access a database of the crew, you access a database of the services that are available at further discounted rates. These services are open to everyone that comes and films in the province. And they vary from, as mentioned, accommodation and transport, but maybe just to also touch on the times that we live in with COVID. We've also partnered up with world-class first aid paramedics just to ensure that these services are there for you on set, to ensure the safety of crew and cast on set, and these are all at discounted rates. This helps with your budget. This helps with your line items. This then you see the return on investment in coming to film in the province of KZN. The KZN Film Commission really is an entity that works very closely with the people within KZN. And I mentioned transformation. And when I talk about transformation, we saw that because we don't have the big studios like Cape Town has, or the studios that Johannesburg may have, but we have our unique selling point, which is our locations. But as much as that is for our international and local productions and the big productions that can, come in and out and shoot in and out as and when they need, we also need to work with the local industry and those emerging filmmakers that we have within the province. This is when we now also look at concentrating in terms of growing those skills, where they start looking at film as a business. And that is really something that we have then worked to drive towards creating a film hub, a film infrastructure, a film cluster, where filmmakers and young emerging filmmakers can come together into the space where there's offices available, there's edit suites, there's a sound studio that you can come and do your post-production, there's a cinema, and there's a training room where you can hold your auditions or any trainings that the commission would have. These are spaces that are available to filmmakers at very, very discounted prices. Already you're starting to see, as the KZN Film Commission, we want people to not just see film as we shoot, we go, but it's from the idea to conception, to the delivery and the shooting, and then at the end when you put the product together. That's what we had in mind when we created this film hub. And this is not just an infrastructure that's available for the emerging filmmakers, but this is available for anyone that comes to film in the province. These are facilities that are able to assist you when you come to film and you feel, I need to set up shop. This facility is available within the KZN Film Commission premises, and it is also at further discounted rates that works well with the budgets, and I'm sure that producers then won't be cutting down line items. This will work with your budget. This is what the Film Commission is working towards, and this is just one step. And the discussions around studios, that is an idea and that is a discussion, that conversations are already being had, that we further then grow the industry and hopefully have a studio available or studios available to then cater to that market of the film productions that need a studio base, because we already have the beautiful locations. The familiarization tours then talk to the idea of, we want productions to come to these locations. I've said all of these things about the locations that we have, and you can access these locations. But the idea about the fam tours, it's an idea where it allows us to take you on a journey where we host film productions that are ready to go into production, film writers that have ideas and they know that this is something that we want to actually film in KZN, but we understand that sometimes writers need to be in that space to kind of get the landscape before they can put it on paper. The earlier sessions, there was a panel of writers, and they were talking about the idea of actually being on the location and then developing the story. So that is what the idea around familiarization tours is let's show you the locations that we have, and guaranteed you will want to come and film a story in KZN because of the different locations and landscapes that are available to you when you want to bring up an idea that could potentially be shot in the province, because I'm sure you want to access all the incentives I've mentioned. And we work very closely with the municipalities. So the municipalities, as mentioned earlier, are within the different districts within the province, and they are very eager and willing to work with us in terms of hosting film productions to come at our cost for a duration of maybe 3-4 days, where we take you on a variety of locations with the brief that you've given us, where we work very closely with local location scouts. And today we're blessed with one that we work very closely with in terms of accessing and tapping into these locations and bringing the idea that is in the head and is on paper to life when they actually step onto the different locations, and them understanding that there's actually all of this available to them. And I did touch on the partnerships with MOUs. This is also something that we work on. This is also something that we work on and work with the stakeholders to ensure that the FAM tours are a success. The FAM tours then allow the filmmaker to be able to come back and film in the province of KZN. And these are just some of the stills of some of the FAM tours that we've hosted. I couldn't put all of them, otherwise we'd be here the whole night. But really just talking about and looking at some of the FAM tours that we've hosted. We've hosted the UK delegation, where we took them on a journey to the western part of KZN. And I mentioned earlier around the snow, around, this was in winter, around July. And we took the delegation, and at the time they landed in, and they landed in Durban. The weather was hot. And none of them had actually packed warm clothes coming to Durban, because they knew that Durban is hot. It's not cold. And I'm sure the UK weather actually gets even colder. I mean, they're used to like really cold weather. And when we took them out to the Drakensberg and we went towards Sunny Pass, they could not believe how cold it was. We literally had to stop on the side of the road at one shopping mall so they could actually go buy a few jackets to actually stay warm. This was an amazing expedition, an amazing fam tour that co-productions actually came out of this particular one. And these co-productions then worked very closely with the local producers that were there. Earlier I mentioned that the big idea around fam tours as well is to ensure that we bring internationals with the local filmmakers that are available in the province. And I did highlight the big thing with transformation and empowering filmmakers within the province of KZN. And it allows internationals to see the amazing stories that are able to be forged from these relationships. So co-productions actually came out of this, and this was a really, really great initiative and expedition that we had, and this was just one of them. We've had other ones with the Kenyan delegation, we've had with the Nigerian delegation. So we really want to tap into the international market and to show them what we have. Because talking about it now is one thing, but when you come into the space and you experience it, it's a completely different thing. It's a completely different feeling. And it's so weird that some of the delegates actually felt like, in some parts that we were driving through, they felt like they were at home. It felt like home to them. For a second they forgot that they were actually in South Africa, KZN. Some of the fam tours that we've hosted was with Omarion, when he came to film his music video. So it's not just around us saying we want, this big feature film, but it's really just opening up the market and saying, we can help you access those locations. And we went to game reserves. We went to, places that you would not ideally or normally think you could actually find in KZN. And I'd like to say this was also a great, great initiative and a great success. And then Bopa, which is a local production company. So this also then talks to the fam tours are not just focused on internationals, but we also are very big in terms of growing the industry locally in South Africa. And what we noticed is during COVID times is that we were forced to look at ourselves. We were forced to introspect and look at, okay, right now we need to sustain our industry. How do we do that? And in order for us to ensure that we continuously grow our industry, we continuously ensure that there's actually a sustainable industry for filmmakers and they continue to grow, is to work with the local filmmakers, and not just from KZN, but from South Africa at large. So we hosted them as well on a fam tour for a story that they're currently also still developing. And it shows that the partnerships and the synergies in terms of working with your locals, in terms of growing the industry for when the internationals want to come, it doesn't feel like we are having to now find people to work with, because the industry is actually being grown and not necessarily just sustained internationally, but with the local people. So the KZN Film Commission is also very big in working with local film productions. And this was our recent one with Chetsa, The River. This was a big partnership with tourism, and this was probably one of the first ones where we looked at working with tourism. And this is where you now need to look at collaborations and partnerships and what you have. And we managed to bring the whole crew and cast, some of the cast, down to KZN, and they actually shot, and it's currently, it was airing last week. Those episodes were airing last week, and some were airing this week. And it was an experience. It was amazing at how they managed to use KZN from literally taking them on a fam tour. The following week, they came to shoot because they could see the potential in how they can further tell their story, engage their audience, ensure that they're able to stay relevant and unique and think out of the box. This is what this was the big idea, to say, even with the local productions, let's think outside the box. Let's use the resources that are available. And that's what the partnership with Tourism KZN, the KZN Film Commission, and Chetsa brought. This really, really great initiative, which we hope actually opens up the industry and the market to other productions that would be interested in coming to film in the province. uBettina Wethu, that aired on SABC1, that's a local production company. They also now were thinking, we're currently now coming up with, we want to look at other ideas of how should we get commissioned for a second season, where could we have this? Because most of the first season was in studio. It was in one, building, and then obviously they'd go to some few locations, but coming to KZN and realizing that they can actually still have that. And they can have that with the support of the KZN Film Commission. They can have that with all the other resources that the KZN Film Commission is able to offer them. So this is also one of the fam tours that we were able to host, along with Jiva. So Jiva was a Netflix production. And we really pride ourselves in terms of saying that with the partnerships that we're trying to create sustainable partnerships that ensure that productions keep coming back to the province, keep working with locals so that our film industry in KZN can continue growing. And this production also did really well. And to think that this production, the idea was to film just at Ushaka Marine and then go back to Cape Town. And when I had conversations with them and just unpacking what it is that we have to offer, that's why I say just ask us. When I had to unpack what we have to offer, most of the story unfolded in KZN because now they were open, there was a bigger landscape, and it made sense. It made production sense to actually have the production shot in KZN. And this did really, really well. I can, say that we worked very, very well with this production. To this day, we still are in contact, and even with some ideas, and they're referring other productions as well to us to actually, speak to the KZN Film Commission. They're there with the services that are at your disposal, and these are the services that the commission can actually offer you, and these are the locations that you can actually tap into. And then Rega. Rega, they came to us as well. It was an idea. And when they came with, the short list to say, the location list to say, we're looking for sugar canes, we're looking for, the ocean, we're looking for this, and our location scout went out and looked for multiple locations, because there's that possibility in KZN. You don't just get one option. There's multiple options that the producers found themselves wanting. And the story all unfolded, majority of it unfolded in KZN. And this is doing really, really well on Mnet. And when you look at the landscape and how they utilize locations that have never been shot on, and some is privately owned land, but it shows you the accessibility that even if the location is privately owned, it is still accessible. So anywhere in the world where you think, actually, I'm thinking of shooting this, it is possible to get that kind of location in KZN in abundance. And then this is literally just a breakdown of the locations that we have or the municipalities that we have in KZN. As earlier mentioned, there's a whole permitting process within the different districts, but that is not, it's not a mission, because we're there as the KZN Film Commission at your disposal to help you access these locations throughout the municipalities. We work very closely with them. All the red tape, all the historical land, all the historical history. They want to tell these stories. These stories are available. There's tour guides, there's monuments that are available with the history, the European architecture that's available to you that you can access throughout the different municipalities. And these are just a few stills, just to show you an idea of what is available in closing of what you can access in KZN in terms of the captivating coastlines. We literally have warm beaches from the south coast all the way up to the north coast that links up with Mozambique. So all of those coastlines you can access with brown and white sands. We have your natural wonders where you have your lush green vegetation with your dry, barren landscapes and your jungles and your forests, and we have wildlife that you can actually access. We have the Big Five. You have access to the Big Five. We have really captivating and spectacular scenery that you can access. All the locations that you are seeing currently and that I and my team could help you access are accessible. And these would be your rural, earthy settings. So the ideas are endless. The possibilities are endless. Bring the ideas and the imagination to life, to reality. And we as the KZN Film Commission will gladly be able to help you with this process in terms of accessing these locations, because it is possible. KZN is open for filming. And this is just a little video clip from the river when they came to shoot in the province. The possibilities are endless. The idea around the story, it unfolded, and they went to landmarks and felt like they needed to utilize the landscape that's available so that they can further grow the people that watch the show and grow the industry in the province, grow themselves as a production as well. So this allows them to then further stretch the boundaries and go to other provinces and do the same thing. And this is where collaboration actually works. This was in partnership with Tourism KZN. And in closing, come tell your story, because our kingdom is your stage. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh, my mouth is so dry.
Okay, so I am, I was hoping that the rest of that music was going to continue, so I have my little jive going on, Thank you so much, Spesihle Dlamini from the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. As you can see, that kingdom could be your stage. I mean, the diversity within that one province alone, and earlier on I spoke about within an hour and a half, you go from freezing cold right through to the immense heat, is exactly what I was speaking about, that the continent of Africa offers you so much diversity, allows you a lot of space to cheat locations as well. It also allows you to do a lot of unique spaces and a unique environment. So you can have the Amazon here, you can have, like I said, south of France, you can have any major city, you can have anywhere in the US. It is a beautiful environment to be in. And so now we're going to go into a slightly different sector of our kind of shoot economy. We've been speaking a lot about film, but I think we're going to zone in now on commercials, right? So there's a lot of commercial shoots that are done here on the continent, be it a car shoot, be it a toiletry shoot, or be it whatever shoot it is, but there's a lot of stuff that's been happening. Like I said, we've been doing wildlife for since the 70s, 80s, 70s, and commercials is a big part of this process in industry. So what we're going to discuss really is the 30 seconds. Okay, you have 30 seconds to prove and to sell your product, and how do you use locations in that? What are the creative responses needed essentially to win over a campaign? So this is going to the pitches, and how do you then select your location to win over a particular campaign, right? And how do you plan for that? Plan correctly for that, what we call the silent character. within that space. And I'm going to call up on here, and I'm going to have a conversation with another very, very, very good brother colleague of mine, Monareng Makwetla, who is a beyond seasoned commercials director, commercials creative director here in South Africa, who's worked across the continent. And he's going to kind of give us a presentation, and then we're going to banter around that presentation. So I guess, Monareng, I'm going to hand over to you. But first of all, how do you see the role of locations kind of landing within commercials, and how important is it? You've got 30 seconds to prove and sell your point.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Zania. I guess because, I'm a panel of one, really. I think it's really going to be a conversation between myself and you as opposed to a presentation from me. Yeah? Firstly, I just think it's commendable, really, what Locations Africa is doing, because part of the big decision-making process that happens in choosing the location that we shoot at, besides it just telling the story and being authentic with the audience, which I'll touch on as we go on, is really the risk factor. And risk is a big determining decision-making because of the budgets that are involved. Typically, you're shooting a 30-second commercial, and to Michael's point earlier on about the differences between a profit made in a commercial being the same budget as a drama series back in the days when the commercials were what they were. There's a lot of money that's involved. So typically, risk is a big determining factor. So it's good that we're having these conversations because typically in commercials, what happens is, because of the budgets that are available, we are able to then send out a scout or go there ourselves in terms of determining what's on the ground. Now, I've been working across the continent because of the resources that we have available in commercials. We've been able to go across the continent and actually do the proper scout and do that time for ourselves. Yeah. Now, to touch on that, what then, where the other then determining factor that to talk to what he was saying was, besides the budget, and I don't want to downplay budget in the decision making because it is important, as I said, but and besides the risk is the time factor. So we are doing 14 commercials in a year. That's some of them are 2-3 day shoots. So you're talking every 6 to 8 weeks you're turning over a production. So time and making those decisions timelessly are very important. Yeah. So so just to say that is the importance that locations play. And it's not just the time of production. It is actually even the time to tell your story. Yeah? Because if you're not telling your story in that 30 seconds, in that 60 seconds, typically 30 seconds these days, you're not landing the story, you're not landing the gag, you're not selling the product. Yeah? And you're missing the mark, essentially. So, typically your commercials are shorthand. It's shorthand filmmaking. You're telling 3 acts in 30 seconds, essentially. And a lot of those times coupled in with demos and product placement or service explanation of the product at the end, you are then, shorthanding that information even more to 10 seconds, 15 seconds even. So you are really telling your story in a very short space of time, and the location is a huge part of that because it lands that story very, very quickly. An establishing shot essentially can tell exactly where you are. It also, authenticates what it is that you're trying to say to the person that you're trying to say. Yeah.
Sure. Before you go into your presentation, I wanted to ask, right? So, commercial shooting, there's been a lot of international commercials productions coming in, right? And I wanted to just ask, in terms of Do you feel it's any different from a film, which is a long form, kind of production? They go into years of planning and pitching. Is the process any different in pitching yourself? And I'm trying to get into like the discussion we had earlier on with Andile, in terms of the entrepreneurs who want to get into the industry, who want to say, I can be a commercials producer, and I can at the same time be a creative commercials producer for myself, but also I can also facilitate the process of that filmmaker. Do you think it's any different, the way you have to pitch for commercials? Because the budgets are probably, I don't know, proportionately the same, proportionately different? What's that about?
Yeah, I think it's all really the same. It's how you package it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's how you package what it is that you're offering.
Yeah.
So if you are a film and you're selling your full-length feature, there's certain marks that you have to hit in order to convince an investor, convince. We were having a conversation earlier with the distribution guys for them to actually then, put their money behind your film and say, we are going to distribute it, right?
Yeah.
It works the same way. For us to go to an advertising agency or a client even, because, we're becoming more and more client-facing these days, you have to be able to then package it properly.
Yeah.
Experience plays a lot, of course. Time spent on the ground and the amount of time that you put in does play a big factor. But it's really just it's the story that you're putting forward. Okay. As I say, how you package it essentially. Yeah, which comes from your pitching documents, which means how you budget, which means your planning, for instance. And I'm a big believer in that, the director carries a lot of weight in terms of his vision and his treatment, but also the production backing that's behind him also tells a big story when you're walking into the room, because essentially, as I said, you are dealing with clients' money, and you don't want to be not wasting money, but essentially you want to be spending it wisely and guaranteeing that they get their value and also that you're delivering it on time.
Okay.
Yeah?
No, I get it. Okay, let's just go into your triple story content. I love this.
Yeah, thank you. So triple story content, as I said, we focus on commercials. We produce an average of 14 to 15 commercials in a year. So time is a big it's a big determining factor in the amount and the decisions that are made, and they're made fairly quickly. Yeah. To get into it, I was listening to the writers earlier on, Sean Drummond and
Sabelon.
Yeah,
Kimmy.
And I love the writers because, they write for the story, they don't write for the budget. Actually, a writer said that to me once, that I write for the story, I don't write for the budget. Yeah. So, and we get very excited as producers because, when you pick up a script and it says, we open on in this case, downtown Lagos, because just to go back to go back to what you were saying about a feature film versus a commercial, ultimately you're still telling an authentic story. Yeah. Ultimately, when you want people to buy into your story, we want people to buy the product because that's our responsibility to the people that we have been contracted to. Yeah. So we want to create a story that is authentic. We want to create a story that resonates with the viewer and ultimately convinces them to buy that service or product. Yeah. Now, to go back to budgets, you got the budget, which, and I don't want to, overplay the budget or downplay it for a reason, but, where you do have the resources that are available, it's very easy to just get on a plane, head over to Lagos and shoot there. And I'm using this as a typical example because you are faced with a very challenging environment to shoot in. Yeah. For various reasons. But I mean, just looking at the scene, for instance, you've got crowd control, traffic control that you need to deal with in order to create this world that you want to create in, because ultimately you want to control the environment that you're shooting, as we all know. Yeah. And again, you want to then create an authentic story because you want to show respect to your viewer. Yeah.
Of course.
So research plays a big part in the decision-making process that we have. Typically at the treatment phase, we present to the client director's vision. This is what I want to create. Is a campaign where, this is essentially what is very quantifiable these days in terms of the social engagements, the video views, and the news followers. And the stats are there for you to look at. It was a campaign for Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Right? So, as I said, research comes into it. You formulate what the vision is and what it looks like, just so, because, as I said, you want it to resonate with the people that are there, because ultimately, as you were saying, location is the silent character.
Yeah.
It's got to speak the language of the people, because if it's speaking the wrong language, then it no longer is a silent character. It's actually the loudest character in the story. Yeah,
Loudest mistake,
sending the wrong message.
Yeah.
So we do the research, and as I said, part of the risk mitigating or the risk elimination factor is sending a scout out there, having a look and seeing what it is that's out there, what is on the ground, and then assessing, can we go there, and if we go there, what is required to go there? But then what happens when you can't go there? And a case in point is this, where you can't go there because of certain risk factors that are on the ground.
Sure.
Yeah. Won't go too much into that, but there was a time when we weren't very welcome in Nigeria, not so long ago, because of our own actions here. So then to touch on the locations that we do have in South Africa and Africa in general, and we can create, and not just to go on about what South Africa can offer, but also, as I said, we've been able to shoot across the continent because you've got such a vast array of locations that we might not always have in South Africa. Yeah. So to go back, you look at that street and you look at the street in Yeoville. It's with the right amount of dressing, and I'll show you, the process of how we get to that point. Right. Another view of streets typically in Yeoville. We landed on this street purely because it was less busier and we could control it a lot more. Again, mitigating risk and limiting our risk. Yeah. Okay. And again, wanting it to be authentic, but also having it do what we can do, because now because we have the ability to go to the location, but we can no longer go there because of whatever the reasons that happen are. Yeah.
Okay.
So then you start looking at what are those layers that build that authenticity. Yeah. Props. Just the different textures that we look to recreate. Yeah. And that's part of the whole research process. And the research really is important because that's what builds that authenticity. We can't say that we know what a street in Lagos might look like. We might have been there, but ultimately, we've got to be sure that we're hitting the marks and that language that we're speaking is the correct language, yeah, in terms of locations. So yeah, you start building your textures in terms and what it is that you're typically seeing in your 4 frames. And to go back to the shorthand of commercials and telling is that, we're telling what's in the 4 frames, or the 4 edges of the frames, and what in terms of what we can and can't see. So we concentrate on what it is that tells the story in that time. Now, typically as well, we don't have a lot of shots to shoot in 30 seconds. Yeah. So, you then start concentrating on the real shots that matter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shots that matter.
Back in the day when we used to shoot on film, we had shooting ratios, for instance, where for every 1 shot that you use, you're shooting 3 takes for every 1 shot.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's really economical about what it is that you're shooting, and that discipline comes across through in storyboarding, et cetera, et cetera. So you're really concentrating on what it is that you're seeing in your frames. So yeah, I'll just skip through these. You're building your textures, and this is essentially the scene that we were creating in that location that I showed you. Yeah. And these are shots from the actual commercial, which I believe are not too far off from the intended vision. Yeah.
You know, that's complex. It is very complex, and I'm a bit winded right now because I didn't realize the amount of work that goes into commercial shooting, right? And you speak about the shots that matter, right? And then, so my question then probably is, let me start from here. Who makes a decision of the location? Because from our point of view, you're right, we write from imagination story, and we're like, oh, I'd love to tell a story about this. And we tell a story about this, right? And we talk about the protagonist and what their journey is about, and whether it's a rom-com or whether it's a drama series or whatever it is. But you say very simply, you don't have, it's the other way around. It's like, you've been given an amount of money and we need to tell this story, go and sort that out.
Yeah.
Whereas we just say, oh, now we have to budget what we are thinking about. So who makes that decision on the location? Is it something that's already brought to you, or is it something that you have to go out and pitch?
So we have to go out and pitch.
Okay.
Yeah, short answer, we go out and we pitch it. So as I said, you know, the story would say open on a downtown street in Lagos. Yeah. The sort of easy way would be when, as I said, when the budget is available, go there, go fetch a street in Lagos, take everybody over there and shoot it, or you know, have, which used to happen quite, you know, until quite recently, where South African crews would go all the way to Lagos to shoot. But now with the whole film infrastructure growing through the efforts of the different collaborations between the different countries and the film commissions, and you know, a lot of what been discussed today, you're seeing that there's an industry that's growing, and there's, you know, very capable crew, very capable equipment houses, you know, world-class equipment that's available. So, you know, and therein, you know, lies where the risk determination comes in as well, because, you know, you can go there, but do you have what you require to shoot it at the quality that you want to shoot it at? Yeah. So all those decisions, sometimes those decisions are made for you by circumstances, but typically then, who makes the decision? It's a collaboration. It's a committee. It's a decision by committee. You put options in front of them, and in terms of a discussion, you then land on the best one that suits. Often the person with the purse would override everybody else. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
and how involved then is the location scout in that process? Because with you know, the film process and longer form, let's not say long form completely, because also with short films, a slightly different process. How involved is a location scout in there? Because we would essentially, from the film side, we would then offer and say, here's a mood board. This is all the locations for scene 1 to scene whatever. Go out and find. Like you said, you've got 4 frames. That's it. You have to work within that space. At what point do you bring the location scout?
Yeah, so your location scout is key. They come in right at the beginning. Yeah, they come in right at the beginning with the brief from the director, or even nowadays, you know, it becomes, because time is so short, and with the way that we're working remotely and not being able to gather, a lot of the processes then now start bringing other people in there that typically would not be in that decision-making process or that briefing. So everybody that has a vision or has input into the vision comes on board.
Okay.
The scout comes on. Now the scout then goes out with that vision in mind, and he is, as I said, he's looking for the shots that matter. So what does not tell the story does not even, we don't even waste time in terms of presenting it, yeah? Because you want to be economical with time, economical with money, economical with your shots as well.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so, you know, you go into a region. I mean, I remember when we were in Ethiopia, and the one, like, I'm glad you raised it, that the infrastructure across the continent has bettered over time, right? And my trip was in 2016, maybe 2017, actually. And that trip, we went, you know, in Ethiopia, and the Ministry of Arts and Culture were also saying that, but why? South Africa, do you come here when we have people on the ground, right? So how do you then find people? How have you found people on the ground in different spaces? And why I'm asking this is because it's important for everyone to realize that it is possible to find, right? And I'm talking
Yes.
inter-country. I'm not talking about inbound from the rest of the world, but it is possible to find resources on the ground. What have you had to do, and what have you had to instill in your team to make sure they find the resources on the ground? Because it's a cost factor.
Yeah. So, time and budget work together, but they often are work as opposites to each other. Yeah. So, a lot of the time, we don't have the time to do the research. Yeah. In terms of finding the right crew and that. So, what we will typically do then is, take the HODs or people that you can trust on the ground when you're shooting, and then get all your support from the location. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's important because for us we need the buy-in of locations where we're shooting, and
Yes, you do.
that is really important because that's something that I'm very passionate about. How we treat the location, and by location I mean the people that inhabit that location, or the impact that we have on locations, because we leave a lasting impression on locations typically, because we're there for a short space of time, but what we do there can have an impact in terms of how we treat the public, how we treat people that are there, because we're also representing our client, because they don't remember that it was Monareng or Triple Story Content or whatever the agency is. They would remember that it was the brand. It was Mercedes-Benz that was there. So you then you carry that responsibility of that brand as well.
Sure.
So you want to then not be taken as having exploited, taking out and not putting anything back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. So, I mean, it's that statement alone really dovetails almost into the next session we're going to have, because we're going to be speaking about conservation, right? And how you can't just go into a location, especially in environments where there's a lot of indigenous spirituality that comes from the land. Australasia is very big on that in terms of the indigenous peoples there. North America is very big on that. In South America, the diaspora actually is very big on preserving culture and preserving our indigenous practices. And so it's, again, working with, and I think we said it the same thing with KZN as well, where you're working within the community and working within the rights, almost like the rite of passage. To be able to access those locations. I want to just kind of go back and talk about the budgeting space. Commercials do not have soft funding available, okay? So it's unlike so the whole DTI discussion we had earlier on, nothing to do with commercials.
Yeah.
However fortunate, isn't, and so you are kind of beholden to the client's budget processes. And then what is is there a fundraising process? Is there, and again, I ask very simple questions because there are younger entrepreneurs who are trying to come up through the system to try and understand, how do I get into commercial? It just seems such an expensive process. What is is there a fundraising process to try and do commercial, or literally, like you said, this is Coca-Cola, did they have to allocate the budget and you say, okay, it costs you this much money, pay me?
Well, to go back, they would allocate that money because of the trust that you've built over a period of time with the right people, being able to demonstrate your abilities, demonstrate the trust and build relationships. And no, there isn't a fundraising process, to be honest. It is typically the client and the people that are the agents for the client. They are the people that then ultimately decide who it is that gets to tell that story, that gets to work on that. It is, historically in South Africa, it is a challenge for people of our color. It is getting easier, purely because you have access to the tools that you can tell a visual story these days. Before the advent of digitization and iPhones and Sony cameras and DSLRs that actually shoot beautiful pictures, right? You didn't have that access. So now you can actually then go and shoot something that is of good quality, and that can be of commercial quality, and put it up in front of the people that matter, not necessarily having to get into the room to even show them your material. Yeah,
Right.
You've got distribution channels, you've got your Instagrams,
Yeah.
you've got your YouTubes and all of that, Vimeo even, great platforms where you are. And now it is changing because, budgets are a challenge,
Yeah.
I mean, we've all, gone through the last 18 months and knowing that, clients, everybody's had to channel their resources towards conserving and being able to sustain the pandemic, yeah?
Sure.
So everybody's looking for ways of getting more value for their money. So, they're looking for new innovative ways, lighter, faster, to still get more value out of it. Lighter, faster, more even, So you're no longer, are we just a TV commercial production company? We shoot content right across.
Okay.
So you're producing content then you're shooting content for TV, you're shooting digital content, and you're shooting stills even, yeah? Because you're shooting it all,
It's a campaign.
It's
Okay.
a campaign, exactly. Now,
Yeah.
what you want to then get out of your location is being able to tell, you would tell, sometimes you would tell one story that you just then format and reversion for the different channels. But sometimes, though, and a lot of the time, that's what's happening more and more, is that you're then, wanting to tell multiple stories within the same location. So then multi-use becomes another decision-making where you are then looking for something that actually then can serve multiple purposes, yeah.
Okay. So who is the storyteller? Is it the product or the brand? Is it you as a creative? Or is it the agent in between? Who's the storyteller? Who's the scriptwriter? Who is that person?
Yeah, so your copywriter is the storyteller. The creative team is the storyteller. They're the people that tell the story with the client's brand strategy, desired outcomes. Let's put it simply, say, what is the desired outcome for that client based on the relationship, based on, years in months and months of building a campaign. They tell that story, yeah? They write that story. We interpret that story, we execute that story and bring it to life. So what then, the hook that gets us as commercials producers and filmmakers is then that, you're seeing, filmmakers in general is seeing something, creating something off a piece of paper and eventually, building a world and a story around it where, it comes onto something that is tangible, that people can relate to, makes them cry, makes them laugh, makes them go out and buy a product. Yeah.
Right.
And repeat it all again 8 weeks later or 6 weeks later or, within a very short space of time. You're constantly doing that. What just now to hone in on what South Africa then from a commercial space is world-class locations, crew, as a shooting destination, we're world-class, value for money. I think Jackie spoke earlier on about, the amount of value that you can get out of South Africa, just, your pound goes a lot further, your dollar goes a lot further in South Africa, and you're getting pretty much the same value that you would get anywhere else in the world, if not better.
If not better, and sometimes better.
Sometimes better.
Sometimes better.
A lot of the times better, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's times when I've traveled to different countries and my hotel room is a box. I'm thinking, hold on, I'm sure if I paid, so sometimes better. Let me go to take a step back into the social media space, right? So now we are walking into brands participating, the Facebook came in. No, let's go back to MySpace, right? Woo, the way back to MySpace.
Wow, you're going back far. Okay.
And I think that the advent of social media changed the face of commercials. And I think they changed the face of commercials. The impact was probably a lot worse than it was in longer form content, because longer form content, you kind of get into it, you get into a seat, you kind of get comfortable, you got your food, now you kind of try to, the story, you buy into the story, you're sitting there for, 90 minutes and you're in it. But commercials, it was not on demand, it was timed, it was scheduled in. And then something called social media came about, right? And it kind of started with the MySpace environments, and it moved into Facebook, and then it moved into Twitter at this kind of at the same time. And then it was Snapchat and Instagram and all these other things. And so how has that changed the shoot landscape for commercials? Has it, because again, you also got the environment of the YouTube space where you've got a lot of amateurs. You just said yourself, as long as you have a really great camera and you have a really good light, you have all the basic elements, you can go out and shoot whatever you want to, and you can present that to someone. Has that environment changed the way you've had to pivot around shooting commercials, where now, like you said, the multi-use and the multi-platforms on which commercials stay? So now when you're building your storyboard, you're building a storyboard that connects the dots between. So you kind of say, you can find this bit on Instagram and that bit on Facebook and this bit. Has it made it more exciting? Because now, yes, you've got the 4 frames, but maybe you've got 4 frames times 4 different platforms. So you've got essentially however many 24 frames to play around with. Has it made it more challenges, or has it made it easier for you to be able to, as a commercials environment, to tell the story? And then from there, I would really love to zone in on things like brand and TikTok at the moment. I think that's a phenomenal environment to be in.
So one, yes and no. Yeah, it has made life easier in that has made our lives easier, or the shooting process, or what you're playing out to a lot simpler, and made the shorthand even shorter. Because you then, you're not needing to go through a full as intensive or as complex a post-production process, because now you're playing out for a screen that size as opposed to for cinema or for TV, right? It has though made life a lot more exciting and challenging in the fact that you are now having to plan for a lot more screens. So, as I go back, then you're looking for telling a few different stories in the same location. And not to go too much into that part of it, but in your post, then you're repurposing and reversioning for those different formats. 1x1 for Instagram, 16x9 for YouTube, 9x16 for whatever other formats, and in that. So when you then in our planning and arriving on a location when we're doing our take recce, which in long form as well, you do the full take recce, but where you have the luxury of time. I've been having worked on some long form. You do a recce for a few days, where we've got typically half a day to do that. So you're doing it all with that in mind. We're planning for all of that, and as I said, you're really concentrating on what you're seeing in all the different frames. So it is exciting. It is challenging. It has made some aspects easier, some aspects a bit harder. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Or challenging, rather. Yeah.
So the other thing that we always, or the film space always has to kind of think about, is cast and crew, right? And our teams are massive. I mean, it's lots and lots of different moving parts and lots of people, and my, I think the rudimentary assumption would be commercials, because why are the commercials? It's smaller. The other complex thing that we have to deal with is that selecting the right cast, making sure the cast is comfortable and they've got their trailers and everything's wonderful and we pay them the big bucks to be in it. Whereas when you're looking to match that within the commercials environment, is your unit any different from a crew perspective, and the talent and also the skills, and I'll tell you why I'm coming to that. Also the skills part of it, is it any different? All right. And then from a casting point of view, is there a process of is a protagonist, or is the product the protagonist, or is the person? What is it that is that protagonist? Because usually with us, it's a human being. So there's two things. Is there a difference in skills required, or is there a difference in choice and selection of who's the protagonist in that space? And you obviously have to identify that for your clients and say, and help the client to understand that?
Yeah, somebody, a mentor of mine years ago said, to answer that, well, when all else fails, sell the product. That's
Sell the product is the
sell
first
the
thing?
product.
Okay.
That's the protagonist. So you need to always put it in the positive light.
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody else sort of is supporting that product. So you never really have an antagonist. You're not really having that. But to touch on what you were saying though, is that what happens in front of the camera is also what happens behind the camera is also just as important as what happens in front of the camera, because in our decision making as well, we've got to think about the comfort of not only the cast and the crew and as I said as well, the public that's around us. In how we control that environment, but we've also got clients and that are used to a certain standard of how they're treated and the comforts that they find around. So, to go back to the Lagos example, for instance, is that with the budget, you can create. With the right budgets and the right resources, you can pretty much overcome any challenge in any environment. So we'll have the artists have got their trailers if need be. Sometimes, shooting with huge celebrities that have that pulling power for the product means then that, you got to have their writers and all of that, and their entourage and all of that. So, but we need to make everybody as comfortable for that period of time that we are on that set, and repeat it 3 times possibly in one day, because your location might not necessarily tell the story of the next scene. So. We would move locations if necessary to get the next shot for that commercial. Less and less these days because, again, challenges of budgets and where we are. So what you want to do is be moving locations overnight kind of thing as opposed to moving locations in between your day.
No, of course.
Yeah.
So, coming back to the reason why I'm asking is that it's important for film businesses to pivot, okay? And I think that definitely in this past 2 years, pivoting has been it's here, it's in your face. It's nowhere else. It's right here, because obviously people are trying to survive, and it's to say that in recognizing the physical production environment, that you can do creative production, but yet you can also do non-creative production, which is someone gives you a budget and you go and shoot it. But also you're saying that this skill of thought for the location scout, does it have to be, is it a specialized skill within a commercial space versus a specialized skill? Can they cross over? Do they cross over? It sounds like a very odd question, but is there a specialization for location scouts for commercials? Because why they're dealing with very, very short spaces of time than with longer form?
No, I think they can definitely cross over. I certainly do think that there is crossover, but I don't think some can work within that time pressure of a 1 day scout versus a 5 day scout. Sean was talking about how long it took them to find locations for 5 fingers. We don't have that luxury. We've got to do it within a very short space of time because you've got then your pre-production meetings, which are typically a week after the director presents his treatment and so forth. Now, just talking about the economy around the locations, and not all skills are what goes in front of camera, but all of them have an impact in front of what goes in front of camera. So the unit is just as important. And I've seen people build livelihoods and businesses around the locations, call it support infrastructure, your catering, your providers of hiring equipment. More recently, location sanitizing, because we're going into somebody's house, we're sanitizing before, every 2 hours while we're in that person's house, during lunch, and every 2 hours after lunch, and then thereafter when we pull out. So there's a whole sort of, call it an economy or businesses that have been formed that previously weren't there. And as I said, repeat it again every 6 to 8 weeks. So there is quite a lot of economic gain from that space,
from the space of commercials. Wow. Okay. Just kind of landed now towards the end because we've got a few minutes left. Socials is the way to go, right? Whether and I think that as the longer form, we're starting to appreciate how we can actually take our content and reproduce it for the smaller screen, right? Before we would always think about reproducing it for airplane small screen, literally that was the tiniest little screen we would always think about. But now we're thinking about how do we then take the same content and repurpose it for activations on the, and I see a collaboration between a commercials director and a film director, because when they're now promoting on these small screens, because now using Instagram as a promotional to InstaTV, in Instagram television, or you've got Facebook Live, and you've also got the TikTok environment that, the 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, and 3 minute spaces. Do you see what I'm seeing, that there is a potential for there to be a commercials director and a film director on the same shoot? Because why? There's to campaign the film, you've got to find a way to kind of structure the campaign in socials. Do you see that opportunity, or is it something that could be explored?
I think it's something that could be explored. I hadn't thought about that synergy. It is quite interesting because you're talking about promoting the film on the small screen, essentially.
Yeah, so we have trailers, yes, I understand that, but then how do you then, I do see an opportunity now to actually create an advert. It's a trailer, but it's a slightly different way of presenting it, because now it's interactive on a social platform, because the trailer is the same one you see on a big screen, you see on a TV, you see on wherever. They take the same thing and just reformat it. But then now you're actually able to tell a story within each of these platforms. Do you see where there's opportunity?
Yeah, I guess, and just that just reminds me of something I was reading, that in this day where people go, the 3-screen principle, where you got TV, computer, and your cell phone, you don't want to consume the same content.
You don't.
And brands seem to be lazy when they're giving you the same content all across.
Yeah.
So collaboration in terms of thinking it in that way, and changing how we communicate, changing how you communicate, or how filmmakers communicate, is certainly, I think, the space that is worth exploring. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed.
Do you guys call yourselves commercials directors or filmmakers?
Commercial filmmakers.
Commercial filmmakers.
Commercial filmmakers. And that's because that 30 seconds now has grown into 2-minuters. People tell commercial films and branded content. Because we no longer just are restricted to, as you said, scheduled viewing, where media spend basically dictates that it's got to be just 30 seconds or 60 seconds. And often we do have to do that, where we're shooting a longer story for your places where you can put it on, and media is not as expensive. And also in the plan for your 30 seconds.
You've just raised something. So that means actually the social space allows you to do more than less.
Yeah, it can. It can allow you to tell a longer story, because people are able to engage with it for longer as well. Revisit it long after it's not flighting on TV. I was sitting with people and we were watching some of our favorite commercials, we were saying, well, I love this one, or I love that one. And then it also just opens up, to go back again then to databases, to touch on that aspect as well, because, locations, and you're talking about the importance of the scout, there's now a whole business that's growing out of fast-tracking the whole scouting process, where, for instance, you got location databases where you go into a place and it's all there, and without having to, within a half a day, within a day, you've got all your locations that you can present to a client. The same goes with just generally being able to access information.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Monareng, you have You've given me an education. I thought I was going to ask the simple questions for everyone else, but I asked the simple questions for me because I really wanted to dissect and not just distill the information. It is such a complex process. The assumption is that you've got a big budget, you should be able to shoot this thing quickly and get it over and done with. But understand that the complexities of it is that you do have a shorter frame of time to be able to tell the very kind of lengthy story within that space. I thank you so much for being part of this process, and I wish you all the best with Triple Story content. And I think that, let's move from 14 a year to 28 a year. I know it's a lot of pressure on you, but no pressure. And I think, just if you can stay there for a minute, we're gonna we'll just change over now. We're gonna have a streamed conversation now about conservation. And why it was important for Locations Africa to bring in the topic of conservation, wildlife, and environmental topics is because, like I said earlier on, we have been shooting wildlife for a very long time, and that's helped tourism from the beginning. And in this one, we've got a partnership with NUF. NUF is nature, environment, wildlife filmmakers, and they also have a festival and a conference and a market which takes place usually around July here in South Africa. But it brings together all or many of the continental practitioners within the space. And so who we have today is Paula Kahumbu, Dr. Paula Kahumbu, if you can bring them up on screen. And then we've got, she's from Kenya, she's going to be leading the conversation today. We've got Lebo Montiwa from South Africa, who's going to be part of the panel. And we've also got Jubileen and Kanma. That's it. That's the one. I apologize for hurting your name. But so myself and Monareng, we're going to be part of the audience now to listen to the conversation on. And then Dr. Paula, over to you. And help us understand this environment, this environment of environmental filmmaking. There's been stories whereby, and it's quite interesting, I think it was in the Northwest Province of South Africa, whereby when I'm speaking about indigenous peoples and spirituality, whereby it was said, if you do not pay homage to the ground, all of a sudden there was wildlife will just come out and they will disrupt the process, right? And this is really where we start to unpack that same issue in Peru. It happened where where filmmakers go in as damage an environment, but those are sacred grounds, So I think we're going to touch a bit on that, but also the practicalities of locations filmmaking when it comes to conservation, environmental and wildlife. So Newf, over to you.
Okay. Can you hear me? No. Okay, come, let's go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I just want to say thank you so much, and what a great opportunity and a privilege for us to be here to talk to you about a genre of filmmaking that has not received that much attention in the African filmmaking space. Africa is, famous for its innovations and this, fantastically accelerated filmmaking. But this area of wildlife and nature, environmental filmmaking has been largely left to foreigners for forever. If you think about it, wildlife documentaries and films about nature in Africa have been used for decades. I'm talking about since pre-colonial days to tell the story of Africa generally to a Western audience. And the films that have come off this continent about our majestic and iconic species have actually catalyzed an environmental movement in the North and in the West. Why our lions are so famous, Lion King, all of these amazing documentaries and films have spurned a whole sense of awareness and education and an environmental consciousness around the world, but it hasn't happened here in Africa. The films that have been made here have not been made for these audiences, and these films have not been brought back home. I work with Noel Koch, who is one of the founders of the Nature, Environment and Wildlife Filmmakers organization, him and his wife Pragna, and I want to thank them for making it possible for us to speak here today. Why is this so important? Because we are facing a planetary boundary. species extinctions, climate change, these are things that are going to affect all of us around the world. And Africa has the most to lose because we are the least degraded continent on the planet. So the impact will be enormous, not just on nature, environment, wildlife, but on us people, us African people. I'm sharing the stage today with two phenomenal women who I've come to know. They are Lebogang Montewa, who is from South Africa, and Jubilian Ngarua. I just want to start with myself. I'm Paula Kuhumbu. I am a PhD. I'm a scientist. I run an organization called Wildlife Direct. I studied elephants. I've been at the forefront of saving elephants in Kenya and across the continent. But I've come upon using film as a powerful tool for furthering our conservation initiatives. That's a little bit about me, and I'm going to now invite Lebo to introduce herself, followed by Jubilian.
Right. Thank you so much, Paula. My name is Lebogang Montewa. I am based in Cape Town, South Africa. I'm affiliated to the University of Cape Town in two departments, actually. One, the Human Genetics Department, where I coordinate programs, and then I'm a PhD student in the Department of Medicine. My passion is really in community engagement and using film, or particularly any creative methods to engage communities. For now, I'm particularly working in the genomics field, but that's not where I'm limited to. That's just the space where I found myself for now. And I'm really thrilled to be here, and I'm looking forward to the conversations that will be emerging from here and how we can use film, which is now my newfound avenue and passion that I'm looking forward to adventuring into as an emerging filmmaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to be on the stage with you because your work is mind-blowing. I'm really loving hearing about it. Jubilian, how about you?
Hi everyone. My name is Jubilian. My name is Jubilian Ngarua. I'm a documentary filmmaker based in Lagos, Nigeria. So I started my documentary filmmaking journey to truly articulate what it means to be African and to help Africans who are also on this journey to discovering their cultural identity. You know, for a very long time, we've had our stories being told by Westerners, and when these things happen, the stories kind of loses its authenticity to an extent, and we cannot, you don't underestimate the power of authenticity in storytelling. So what I have decided to do really is to go out there and to document our cultures, our traditions, so that there would be something for this generation and the generations to come to glean on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think that it's really a common thread between the three of us, that we are telling the stories of Africa's great heritage, not just for an international audience, but primarily for our own people, because there is this deep, strong connection to nature that we have, but we are losing fast as things are changing so rapidly on the African continent. I produce a television series called Wildlife Warriors. And in Kenya, we are the only people of color making wildlife content. And yet Kenya produces probably hundreds or hosts hundreds of films that are made about wildlife every year. So it's been a really difficult journey for us to figure this space out. And this is what I would like the next section of this conversation to be about. The stories of our work and the challenges that we've experienced. And again, I'm going to go back to you, Lebo, to tell us a story that will help us to understand the journey that you've been on and the challenges you're experiencing.
Okay, Paula, so basically, as I said, my journey in filmmaking started in my experience. I worked for years in East, West, Central, and Southern Africa with communities, collaborating, building bridges basically between communities and stakeholders, healthcare facilities on engagement practices. And we wanted to find ways that are ethical in how we have these conversations with our communities. And my interest sparked over some time in like, how do you find and develop ways that are creative, engaging, but also contextual to what communities understand what is happening, whether we communicating science, whether we're communicating research findings, results, even about conservation, right? And instead of alienating or having the helicopter approach of just imposing our views. And a typical example that I've shared with you is a story that we're working on in Cameroon that you found so fascinating about a community that had been, for many, many generations, they grew up believing that there was a curse in the village, right? So it's amazing how one story can just turn into the truth, if I may call it that. So the story was that there's two versions to the story. One story was that one guy was working for the chief, and then for whatever reason, the story is that this guy was sentenced to death, and before he died, he cursed the chief. But it turned out that wasn't the truth. So the other version was that he had actually died, and the chief wanted to honor this person, and then he asked his 25 wives if they could attend the funeral, and they didn't want to. And then the chief himself said, your children will become like this person who had been living with the condition called Fragile X. So Fragile X is actually a mutation of the X chromosomes, which present as a learning disability. People didn't understand. They would just say, oh, you're dumb. So with women, it presents as early menopause. That's the scientific evidence of it. So I was fascinated by that story. And yes, it was about research, but for me, it was about bringing it down to people, right? So do we see research participants or our community as just a community of people we can just take information from, or are they really our stakeholders? Can we partner with them? But what are the ethical issues that we need to bring into consideration when we engage with them? You know, is it important for us to even share their information without their consent? What is it that they want to share with the world? What's the voice that they want to present out there to the world? And for me, film is such a powerful tool that I feel is liberating and giving us like amazing opportunity that is not only limited for only scientists to understand what is going on, but for everyone to understand in the language that they can engage with and understand. Yeah.
But what are the challenges that you experience as an African filmmaker in this environment, which is so unusual? What you're doing is really, I actually haven't heard of anybody else trying to do what you're doing and using film to help communicate the research results in a language that the community can actually understand.
Yes.
To help them comprehend science, right?
Yes, yes. Yeah, definitely there's challenges. And if we take it from the fact that it's still an emerging field, so first of all, having to buy into the idea, getting the funding for it. And when you come up with an idea, it's still a little bit foreign. How do you do it? But also being in academia, you have to be able to demonstrate that what you're doing is there's scientific evidence for it, whether it works or not, right? So we're fortunate that, you know, I have a director that's quite open-minded to allow us to, you know, explore these things. And a colleague of mine is now exploring whether does film really work in terms of people's understanding of these complex scientific terms, you know. I don't understand molecular genetics as much as I want the participants to understand as much. So how do we package our program so that our communities understand it? So yes, challenges in terms of funding. We know making films is very expensive, right? So to be able to make these films, we need money for it. We need technical expertise to help us make these films. But importantly, we need to package those films in a way that is really cognizant of the people that we are addressing and what the topic is all about. ethical considerations is a big one. You know, first of all, do they even want us to tell their stories? Starters, you know, so I can go out there and be excited and be fascinated by the stories, but right now I'm dealing with the fact that this is a story of one phenomenal, amazing woman. I see it like that, but I don't know if she's willing to want to tell the story, right? And so it's going back to the drawing board and looking at like what are the pertinent issues that we need to address to have the story being told. And secondly, how will it be received? Even disseminating it, the film can be made. Let's say we move over that. How do we disseminate this film so that people can get it? How do we make sure Africa sees these kind of things? How do we use film to educate our people and to have access to it? Yeah, so those are some of the challenges at this stage that we're facing.
So much for that. I'm really moved by your project, because what you're doing is something with a sensitivity,
yes,
a cultural and traditional value system, which we rarely see when we do parachuting, as you say. You know, the funding is there, but nobody could get the level of relatedness you have with this project as a scientist, but also as an African, interviewing Africans about their experience. This to me is where the magic lies, and the whole world has missed out on a chance to understand Africa from our perspective. So this point of view is so important. So I just want to congratulate you for that work and for your role of it. I'm going to go to Jubilian, because you are doing also an amazing project that I'm just in awe of in the Niger Delta. So tell us about that.
Okay, let me begin with the story, right? On the 10th of November, 1995, a young man, Sarowiwa, was sentenced to death. Sarowiwa was a conservation and environmental storyteller from Niger Delta, Oboni community particularly, and he was sentenced to death by hanging for, you know, speaking out, talking about the issues of oil spillage in his community and how these big corporations are affecting the livelihoods of people in these communities. And since the death of this man, a lot of storytellers in Nigeria they've stopped, you know, telling conservation and environmental stories because they are afraid of what would happen to them. And over the years, we've seen foreign media actually covering these stories. And being someone who grew up in Niger Delta, I can tell you for a fact that the stories that we see in the media, in foreign media, actually don't do justice to the pains and sufferings of people in these communities due to the environmental degradation from oil spillage and all of that. So storytellers, filmmakers don't even attempt environmental stories anymore because of what happened to Sarowiwa. I have decided to go on a journey, right, to Niger Delta to do something about it, because if we all keep quiet, if someone doesn't step out to do something, we would all remain quiet. So working in Niger Delta and working with women who are trying to solve the issues of oil spillage in their communities to bring their young girls back to school, because one of the young girls really are the people who are affected the most when these issues begin to happen. Because I mean, when families can't even farm anymore, they can't fish anymore, they don't have finances to take care of themselves, they either they marry off their young girls or they pull them out of school. So these women in these communities have decided to do something about it. They've decided to go out there and tackle this issue of oil spillage to solve the problems they are facing. So this documentary is meant to be like a roadmap for women across Africa that are also on this path to solving the issues of environmental crisis in their communities as well. And also, importantly, I want to use this documentary as a medium to encourage filmmakers and people interested in environmental and wildlife stories to actually go out there and start again. We can't keep quiet. We can't continue keeping quiet. You know, if we want change, if we want our communities to get better, we need to speak up. We can't keep being afraid of what happened in the past. We need to, you know, go out there and start documenting these stories ourselves, because we can't continue depending on the Western media to do these things, because I mean, these guys haven't lived the story. We live the story. We live it every day, and only us can tell our stories better.
I'm really moved by your story, because you're working in a very dangerous place with very vulnerable people, and you're a woman working in an environment and a field which has been dominated really by male storytellers until now. And it's been mostly press, but not so much of films and, you know, documentaries even. I'm similar. Lebo said earlier that her biggest challenge was money, getting the funds to do the storytelling that she wanted to do. What are the major challenges that you experienced, especially given that you're working in such a dangerous place?
Yes, safety, security, that's one of the problems facing a lot of filmmakers in Niger Delta. So apart from, you know, fear of the government or the big corporations, also there's some serious security issue concerning kidnappings in Niger Delta right now. So security first, especially as a woman, and then really getting these communities to come out to tell their stories, because I mean, a lot of these people are afraid of what would happen to them if their faces are shown in the camera. You know, I've found ways to navigate these things. I'm working with a very big organization as well in Niger Delta who they are very conversant with the areas. So the issue of security is kind of sorted, but I mean, it's still a problem. So I'm just stating that. So that's kind of what is another one. I mean, like every has risk, but this one, I mean, like there's always a solution to it.
Well, thank you, and I really wish you every success, because I think what you're doing is a story that needs to be told, and it needs to be told, like Lebo's story, it needs to be told by local people from their own point of view, in order for us to really fully understand and relate to the challenges, and especially given what is happening in terms of climate change and the threats worldwide, that, you know, you're right at the center of it, down there at the Niger Delta. The films that I make are somewhat different. I have taken on making films for young people to forge love for wildlife, because I found that across Africa, the media, generally the local media, presents wildlife as a negative, as a menace, destroying crops, injuring people, killing people, damaging houses, keeping children from going to school, and you know, the picture you see is a dead lion, and, you know, celebrating the death of a lion. And this is, when we did a survey several years ago, we found that over 80% of the local media was presenting wildlife in a very negative way, which makes it easy for governments to press forward for developments that actually injure or disrupt wildlife or damage and kill wildlife. So we decided to make a TV series called Wildlife Warriors, which really aims to inspire Africans about nature by reminding us of our cultural connections. So many of our people's names are the names of great animals, elephants, lions, hyenas, even our place names and our totems of our tribes. So we try to revive this knowledge and invoke this connection with nature, but also to shine a light on those conservation heroes at the front line. And some of them are people we wouldn't be too surprised, scientists studying lions, but it's an African person. That's what people get very surprised at. You know, what you mean there is an African at the forefront and he's wearing a traditional outfit and he's got feathers in his hair and beads around his neck and he's out there and he is the champion for saving lions in Kenya. It's a big surprise for a lot of people. We have, of course, a lot of women heroes as well. And I would say our biggest challenge is not the production. We have amazing people. We have incredible wildlife, spectacular locations for filming. The problem that we have is that the television channels don't want to pay for this content. As far as they're concerned, this is NGO work, NGO content, so they should pay. And they ask for a lot of money. Like some of our TV channels want $10,000 per hour of footage. So it has taken me years of negotiating with the TV channels to give us access to the television channels. They will not pay us to put for our content. At the moment, they mostly will only take our content as a generous gift to air it on the national free-to-air channels, except, thank God, for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. They have a newcomer in this field, and they have started purchasing or licensing content. So that's really exciting that there is a shift happening in Kenya. And our TV series, Wildlife Warriors, has been running now for several years. It totally broke all the records. Everyone said it wouldn't work. Kenyans won't watch it. The channels won't carry it. Well, 51% of Kenyans watched Wildlife Warriors. And that has demonstrated to us there is an enormous audience, huge amount of interest. Kids love the heroes of the show. Kids love the wildlife. People are going to the national parks. So it's created an economy for conservation as well. Because when you're making films, you're bringing money to the local communities. And when local domestic tourists are going to the parks, you're also creating an engine for conservation, a financial engine. Moving forward, though, there's a lot of work to be done. Clearly, both of you have talked about challenges you've experienced. It's equipment, it's trained people, it's access to channels, it's training itself. We face the same problems, I think, across the whole continent. It's very hard to get your work financed, especially by large commissioners like Netflix or BBC, National Geographic. Not easy to get the kind of funding you need, which can run in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, especially if you're filming in remote wilderness areas where you have dangers. You've got to have bodyguards. You've got to have all kinds of security to secure your content. It's not just your life. You can spend months filming, but you could lose all of that content if you don't have a good security system. So in Kenya, what we're doing this month is we're hosting an event on the 13th and 14th of October to bring together filmmakers, storytellers, scientists, broadcasters, funders, commissioners on a virtual platform to discuss what are the priorities for the future of wildlife filmmaking, wildlife, nature, environment, climate, basically bringing science into filmmaking so that we can have an environmentally literate public that can influence our policies as well as our politics in our countries. And that event is coming up soon, and I'm so glad both of you will be attending, as well as NUF is a big partner of this. What are the big upcoming opportunities that you guys are involved in? Where do you see yourselves in the next 5-10 years? What's coming next? Lebo, let's start with you.
Wow, what's coming next for me? Exciting opportunities. For starters, is that I've connected with Paula Kaumbu. That's a big one for me. Yeah, so I'm really thrilled and excited. And finding my voice actually in filmmaking. It's something that has always just been so remote for me. I'm grateful for the opportunities I've had within my workspace with my director giving me the opportunity to make, smaller documentaries there to tell the stories of our work, and the opportunity to work in Cameroon and do film there. That's really been great. But I can really see things opening up, and finally it's like, there's something cooking up there. I think in the context of that is also to remain cognizant of how we tell these stories, because it's one thing to tell the stories because we think we want to educate. And you said something interesting about educating them, but I think we need to be clear or aware if we're going to ground this in ethical considerations. It's a two-way process. It's about learning. So it's not just about like, I'm making this film, there you are, watch it because I know, you know what I mean? It's like, how do we create content that is respectful of their perspective, and how do they want us to present the content so that represent their point of view, that they are important, their opinion matter? culture is important, ethno-linguistics, diversity, educational differences, point of views, opinions. And I've seen this when I've been doing my community engagement for my data collection for my PhD. And I had my research questions so set. I wanted them to answer this question and people didn't care about it. The issue of marginalization and previously, not having access to information and knowledge. People want to learn and know things. And there's an opportunity there for their voice to be heard, to express where they're not being heard. And that was quite insightful for me to get about, what we just call participants, research participants. It's just like, they are partners. It's a human being. It's someone's brother, sister, mother, aunt, uncle. It's a story that we're telling. So ultimately for me, this isn't about telling the stories of science or environment or climate change. These are stories about human beings and resilience and hope and their contribution to humanity and our own expansion, ultimately. Yeah.
That's very beautiful. Thank you. Fantastic. How about you, Jubilian?
For me, I became a National Geographic explorer earlier this year, which actually is a great opportunity for me to meet with people in the wildlife and conservation storytelling in Africa. Through National Geographic, I was able to meet with Paula, an amazing human being, and I'm hoping on networking more and meeting with people who are knowledgeable in this area, because this is kind of new to me. And also like learning and networking and meeting with people. Really, I don't have like a clear idea of where I want to be in 5 years, but I'm open to learning and just taking it little by little. Thank you.
That's really awesome. Thanks. I think that the power of filmmaking as a tool for our own growth and development and education is really quite obvious when we're in this field of environment, science, conservation, climate change. It's really, I think it just cannot be underestimated. And right now, Africa lacks an environmental movement. And often when we hear about conservation, we think it's some foreign construct that's been imposed on us. And there's quite a lot of pushback, even though we risk losing many of our species. And those species have such an important place in our culture and our history. If we were able to use our films to the best possible way, I'm going to just give you one chance, like what would be your big ask? So for example, my big ask would be for the African Union to really embrace the idea of environmental and wildlife filmmaking, science storytelling, climate change storytelling, combating fake news, and embrace it in such a way that we make it very easy for Africans to get those scholarships, get the training, get the equipment. We remove all those barriers that are in the way of us doing the storytelling that we know needs to be done. That would be my big request to the African Union. Lebo, what's your big ask?
Can I have two?
Sure, why not?
Okay, now with this level of consciousness, because I don't know yet how much is out there. So with this level of consciousness that I have around filmmaking, my first big ask to whoever is in my way making this possible is really establish my career as a science communicator, but in a big global way. And I don't know, start a company, organization, whatever, that will be recognized, Netflix, National Geographic, but partnership with the big people in the industry that will make it work. The biggest contribution is to humanity around understanding science. I've seen what ignorance can do. It can do so much damage, not only to ourselves, to our environment, to just our lives, basically. So that's my one big ask. My second big ask is my work to be commissioned at a bigger scale, and to share messages, to have conversations that matter, and be commissioned at a bigger scale. I don't know what that looks like yet. I'm discovering this. And yeah, and I suppose my next big one is being a National Geographic explorer like Jubilian.
Great, yes. Thank you. I'm sure all of those are going to be possible, and we'll be back with you in 5 years to check out. How about you, Jubilian?
Okay, I have two big asks as well. So the first one would be funding opportunities really for filmmakers in Africa, filmmakers who are interested in wildlife and conservation stories. I mean, we need these big organizations to create funds, I mean, for these filmmakers, because I'm sure after our conference, the African filmmakers, African Wildlife and Conservation Filmmaking Conference we're having in October, there would be many Africans who would be interested in tackling these issues of environmental degradation in Africa. So there should, I mean, like, if we can have enough funding for these people who are interested in these stories, that would be great. And then the second one would be for filmmakers in Africa to really leverage on our culture and our traditions in storytelling, because we need to, I mean, like no nation or society progresses by ignoring or denouncing their source of power. And for us Africans, that is our cultural heritage. You know, we have cultures, we have traditions, we have the past, right? How were our ancestors able to deal with these things? If we really have to deal with the issue of biodiversity loss in Africa, we have to, you know, do it our own way. And to do that, we have to reflect on ourselves. How can we do it our own way? And we have to do that by studying our past, studying our histories.
Well, thank you for that. I really love that, and I'm going to put some numbers on these requests. You know, you both talked about funding, and I think we should actually seek to create a fund of $100 million to support environmental filmmaking over the next 10 years. That will, and I think it needs to be a combined coalition of African environment, wildlife, nature filmmakers. That I think would really transform this space and create a critical mass of filmmakers in this space. But I also think that the filmmakers in general, many of the filmmakers who are here watching this presentation, maybe haven't thought about the important role of wildlife, nature, environment, climate change in their storytelling. And I would love to see the work we do move out of the world of documentary and into the world of drama, music, or any other genre of filmmaking, because that is what people consume, and it's also what people are influenced by, right? Young people want to dress the way they see people in the films. Well, what if the messages in our films were messages that our audiences would want to emulate? Messages around recycling, not littering, not buying plastics, protecting the environment, restoring the environment. Wouldn't that be magical if we as an industry actually worked together because of this impending, you know, emerging crisis, this climate change emergency, and also the species extinctions that are happening? When I meet people in Kenya who have met the last two northern white rhinos, their names are Najin and Fatu, and people feel so, it's almost indescribable, the pain that they feel to know these are the last two animals of their kind, the last two individuals. You can look at them in the eye, you can see that they are sentient, you can see that they have some understanding, and yet they are the last two of their kind. That trauma is going to live with us as people because we did nothing to stop their extinction. So I would love to see, how does the film industry help us to really ventilate these conversations and move action beyond the wildlife industry into normal mainstream, you know, humanity in the continent. I've just heard from Tumi that we have reached the end of our session, that there will not be a Q&A, unfortunately. But I just want to say thank you both for your amazing contributions. And I'm so sorry that Noel couldn't be with us here today, because I know he would have so much to tell us. Unfortunately, his children were not well, so he had to go to the doctors. But I hope we did him justice. I feel that as women, we must have done him justice like 10 times over. So Tumi, thank you so much. I'm sorry if we went over time, but we won't be having a Q&A. I do hope that those who are watching will be interested enough and piqued enough to reach out to us on social media. We are all on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. You can find us, and please do look for us and engage us. We'd love to engage much more with the mainstream film industry in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much, ladies, for this. We've had a lot of women power today, and I'm feeling quite excited about it. African women kind of being a driving force. So, I think part of the discussion is going to be extended tomorrow to really just zone in on managing your unit for the genre of content that they were going through, which is a wildlife genre. And so, for tomorrow, we are going to be speaking at length on the technical aspects of locations, right? We're going to be speaking about the technology, speaking about the actual unit management process. We've got world-class location managers participating in that tomorrow. We also having a discussion on actually co-producing on the content. These women have spoken a lot about working together in collaborations, and I think today the biggest takeout that I have really has been about collaborations and partnerships, right? So it's a shame that those who are streaming in can't see the KZN Film Commission's exhibition that they've got here. I mean, they've got these amazing glasses that you can see, and you can become part of an environment. So it's a shame that we can't read those at home, but definitely it's one of those which you can find digitally on their website, and you can explore the locations that they have in that space. And that's one partnership that Locations Africa is really, really proud of, is working with the provinces on the ground, working with Westgrow, working with Gauteng Film Commission, working with KZN Film Commission, and working with SA Tourism as well, to be able to build these conversations that make, like I guess we say, economic sense, to make it make sense for the country, for the continent, and to be able to really zone in on physical production. And I'm always going to say the physical production space, because we make sure that there's something to exhibit, and we make sure there's something to find money for. So that's what Locations Africa really is about. So tomorrow, we have a slightly later start. So we started around 9:30 Central African time, and we kind of just recap on today, and then we go, like I said, into technology, and then into location scouting, and then we go into also understanding your spreadsheet, which is, you have your money now, so how do you actually start to spend those line items? What do you do with those line items? And how do you make sure that you don't go over budget, first of all, and that you manage what you have? And yes, it's a producer's role, but in the locations and unit management space, how do you then distill that? We also speak to alumni from the Durban Film Art Institute as to what they have done, and then we also kind of round it up, and we start preparing obviously for the conversation throughout the next year. But we do hope that you will join us again, everyone around the world, and thank you for joining us today, and everyone in-house as well. It's been an amazing hybrid experience to see people live on stage, and just a human connection that we've been missing for a very, very, very long time. So to everyone here, to our partners, again, thank you so much to the provinces of South Africa. Thank you very much to SA Tourism. Thank you so much to the Durban Film Art Institute. And thank you so much to NUF as our industry partner. And we do hope that we'll all be here tomorrow to enjoy each other. And also with the technical glitches, thank you so much for being with us with those glitches. But we know that it is the new world, the new way of doing things, and that's how we commune. Thank you so much to everybody. And that has been Locations Africa Conference 2021, Day 1. Day 2 is tomorrow. Thank you so much, and goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way past the